Entrepreneurs solve problems. They make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why it's so important to support Startup Week.
Top of the morning to you, Boise Startup Week, and welcome to our kickoff for day 4. We're right on the heels of an epic day 3. What a day we had yesterday. We kicked off the Youth Innovation Challenge, again for high school and college students to win $3,000 in cash. So if you're a high school, college student, go back to some of yesterday's content. Make sure you look at the Youth Innovation Challenge. We also wrapped the day up yesterday by awarding $25,000 to local startups. Congratulations again to Chillo, and congratulations to Terroir AI. And thanks again to our sponsors who make it possible for us to pour money into our community and give it to early stage entrepreneurs. For the pitch competition yesterday, we had Boise State University. Shout out to Nick Miller at the Venture College. We also had Alturas. Shout out to Blake, Jeff, and Lucas. And Stoll Reeves. We had Nick Taylor here yesterday with us. I believe he will return on Friday to do an in-person check presentation to the 2 winners. That said, I'm really excited about day 4. We're featuring over 30 events. To get access to all 30, you need to get yourself into Brella. We have a pretty good adoption rate over the last few days, but for those who are watching us live on either YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, sign up on boisestartupweek.org, get yourself into Brella. That will allow you to engage with speakers and attendees real time, book meetings with them, and network. That said, we will end the day today with our very popular block party featuring Magic Sword and Foul Weather. Matter of fact, the basis of Foul Weather is here in this room with me. Danny is here, wearing multiple hats. He's not playing the bass this morning, but you will see him play live later on. The other content-rich aspect of today is the health track. And to give us an overview of the health track and what we can expect, I have with me Chris Hoyd from Vinyl. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Tim. Good to see you remotely this morning.
Yeah, good to see you too. We were supposed to see each other in person, but you didn't come down to jump. Tell us why.
Yeah, so I have not yet gotten test results, but just mildly symptomatic this week. I had a light cough that I just didn't think it was worth it to put anyone else at risk. And I know Mark and our audio visual team there is they can do anything. So I figured we'd come up with a good solution this way. Glad to be able to join you, relatively live.
Thank you for that. I will say, first and foremost, I hope it's nothing serious and that you feel better here very soon. But, Chris, I will say we appreciate that. We've had a pretty strict safety plan in place so that we can do the things that we're doing here at Jump, namely have guests, host them here, and interview them face-to-face. And so I just want to thank you for doing the right thing and make sure that we're all safe and our guests are safe, which really enables us to do, again, what we're doing here. And I know the audience got a quick little sight of the other people in the room. There's no more than 5 people here. We do that intentionally. We all have to wear masks. I get to take my mask off when I am seated and ready to speak. And so we're doing everything we can to keep Boise Startup Week going. And so, Chris, I know you and I met actually right before I took the job at Trailhead. You really represent what I love about this ecosystem. Quite frankly, I had no idea who you were. I was referred to you by a mutual friend of ours. And I asked you if you'd be willing to meet me because there's this cool job I want to take, and people are telling me I need to talk to Chris Hoyd. And long story short, I think 48 hours later, you and I had coffee in a downtown coffee shop. and you shared with me everything you knew about the ecosystem. And so I want to get the audience the chance to get to know you a little bit better. Maybe tell us about what you do at Vinyl. Tell us about Vinyl. You and your colleagues are volunteering and you're all over Startup Week. So also tell us why Startup Week is important to you guys.
Yeah, I guess thank God I didn't scare you away from taking the job. I think everyone in the ecosystem is glad to have you in the seat that you're in right now. Yeah, so I am from Boise, born and raised. Moved away for a while, for school and early part of my career, but came back about 5 years ago and started a company, and shortly thereafter met the folks at Vinyl, who it was very, very apparent to me that it was a culture fit, an ambition fit, and a place where I could continue to grow my career in the way that I wanted to. So I would imagine that folks have seen Vinyl all over Startup Week over the last few years. But just to add a little context to what Vinyl is and what we do, we're a Boise-based digital product development firm that provides a range of tech and innovation services for clients, from custom application development to DevOps architecture of secure and compliant cloud infrastructure, right, to what my team does, the product strategy, the design, the user research and market analysis. So really what we're all about is working with clients to kind of help them decide what they should build, make sure we're building the right thing, and then we either sort of build it for them or with them.
Yeah, I think one thing that stands out to me about Vinyl's process is what you just said, is the fact that you guys get entrenched with the customer and you help them decide what to build. I'm used to more the job shop kind of approach, where someone throws a spec or requirement over the fence to a digital agency and they just go to work. What do you kind of see the differences between those two models, and how is that positioned in Vinyl to help their customers succeed?
So we love working, very closely with our clients in a lot of ways. And in particular, my team, the product team, it's easier for us to do an exceptional job if we, are sharing our expertise and have, really good connection and good rapport with the clients. Some examples of that over the last few years, really have been in healthcare. So we've been in, a partnership with one of the big insurance carriers in the state of Idaho, kind of guiding through a digital transformation. We've, built platforms for clinically validated, digital diagnostics and therapeutics, which is a really cool field right now. We've, designed companion apps for like really groundbreaking medical device technology. And, that's kind of scratching the surface. So, over the last, 4 or 5 years, we've really developed some pretty deep expertise in healthcare tech. And that's kind of what led me, last year, I guess, was the first year for the health track. That's what led me to start this track, in 2019.
Yeah, you were pretty much part of the genesis of this track. In a way, you're also, not just in a way, you're actually part of the genesis of Startup Week. So you've been, here at Startup Week for years now. So let's switch and talk a little bit about the health track. And before we do, I just want to acknowledge again our sponsor of the health track, Blue Cross of Idaho. Thank you guys so much for the financial support for Startup Week and this track. We couldn't be here. We couldn't have curated this content if it wasn't for your support. But Chris, let's talk about this year's content a little bit. Give me some highlights. What stands out to you? Obviously, 2020 is the year to have a good health track, if there was any year. So give our audience a bit of a bird's eye view.
Yeah. So first I will echo the gratitude to Blue Cross of Idaho. The leadership team out there has been, not just a great supporter of Vinyl, but also Startup Week, over the years. Chris Cullen, Chuck,
And he's back.
So, just, can you hear me?
Yep, you cut out for just a second, but Such is life. We have the technology and we're limited by it at the same time, but you're back, Chris. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So thank you to Blue Cross of Idaho once again. And then, getting into the track, that's, I think I've got 2 events today and 2 tomorrow. I'm really excited to kind of, showcase the folks who are willing to talk with me. I think first and foremost, the health track keynote, we were very, fortunate to get Odette Bolano, the CEO of St. Al's, to join me for a conversation, which I think will be airing here in about 45, 50 minutes. Mm-hmm. And for anyone watching right now who's going to watch that talk, I believe Odette and maybe part of her team are going to be available to chat with folks who have questions. So really cool, enthusiastic participation from St. Al's this year. That was absolutely a highlight. I was also able to get some leaders from Blue Cross. So Chuck Weber, their Chief Innovation Officer, and Brian Fortson, who's their Director of Customer Experience. I got to chat with them about some of the work that they've done, and how Vinyl has kind of contributed to that in some way. How they're embracing technology to kind of rethink health insurance in a much more user-centered kind of approach to improve the healthcare experience for all their members. Another talk, I think this one's tomorrow, I was able to work with Jenny Gudapati, who is a former, I think she was a nurse herself, now she's a professor at BSU, to bring together some experts to talk about this concept called value-based care, which is, really, really changing the delivery of healthcare, as we know it in this country. I was super happy to get my friend and fellow, Bishop Kelly Knight alumni Lauren Pfeiffer to chat with me about, artificial intelligence and machine learning and how these new technologies are kind of changing healthcare as we know it, as we speak. So she's a venture capital investor and an AI engineer. So some super deep, expertise and insights from her. It was awesome. And then
just probably a bandwidth issue. Though Frozen Chris Hoyt still is pretty easy on the eyes. I have him here on my screen, so even though they switch back to me, I'm sure Chris will be back any second. But as Chris is, we're waiting for Chris, what I think is cool about the content that he curated for the health track this year is that it actually gives us, the audience, and you at home, at work, on your phone, wherever you are, and however you're consuming Startup Week, it gives you the opportunity to engage with these subject matter experts. So it's not just that Chris is bringing this deep domain expertise to Startup Week, he is literally bringing it to you, our audience. So please get into Brella, engage with your speakers, and I think Chris is back. No, he's not.
can you
Chris, you can hear me now, right?
I can hear you now. I think I need to upgrade my my bandwidth.
I think you need to go to Trailhead more. I hear that they have really, really good Wi-Fi. And also, I think you're like an honorary member there. I always have been. But let me switch gears here. I recall back in March when the Startup Week leadership team, including Zenergy, Nick Krabs, myself, and Mark Doubleday from bodybuilding.com, when we made the decision to go virtual, we were kind of joking about the healthcare track as, hey, we're wondering what kind of content is going to be, brought to Startup Week this year. But one thing we talked about a little bit and didn't think about a whole lot more afterwards is the effect that time has on information. As you all know, Startup Week this year is delivered to you remotely, and what that means practically is that about 90% of the content that you're seeing, including the content in the health track today and over these few days, has been pre-recorded. Some of these talks were recorded in March, some of them in April. If you were a slacker like me, you did most of your talks in June, July, and August to the detriment of our video production team. But we had to take that into account and really figure out information today may be out of date in 3 or 4 months. And we're living in an environment of just a lot of news sources, some of them questionable, others not, coming at us. So Chris, can you tell us a little bit about some of the decisions that you made as you were putting this track together with that time factor in mind?
Yeah. So because this is such a such a strange year, the majority of our recordings really don't. We tried not to touch too much on COVID. Things are changing so fast. We're kind of learning and adapting and evolving in real time. I thought it would be worse for us to try to address, some specific, scenario happening at a given point in time, and then have it play this week and it no longer be, relevant or even be sort of, misleading in some way. So, kind of tried to bridge the gap between, kind of the ethos of Startup Week, which is about, celebrating sort of, Idahoans, professional development and kind of our, our business and our technology wins. But also make sure that, and I think it would be tone deaf. I think we'd be in the wrong, not to really, address the elephants in the room, so to speak, at all. So, Odette Bolano, the talk with her, I think, and she will be in the chat, like I said. She touched on it, I think, in a really, appropriate way. And I think that talk really highlights both the struggle that our healthcare providers and frontline workers are, and those whole organizations are going through, have been going through for some time, and it looks like we'll continue to go through. And she emphasized the resilience of her team and staff there, and I think that's something that I was glad to get included in the track. I almost wish I could have highlighted it a little more, but in other talks and whatnot. But yeah, tried to find that balance this year. It was tricky, but hopefully it comes across.
Yeah, no, you make some valid points here. Matter of fact, on my way in this morning on the radio, I was listening, and right here in Idaho, in Minidoka County, there's a small county hospital that is now at capacity. And yesterday, their director was trying to relocate 4 patients to Twin Falls, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. He couldn't. He literally had to wait until those hospitals released the patient for them to take it. So, real-time news, and as you and I are talking about, timing and with respect to information, it's just so important to get things right. And for that, I applaud the kind of the foresight that went into planning the health track. Things change rapidly from when we made that decision, but really kudos to you, your team, and Vinyl for keeping eyes wide open and really public health and safety, for keeping that in mind. I think at this point, I'm going to transition and tee up our next talk. This is one of the companies, Chris, that you and I talked about way back in that coffee shop. So we're going to hear from Jeff Flitton. He's the Chief Technology Officer at Vacasa, my former employer. And as we all know, the travel industry has been impacted by the pandemic, more so than most other industries, let's put it that way. And so on that note, just a shout out to my former corporate development team over there and the great PR team at Vacasa. Vacasa is a sponsor, a repeat sponsor at Boise Startup Week. So thank you, Vacasa, for supporting us and the entrepreneurial ecosystem right here in Boise. But before we do cut over to the talk, just a quick word from our sponsors.
There's the high road and the low road. And if you're a lawyer at Holly Troxley, you better take the high road.
We have 24 practice groups with 75 lawyers.
The number of people and the breadth of practice allows us to be a full-service law firm to meet clients' needs.
The client's gain in hiring Holly Troxel is a deep understanding of the law, a deep understanding of the process and the players.
We like being the person that they pick up the phone and we're the first person they think to call.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome, Boise Startup Week. I'm really excited to host a fireside chat today with Jeff Flitton, CTO at Vacasa. Welcome to the show, Jeff.
Thanks, TM. Nice to be here.
Yeah. Happy Friday morning to you.
Yeah, same to you.
Excited to talk to you. For full disclosure, I used to work at Vacasa back in the day, so I have some history at your organization, which makes this even more exciting to talk about. But for starters, let's get our audience a little bit of context as to what Vacasa does and what industry you guys are active in.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people don't realize this, but Vacasa is actually North America's largest vacation rental management company. So we care for about 25,000 vacation homes across North America and also in Costa Rica and Belize. Really, what it's natural for people to say, oh, like Airbnb or Vrbo. And really what separates us from those companies is, which are basically booking sites, is that we have a full service business model. So we take care of every aspect of the home. We manage them from a marketing and booking standpoint, but also we take care of maintenance and repairs to the home. We help with tax compliance and permitting issues as well. So it's really analogous to what traditionally has been a small in-market property management company that looks after these homes in every respect. We use technology. What differentiates us from those small players is that we use technology to bring scale and efficiency to the business. It's a super complex business because every home we manage is unique in some way. So managing that complexity at scale requires quite a bit of use of proprietary technology. And our full service model really requires a broad platform as well. So we do, since we manage every aspect of the home, our platform has to be quite broad. And since we do it at our scale, there aren't a lot of off-the-shelf solutions for us. So we lean heavily on proprietary systems for property management, for field management, ticketing, our online travel agency, Vacasa.com. Like we have to supply kind of end-to-end a proprietary stack to do those things and do them well.
So as you were describing, the vacation rental management industry as a whole is still highly fragmented. A lot of mom and pop shops. That's at least what people typically associate with a vacation rental management company. And your use of technology being the differentiator. Vacasa had recently just finished an acquisition, right? And I believe you guys purchased Wyndham.
That's right. So we purchased Wyndham Vacation Rentals, which was a division of Wyndham Destinations, the Wyndham a lot of you might have heard of at the hotel and resort level. So we purchased them just over a year ago. And that added to our portfolio about 10,000 additional properties. And really, we were already the largest, but it put us, several lengths ahead of our next closest competitor. So this year has been, we've been busy integrating their people and their systems and their processes into our own.
Yeah, that was really big news, and it hit the Boise newspapers. That's how I found out. But what I want to talk about is, being a fragmented industry, being heavily, dominated by mom and pop shops, Vacasa being one of the companies that's bringing technology to the industry. Is it fair to say that the industry as a whole, you said there are no off-the-shelf, products we can buy and plug and play into our system? Is it because it is, let's call it an immature or a developing industry, and Vacasa is sort of one of the agents bringing tech to it? Is that how our viewers can think about that?
Yeah, I think so. Our industry historically has lagged behind many industries in terms of technology adoption. There are more players out there for sure, and I think as a company that builds our core platform is built internally. We welcome that the development of that marketplace. It's really interesting to see where the market heads, and I would say that we've been in a unique position to help influence how those tools get designed and built. So we've definitely seen some of our DNA out in the greater ecosystem. But yeah, I think it's a totally fair statement to say that the average property management company makes very limited use of technology.
Very cool. Very cool. So let's talk about the travel industry. I mean, you just explained that Vacasa is a turnkey manager, full service manager of vacation homes. We all watch the news. We all think we know what happened to the travel industry. I think earlier this morning, there was a statistic shared on NPR. It was something along the lines of air travel is still down 60% when compared to last year today. And so tell us a little bit about how the global pandemic has impacted Vacasa as an organization.
Yeah, absolutely. At the start of the pandemic, travel came to a screeching halt, and we were immediately impacted. So We saw mass reservation cancellations. Obviously, we have, our guests tend to book early for big important trips to them, family gatherings or holidays or the summer vacation. So we have at any given time tens of thousands of reservations on the books, and we experienced substantial cancellation volume when the pandemic first hit. And we were faced with some pretty tough decisions. So like many companies, we had to cut costs. We even temporarily shut down a lot of our field operations and furloughed folks. But we were in early May. We were very fortunate. Once people felt comfortable traveling again, we saw an immediate turnaround. So professionally managed vacation rentals became the preferred accommodation type. What used to be an alternative accommodation really became the mainstay. And we worked really quickly to build our business back up and support the owners of the properties we manage, but also our guests. And so for us, it was a much truncated impact versus, say, the airline industry or something like that. I think it made us stronger and a little more focused. So it definitely tested our agility as a business, and it forced us to reevaluate some of our priorities.
Yeah, let's talk about that. That's very interesting to me on how the business pivoted, how you adjusted strategy and priorities. But when I think about vacation rentals, like you said, as an alternative accommodation, just on paper, I would think, hey, a private home to myself and my family, probably a wiser choice than booking a hotel and being co-located next to a lot of people I potentially don't know. In terms of the operational side, did you guys change anything about how you clean a home, how you advertise the home? Did you find ways to message it differently to your customers and giving them the comfort of booking?
Yeah, absolutely. So we kicked off a program that we call the Vacasa Premium Clean, which is now our standard clean for all stays. It wasn't just a branding thing. We made some meaningful changes to the amount of resource we bring to bear on a clean and the amount of time we take to do it. And we were very fortunate that our operations, our COO had the foresight to procure a lot of personal protective equipment at the outset of the pandemic, so that we were able to provide the gear that our housekeepers would need to safely clean those homes as well. So we did spend a lot of time highlighting our professional cleans. Our inventory is bookable on Vacasa.com, but it's also bookable on a number of other OTAs like Airbnb and Vrbo. And we really wanted to differentiate ourselves everywhere we could in terms of the fact that this is a professionally managed home. And it turns out that's meaningful to guests. So more so than ever during the pandemic. So it's important to them to know that this property is being managed and cleaned by professionals versus someone who owns has an extra home that they put on Airbnb and they clean personally or something like that. So yeah, those were some changes we made.
Yeah, that would make a big difference in my booking behavior too, if I knew that it was professionally cleaned. I shared the story with you, but I ended up staying in a vacation home during the pandemic because my house flooded. Prior to getting into the vacation home, we had to stay in a hotel. So I back-to-back experienced staying at a hotel during the pandemic and during Father's Day, and then staying in a vacation rental. And I think it was at that point in time when I thought to myself, I think Vacasa is going to be okay. Because me as a consumer, I'm experiencing this differentiated product, and I really like it compared to what I just experienced. I was thinking of you guys. Let's put it that way. So pandemic hits, travel comes to a screeching halt. Demand falls. Goes downhill. Vacasa shuts down. You pivot. You adjust. How did and with demand picking up, how did all of this impact the technology side of Vacasa? So first of all, I'd like to understand, in terms of your team, what did your team have to go through? Did you have to downsize it? Did you have to restructure the team? Tell me a little bit about some of the operational aspects of the CTO managing the team at Vacasa.
Yeah. So we did have to make some hard choices, and we did have to downsize the team somewhat. A lot of that was in the form of furloughing, and we were very fortunate in that while we had originally planned a multi-month furlough period, we were able to bring those furloughed folks back much more rapidly because of that return in demand that I mentioned. And because it became readily apparent that once demand returned, even before it did, so during the month of April, we started to see what was likely to happen from a regulatory perspective and from a behavioral perspective with our customers. And we recognized that we were going to need our tech folks, as many as we could find, very soon, to start building out some changes to our platform that would allow us to provide the same levels of service that we typically would, but during this pandemic. So we use that in addition to that sort of rapid evolution of our product roadmaps and changes there. And I did use it as an opportunity to reorganize some things. So we have been for 10 years now, we have been a fast growth company, and that is really exciting. That's actually why I came to Vacasa, and it's what keeps me here. But fast growth over prolonged periods of time puts a lot of strain on an organization in terms of how it's built and how it's assembled and which people are in which positions, and how the work is sort of distributed across that organization. So I took it as an opportunity to align, basically to segment our engineering teams into guest-facing systems, owner-facing systems, and what we call platform, which is essentially the core platform. It involves a lot of our financial tools, and it involves sort of the core APIs that get data in and out of our core transactional system. So I use it as an opportunity to reorganize our engineering group.
Okay, and it sounds like you reorganized with sort of a let's call it a subject matter specific, guest facing versus platform facing. How big is this team that you then segmented into these various groups?
So we're at about 120 people right now in engineering and IT, and another 20 or so in product.
Wow, that's a lot more people than when I was there. And they're spread across the world, I assume?
Yeah, so we have 4 delivery centers, primarily. They're Boise, Portland, Oregon, Santiago, Chile, and Auckland, New Zealand.
So has this specialization, how has it impacted your team? Are they less exposed to the stresses of a fast-growing company? Has it palletized the workload? Like how has it, I guess, functionally affected them?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm making organizational decisions, I like to think in terms of cognitive load. So it's whether someone is busy, whether someone is at 100% of their sustainable productivity, 120%, 80%, you name it. Cognitive load matters. So if I am asking my engineering managers, for instance, to have a deep understanding of the systems that face owners, guests, and platform, and have a deep understanding of the customers that use those systems, then I'm asking too much of them, in my opinion. As I mentioned, our platform is quite broad, and that's if I ask them to do that, they will spend most of their cognitive overhead will go to context switching and to continually trying to maintain their mental model. And what I want them doing is making important decisions and executing those decisions, right? So this was an intentional shift to narrow their cognitive load to what I think is a reasonable load, and then to get them deep understanding of their customers and their systems that their teams look after.
Okay, so cognitive load, that's the first time I've heard it said in that way. Now I've heard it in many different ways. So as you manage your team, the cognitive load management, then segmented them into these various groups. That's pretty fascinating in terms of context switching. As you said what you just said, I was thinking of myself, and I go, yeah, I do that. Oh yeah, I lose too much overhead energy doing that. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, it resonates with me. And so when you have groups, hyper focused on one area of the business, how do you then assure that the other parts of the business, that the other groups in your team are working on, integrate with one another? In other words, if an engineer doesn't worry about the customer facing side, and then also the operational, the part that faces your maintenance folks and your house cleaners, if you don't think about how those two interact or overlap, how do you ensure that there's still alignment there?
Yeah, so in addition to the changes I named, one of the other changes we made is we built a proper product management organization under a chief product officer. And we were very lucky to find a great CPO. But the whole product team now, which is very much a counterpart to engineering, that our highest functioning teams have a great product manager and a great engineering manager, and they're like two sides of the same coin. Essentially, they move in lockstep. They understand one another's needs. One translates for the other when necessary. And really having that formalized under a product leader has been super important for us. So our product managers meet, our directors of product meet to make sure that those different appendages of the organization are working in concert. Our engineering managers meet, and they all meet together on a regular basis. So we have these road mapping sessions where we'll lay out what everyone would like to do and what they feel they must do, and then we essentially figure out what the happy path is through all of the things we'd like to do and all the things we must do. So it very much does require additional sort of road mapping and planning, and audibles are always called anytime you're executing a roadmap, right? So anytime you start delivering that work, at some point your priorities shift, and so it's an ongoing. It's not just a quarterly activity; it's an ongoing activity to make sure we articulate any changes in priority and changes in direction.
So you paired a product manager with an engineering manager. That's an interesting approach. And just to say it out loud, I think, as you described the furloughs early on, and I was thinking about your team there, tech talent is hard to come by here in Boise. And I think timing wise, the fact that you guys were able to temporarily furlough them, but still bring them back because you saw trends in April as to what this could look like when this demand is going to pick back up. That's really good news, I think, both for Vacasa, but also for our ecosystem here in our talent pool. So as you talk about your team, and I understand the restructure and as it's unfolding, are you currently growing as a team? Are you set where you are? Help me understand what the trajectory kind of looks like over the next few months as demand is assumingly picking back up.
Yeah, we are growing right now. So we're actually hiring quite a few positions in software engineering, data engineering, cloud database administrators, cloud infrastructure, whether you want to call them site reliability engineers or DevOps engineers, and business intelligence analysts. So we have quite a few positions open right now, actually. And one of the things, obviously, that we've experienced during the pandemic is the entire team working full remote. So it's gone quite well for us, and we feel like it's a thing we can continue to do in part. So in a lot of cases, a particular team had traditionally been in one of those 4 delivery centers that I named. Now we're open to those teams being spread across delivery centers. And for certain roles, I should mention we're also looking for security engineers as well. For those roles, for those more specialized roles, we're willing to entertain full remote as well for kind of niche skill sets. So it's been a real lesson for us in terms of what can be accomplished full remote and how open we should be in the future. But we do that. All that said, I still have I personally and most of the people on the team really enjoy the collaborative spirit that we enjoy in all our offices, and including the Boise office. And I'm very much looking forward to a day where we can bring all those people back together and meet for the first time a bunch of people that we've already hired and have never met in person. We'll continue to hire those people over the coming months.
Well, that's exciting. So it sounds like your team is growing. Vacasa continues to invest in technology. Earlier you said one of the main differentiators about Vacasa is that Vacasa brings technology to the industry. And so as a former Vacasa employee, I recall going to trade shows and meeting our competitors. And as soon as I would say that I'm from Vacasa, their demeanor would change. Their body language they were defeated in a way because they knew they couldn't sell me anything. But at the same time, they were really interested in the things that we were working on and doing. And I saw a few, this is maybe about 4 years ago, a few companies sort of copy paste and look at Vacasa sort of an industry leader and picking up some of the strategies. Have you seen other competitors or the marketplace in general adopt technologies that Vacasa maybe hasn't invented but really brought to the industry?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there have been companies that are not property management companies that build tooling that attempts to accomplish the same thing that our internal platform does. And there have been other property management companies who endeavor to do what we do and to bring the same kind of technology to bear. It's typically a pretty big challenge for them, but there are definitely I've definitely observed some of that in my travels as well.
Yeah, and it seems, I'm specifically thinking of the pricing tool, right? That was always the big demystifying thing where, fascinating to me, Vacasa, like you said, builds these tools in-house, right? I mean, this is an in-house team building all these tools. Meanwhile, really, Vacasa is a full-service, property management and vacation rental management company. Coming from an outside industry, it was always fascinating to me how businesses whose bread and butter is to build those tools. In other words, they don't manage any homes. I mean, that's all they do. They're a B2B company, did not do as good of a job at developing those tools as Vacasa did. And so that was always, the edge that I saw Vacasa having over these other, competitors, and not even competitors, service providers who would look to our product set. And here I am, getting all nostalgic and talking Vacasa up, taking up what you're supposed to be doing. But all joking aside, the corporate culture of Vacasa was something that I was drawn to in the early days. We talked about this earlier, very youthful, very agile, light on its feet kind of organization, right? And I know, since I've left, Vacasa has grown tremendously, right? And so tell me a little bit about how in your experience, the corporate culture that you're experiencing, how has it shifted? Now, I know from the time I've left and in recent months, Eric Briand, the founder and CEO, has left. So you guys have a new CEO. It'd be kind of nice to hear about him or her a little bit. And then, has working from home, not being able to go to the office, which was such a big draw for everyone that worked at Vacasa, that culture that you're talking about. Has that changed? And I heard you say you can't wait for the day to get everyone back together. So I'm assuming it has, but I'd like to hear from you how you're experiencing the Vacasa culture these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first off, to address the CEO change, yes, absolutely. Our founder did step down in January of this year, so prior to the pandemic. We brought in, we were very fortunate to have access to some pretty incredible candidates to fill his very big shoes. Our CEO is now Matt Roberts, who's the CEO at OpenTable. Matt brings a wealth of experience, including private and public company experience. And he has a strong finance background as well, a strong financial background as a CFO prior to that. Matt, it turns out, has been a great force for Vacasa to, the pandemic forced us to be agile. And Matt and some of the great executive hires we've made since have given us fresh perspective on how to rethink some of our sometimes most core operational processes, our core marketing and sales processes. So it's been a great opportunity to inject the company with fresh perspectives on a number of items. So it's been really positive. In terms of the culture change with everyone working full remote, I would say we're still very much riding on the relationships that we built prior to. So we're fortunate in that most of the people in my department have been around for quite a long time. We all have worked together in person, and prior to the pandemic, we used to travel quite often between our delivery centers. So we have a lot of good relationships we've already built. And I would say the events of this year have sort of have rapidly catalyzed a lot of that sort of bonding. We now have this common experience of going through this thing together, which has brought people together even more. I would say our team collaboration is actually up right now, our cross-team collaboration, which is really interesting. And I think that is in part because of the reorg that I mentioned, but also I think people are craving the some form of interaction right now, and that cross-team communication and collaboration is one way to get that. So it has Zoom fatigue is real, and I think it affects different people to varying degrees. But our teams have been incredibly resilient in the face of all this, and I'm incredibly proud of what we've accomplished. especially in terms of organizational agility and rapid feature development during this time.
Look, Jeff, we're about out of time, but I wanted to end our fireside chat with one question. Look, as I talk to you about the changes that you made to your team, and you talked to me about cognitive fatigue, I think that's what you called it, cognitive load, and it just strikes me that you're just really well equipped in terms of the tools and the management approach to changing teams. As a CTO, do you just know these things? Are you part of a mastermind CTO group? Do you solicit any kind of mentorship or coaching when it comes to these kind of things? Like other CTOs that are listening to this and going, boy, like, what the hell is cognitive load? I don't even know. Do you go out to kind of continue your education or just your tool set?
Yeah, I do. I have used, historically, I've used conferences as an opportunity to go get some additional information. I do have a couple of mentors that I maintain, one at a business I would say is of comparable size and agility, and one that's at a much larger, publicly traded, decades old business as well. And I read. I've used the pandemic as an opportunity to listen to books while I walk, to read books in the evening, and to attend fully virtual conferences. But in particular, if organizational structure is something that that anyone out there is particularly interested in, specific to software engineering, there's a book called Team Topologies that's it's a little dry, but it's a great read. It dives into sort of the organizational theory in general, how it's applied to engineering. And it even talks about some sticky subjects like decomposing a monolithic platform into discrete services. So there's an architectural aspect to it too. So if you want to geek out on organization and architecture stuff, I would highly recommend it.
Very cool. Yeah, one more time, the name of the book?
Team Topologies.
Team Topologies. Very cool. Thank you for sharing that. We'll watch it rise on the Amazon list of bestsellers after this interview is aired.
Yeah, I really can I send you an Amazon referral link so I get credit for that? Or?
Oh, I thought you already did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead and do that. That's a good call, Jeff. Look, I wanna thank you for your time this morning. Our audience was very eager to hear from someone at Vacasa. We all watched and read the news on how Vacasa pivoted and shifted and adjusted in the face of the pandemic. As a Startup Week community, we are all very grateful and happy for Vacasa that you've weathered the storm and you are now again looking at a roadmap of growth. Vacasa is a very important stakeholder and also player in this ecosystem here locally in Boise, and I know in Portland as well. And so just to say, Startup Week is rooting for you guys, and we're glad that you're doing okay. And with that, thanks for taking the time, man. Friday morning, carved it out, made it happen.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. This was great. And I'd say the feeling is mutual. We very much appreciate what Startup Week is doing and the culture you're helping build in this valley and cultivate. I think it's really important.
Thank you very much. There you have it, Startup folks. Jeff Litton, CTO at Vacasa. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Boise Startup Week. We're live here at the Inspire Room at the Jump Building. My name is Matt Popolo with Stage.0 Ventures, and I have with me today Devin Wade, founder and CEO of Crave Delivery. Hey, Devin.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right.
All right. Well, maybe we'll just kick off by saying thank you to Boise Startup Week for hosting this conversation. We're excited to talk about and learn about what's going on with Crave Delivery, and thank you to all the sponsors for supporting this important event. And I've been watching Boise Startup Week all week, and it's been some outstanding content. We're hoping to add to that right now. So
very exciting.
So let's kick things off here, Devin. So Crave Delivery, tell us about what's been going on. You seem to be a very busy man right now.
We just launched. We officially launched last week. Typical Boise fashion, we were going to kind of be under the radar. No PR, no ad, no paid advertising, anything. A couple articles got out there and the community showed up. It was overwhelming. It was a great response. I've been doing startups for 22 years, and there's always that moment, right, where you work so hard, you put 2 years of passion into something, and go to launch, and then you flip the switch, and you kind of see what happens.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. The response was amazing. We turned the lights on Monday, and Monday numbers just took off. By Friday, we were slammed. It was great. It was exciting for all of our restaurant partners, all of the team. We've got almost 200 employees here in the area now.
Wow.
It was pretty exciting.
That's outstanding. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you for
That's
that.
great news. All right, so just so we can level set,
Yeah.
the audience, tell us about what Crave Delivery is, what you guys offer, and why someone should download your app and give you a try.
It's really about, so let me back up. A few years ago, identified a gap in the space of a kind of food delivery, really for higher end restaurants, kind of award-winning chefs. What options were available to them for, going to in-home? These concepts, these higher end chefs had really built an entire experience around their own dining room, not yours, right? That was part of the experience, the hospitality. They welcomed you into the restaurant. They worked the room. That was all part of the magic that was their dishes, and they won awards for them. So a few years ago, the trends in delivery were already taken off. These remote kitchens had just hit the scene, and that was just gasoline to a fire on food delivery, right? So that accelerated it. So it just widened that gap of what are these higher end restaurants, what are these award-winning chefs going to do when it shifts from their dining room to yours? I was fortunate enough to meet one of my co-founders at the time, award-winning chef Scott Howard. And so I started pitching him these ideas of, what would you do? Why would you not do this? What kind of model could we create that you would then do something like this? And it took about a year convincing him to then traveling the country, meeting some of his friends that were also these award-winning chefs, and it became this collaboration. And I mean, the early light bulb was literally just nobody had really brought the restaurants in on the conversation as to how to solve a problem. It was coming at it from a real estate play or a tech play, and for an award-winning chef, that just doesn't work. So the concept of Crave was let's go back to hospitality. Let's extend dishes to your home, and let's take them places that they didn't have a brick and mortar, places they hadn't gone to before, and introduce their dishes, their food to a new audience.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah.
That's inspiring. So tell us a little bit about the expansion plans. So what do you got? I mean, we're starting off. It's a brand new building. Is that right?
Yeah.
Round up.
We looked at sort of repurposing locations or something. And it was just the idea was such a big idea around the specific design of it, really how to make it work. And so we really had to buy dirt and build a custom built building specifically for what we're trying to pull off. And we did that. And the first one that we opened out in Meridian is here. We've got a real estate partner, Capital 11, that is doing the first 15 of these for us. And so we've got next markets identified. And they're similar to the Boise market. They're trending, fast growing, young families, affluent households that probably have been exposed to, most likely been exposed to, these award-winning dishes from their travels, from their, where they lived before. And now we've just brought that to them here.
And so if I have this right, if I download this Crave app, I'm able to kind of sift through multiple restaurant concepts and just order across any of them. I can make a mixed order from different restaurants.
Yeah.
And what's the differentiation in my experience when?
So a good way to think about it is we're effectively a restaurant group that's all at one place. So you've got these great restaurant groups that are across the country that have a bunch, multiple different restaurants. We just happen to have them all in one location. And so you download the Crave Delivery app. You can order from any one of the 16 kitchens, 16 restaurants, have it delivered in one order. We have all of our employees, which this was absolutely a deal breaker for the level of chefs we're bringing in. They have to be employees. They're not gig economy workers. They're our employees that we train as drivers. We don't call them drivers. We actually call them mobile servers. If you came out to the facility, you'd see something that resembled more of a restaurant experience than anything else. 4 p.m. before our dinner service, all of our mobile servers will come out of their Crave branded cars, come into the space, and the chefs will be talking about their specials that night, what's going on with the menu, some changes. When the mobile server comes to your door, they should know your name. They should recognize you. They should compliment you on one of the dishes you ordered and encourage you to do something. Hey, have you tried? I noticed you ordered the filet Oscar. You should try the prawn scampi from Elliot's. It's incredible. Something like that. Something more similar to a server experience than kind of a contactless driver leaving on the porch type thing.
Wow. So these are like you call these mobile servers. It's
Yeah.
basically like having the server come to you, sort of restaurant level, resources that are giving you a better experience from the time you take the food from them and getting some more information about the dishes and so forth.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, I like how you phrase that, because our goal is to basically extend from the kitchen to your table instead of their table inside their restaurant. We want to mimic that experience as much as we can.
So we got a question coming in from the audience if you want to take that. So one of the questions coming in is how were you able to kind of talk to the chefs, these kind of award-winning chefs and these brands, and sort of convince them, if that's the right word, or market them to come into this concept, and also in the sense of taking their recipes that are specialized and maybe they see that as their secret sauce and then transfer those over into the Crave facility.
Well, so first of all, they oversee this operation themselves, right? So they still have a hand in it. We wanted that to be part of this. They have a vested interest in this, but it took a lot of convincing. So I'd say 2019 was spent with, like I said, a lot of traveling, gathering their input, trying to gain their trust around, we could pull this off together. Really, it was about convincing them that this was a collaboration, that they had a say in it, they had input in it, they had a part of the model going forward. Crave's really transparent with the financial model with them, and so it was working with them to know that we're a partner of yours and we're looking to expand, and we'll adapt. If something's working in Boise, we want to take that to another market, we'll do that. If we want to change, we'll adapt in that way. So, but it was convincing. I have to say, certainly with COVID, the reality that existed for most of our partners in 2019 obviously was very different in 2020. 2020, they woke up to a reality of they had to minimize their menu items, right? I mean, they might have had 140 items. They went down to 15, their best sellers. They went down to a minimized staff. They, for the first time, did, curbside pickup, where these restaurants these chefs had built restaurants around you coming into their space and interacting. It wasn't a curbside sort of handoff, but they were forced to survive and adapt. And that's something closer to the Crave model. So in some regards, that helped them, at least be more willing to hear the conversation. And then all it takes, just like all of us, coming out to this amazing city one time, you come out, you see the facility, you meet the team, and we were able to close the deals.
Yeah. You can tell something special is going on out there when you tour that building. So talk a little bit about the kind of the quality control, the process of, some people have talked about Crave delivery too. It's like, so is this like a DoorDash situation, right? And I've ordered DoorDash, before in the past, and the food comes, it's a little bit cold. A stranger's delivering it to my door, different person every time. Yeah. I'm not sure if someone sampled my fries or not. Like some of the reasons I don't order takeout that much, at least not high end, restaurant food. So talk about your processes that you put in place. Maybe some of the technology that's related to that as well. Like when I put in my order across multiple restaurants, what does that look like inside your operation?
It starts from the time someone uses the app itself, right? So you brought it up, which is a great point. It's a unique selling proposition that we have in terms of you can order from multiple restaurants. So a household can satisfy, everybody, 4 people in a house can all get exactly what they want, as opposed to, the whole household settling on pizza that night or settling on Chinese that night, whatever it is. You can order exactly what you want. Well, what that means from a tech perspective is kitchens have different fire times in terms of how long it takes to prepare those dishes. So we get your order in for your household, and you might have ordered from 3 different, concepts, 3 different kitchens, and one concept might be able to turn one of the dishes around in 6 minutes, and the other one might turn it around in 12 minutes, and let's say the other one's in between. Our tech holds the dishes and fires to the kitchens so that they all finish at the exact same time. And the reason that's important is because managing heat for hot items, and then managing the cold temperatures for cold items is part of the experience, right? That's why you see at a nice restaurant, that expo area where those guys are, you see the warmers and everything, they're getting dishes out and they need them on the table as soon as they can. So we take that into account from the tech perspective. Then from there, it comes down, we have our first quality control, which is an expediter. And this is a professionally trained chef who's been in this, been in the business for 25 years, doing quality control on every dish that comes down, checking temperature, checking, plate presentation, how was it plated, all of that. And then it immediately gets from the expo rack into, warmers, into the heated bag that gets in the car. And it goes right out to the car. And our cars, we do one drive, one drop, one delivery, one house, and back to the facility.
Great. Wow. So tell me about some of the restaurant concepts that are in there now. What types of foods should I expect if I go into the Crave app and start, searching around at these different restaurants?
Yeah, we've got incredible partners. So we actually did a little light launch in June. So we started with some great partners. Elliot's from Seattle, who's been an incredible partner of ours. They've done really well all summer. Beetle Nut, which is a brand out of San Francisco. Yep. We introduced last week in our launch Tony G's Pizza, which is just incredible. Tony Gimignani is a 13 times world pizza champion in Italy, making this fabulous pizza, and the market's just responded really well to it. We've got Rock House sliders. If you tried these sliders or not, but they're absolutely incredible.
I have tried them in Los Angeles.
Once you have them, we got a special going on spooky sliders for this weekend, so you can use the code. We've got Peace Tortilla that we're launching this weekend, which is Eric Silverstein, chef, entrepreneur out of Austin, won a lot of rewards in the Austin area. Really, really fabulous dishes. And then throughout the next few weeks, we've been fortunate enough to work with Michael Mina and Mina Group out of San Francisco. They're bringing in 4 concepts that we'll be rolling out through November. So through Q4, we're going to kind of launch two restaurants a week or every other week or so until we ramp up to 14 of the 16 kitchens filled. Wow. And then we'll fill the other 2 in early Q1.
It's incredible. Yeah. So many brand new restaurants opening up in Boise. So what was it about this is kind of Boise Startup Week. What was it about from your thinking, your work with Scott, when you were originally finding the idea that made you think about doing the startup here?
Well, I think from that perspective, I think a lot's owed to Stage.0. A lot of credit's owed to Stage.0. I think, you guys as investors, bringing entrepreneurs to this area, exposing them to this incredible city and the community. Human capital, I think, is one of the things you guys do better than anybody in terms of having your pulse on a startup's business. I've been involved in a lot of startups and some that could have been, bigger successes or probably should have been failed, but it has to do with, human capital early on is so disproportionately important. And Stage, you guys have, just because you have your pulse on the day-to-day business, you're able to sort of, okay, this group needs this or this group needs this. One of our co-founders that we added, Scott and I came up with the idea in LA. We added a third co-founder that was an introduction through Stage, who's a local guy here, Barry Warner, who's, Warner's incredible in the area, owns taverns, he owns 3 restaurants, and incredible restaurateur. That was an introduction through Stage, and then our real estate partner came through Stage as well. So it really took just you guys getting me out here to the area, exposing me to the area. I fell in love with the area. I've now relocated here. I live here now. So it's an incredible place.
Fantastic. Well, Devin, all this talk is making me hungry. So
we got Crave coming for everybody here.
Yeah, I'm going to break out my app right now and start placing some orders. But thanks so much for your time, and this has really been very educational for me. So it's good to see what you guys are doing, and I think it's amazing. I'm looking forward to watching the growth and the continued expansion of Crave Delivery.
Yeah, very cool. Appreciate it. Thank you, and thanks Stage.0.
So coming up next, we've got a conversation with Odette Bolano, President and CEO of St. Alphonsus. But first, a word from our sponsors.
I'm Chris Hoy, Director of Product at Vinyl, and I'm joined today by Odette Bolano, President and CEO of the St. Alphonsus Health System. Odette, can you take a minute and introduce yourself?
Sure. As Chris said, I'm Odette Bolano. I'm the President and CEO of St. Alphonsus Health System, which is part of Trinity Health, located in Livonia. We're in 22 states, and we're one of the largest Catholic health systems in the United States. And I'm a nurse by background, have been at the front line, many years ago, and happy to be with you today.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time. I know this is a tricky time for many of us. Before we do kick off, I will note for any viewers who might be watching this in late October, Odette and I are recording this several weeks beforehand. We're ready to get started. So Odette, St. Al's is obviously one of the largest health systems in the state and one of the key organizations here as far as helping Idahoans suffering through this pandemic. Broadly speaking, can you tell us about how COVID-19 has affected St. Al's?
As I reflect back, we are in our 28th week of being an incident command center, which, if we just think about how hospitals or other major disasters have occurred, they're usually, 1 to 2, maybe 3 weeks, and we're now into 28 weeks of being in this state. So back in January, I think we were all sitting back listening to what was happening in Japan and Italy. And then early February, we started to hear what was happening, beginning to happen in the United States with Seattle and New York. And we began to quickly, as a national health system, stand up our FEMA Incident Command Center in mid to late February. And by early March, we were full-fledged in incident command. And when you think about incident command, you have a very specific structure. And we had over 200 leaders in either sections or work groups trying to look at everything from work processes, from personal protective equipment, making decisions on how we changed processes, and really learning just in time. And sometimes you would make a decision early in the morning, and by the afternoon, based on additional information, we were changing our processes. So we pulled 200 people out of what they were doing back in February to be totally 7 days a week in incident command, really understanding what was happening and what we needed to be prepared for the pandemic and how it would affect Idaho. We learned a lot because as a national health system, we were able to get information about what was happening across the country, what were our sister ministries or hospitals experiencing as they were beginning to go through this. In middle of March, we made the decision, as many others, that we would literally cut off all our revenue streams by canceling elective surgery, elective procedures that we really focus on, making sure that we're providing wellness and prevention to our communities that we serve. And on March 16th, we literally closed those doors. We began to lock down the organization to be very ready for a COVID surge. And if we remember way back when, right, it seems like, a week is 8 months and a month is a year in this time frame. But if we think about back in March, the predictability models were very, very, they weren't not mature enough, right? And so what we were seeing from some of the predictability models were numbers that were just staggering in the number of patients that we were expecting to see. And as the models got stronger and smarter, and more analytics were being used, we saw that like by mid-April, late April, we had already gone through our surge. And, it was less than a mild flu for Idaho. And yet we had cut off everything and dedicated everybody's time and energy to COVID. Now we know that we are seeing larger numbers than what we've seen in the past, in early March and April. And so we are still standing up incident command, taking information, learning more, and really getting ready for what may be the next coming waves that will affect us.
Well, I'm curious, was there a moment in all that when it really hit you that the COVID-19 pandemic was going to be a very different challenge for you as a CEO from ones you faced in the past?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we started seeing the numbers and what was going on, and probably 4 weeks into incident command, and really the literature noting that this was going to be a long haul, it definitely was a different way of looking at what we needed to do. And I think as we got through April, there was a lot of fury of work and flurry of activity of how did we use technology to move us into a new space, right? So immediately in early March, we moved over 500 colleagues to work from home. I have to recognize Mark Winstrom, our CIO, and his team of just being able to deploy very quickly on that. We began to set up more aggressive ability to serve our communities through virtual telehealth and setting up our 76 clinics to be able to see patients through telehealth, also setting up virtual rounding so we could limit the number of times caregivers were going into rooms since we were still learning about the transmission of the virus. We also, unfortunately, had to cut off all our visitation, right, to limit the number of people, not only to protect our colleagues, but to protect other patients. And so we had to quickly set up 150 iPads so we could do virtual visitation with patients and their families or loved ones in order to manage that. So immediately, technology was a critical function that we needed to learn how to use better. And of course, across the country, not only in healthcare, we've all gotten more used to being on WebEx and Teams and all those other things that we weren't as agile in using, and now that they have become very common to the way we conduct business. But I would say probably early March, there was a sign that this was going to be a very long journey for us and for healthcare and for our communities at large.
Those are major, fundamental changes to an organization, and you were forced to do them quickly. Did you find there were any capability gaps as you shifted from physical to virtual?
Well, I think we all started experiencing issues with the internet being overwhelmed, right? And so frustrations of people not being able to get on calls. I think that we all dealt with that. I think that we had to look at the bandwidth of our servers, right, to deploy all our virtual technology out to the use of our physicians, and quite frankly, retrain a lot of people, right? Our millennials probably caught on a lot faster than some of us that are baby boomers, and getting everybody used to that, and also how to help educate the community at large, or Medicare age populations that maybe didn't use or don't have smartphones, don't have the capabilities that we would need for them. So that was a lot of adjustment and a lot of troubleshooting. Our telehealth team that is led by Tiffany Whitmore, our VP of strategy, right? They were out there really troubleshooting on a daily basis. So yes, lots of work, lots of relearning, a lot of frustration, for sure.
I love that you're calling out the individuals who really helped St. House through this. That's cool, and leads into my next question. So with the general theme behind this year's Boise Startup Week being resilience, we wanted to know if you can talk a little bit about how either you've helped support your employees during this time, or maybe how they've demonstrated resilience.
Yeah. So resilience is something that we're all talking about right now, right? Because not only is this affecting us in our professional lives, and I would say from a healthcare perspective, our colleagues are even, first responders, EMS, and our, police force and social workers. I mean, if you look at all that, the frontline workers not only are dealing with what they are seeing professionally, but also dealing with everything that we're all dealing with, which is how this is affecting us in a personal manner. And resiliency is really important. When you read articles, especially from New York, and you understand that many are suffering from depression and anxiety and post-traumatic syndrome that is showing up on colleagues that are dealing with death day in and day out, and how we have unfortunately isolated families and patients based on public health precautions, right? I think that resiliency is something that weighs heavily, at least for me, as the CEO of a health system. And we've set up our colleague care programs. Our foundations of each one of our hospitals were extremely generous in helping us set up an employee fund that colleagues could access. The community has been unbelievably giving to us. I mean, with treats and meals and all kinds of things for our colleagues to be able to be distracted from the day-to-day work has been unbelievable. I can't say enough about how well the community has supported us. But we have also deployed additional resources to our employee assistance program, to what we call our colleague care program, where we are assuring that our chaplains and others are going out, talking to our colleagues, understanding where their issues are, reminding our leaders to take time off, right? When you're going 7 days a week and, Saturday is no different than Tuesday or Wednesday, that is a significant issue with people being able to process and really put things in perspective. So we talk about resiliency all the time. Some of our town halls have been dedicated to what tools we have available for our colleagues to access in order to try to address their resiliency. So we will continue to work on that. I don't think that anybody has it totally figured out, but I do believe that as the pandemic continues to go on, the more and more we're going to have to use resiliency to help our colleagues continue to focus and be able to live in this environment.
Thank you for sharing that. I think, kind of my last question today, do you have an operating model for bouncing back from COVID-19? And, kind of, I guess, a two-part question. How are you imagining things will have changed, for St. Al's once the virus does subside?
Yeah. So great question. About the middle of May, where we saw the numbers going down, of course, now we're either, you can call it our second wave or really our first wave of COVID across the state. But in May, we saw numbers dropping, and we knew that we had to open up our healthcare system. We all have heard that people have delayed their care, and we have tragic stories of people who are afraid to come to the emergency room or to the hospital or to their clinics, and they put off their care, which has created chronic issues for them or even worse. So in late May, like many other health systems, we began to identify that we had to live in the duality of being COVID ready and managing in that COVID state and opening up for the elective services that we provide. And so we are living in that duality every day, especially with some of the numbers that we've seen over the last 6 weeks of some peaks occurring or some higher numbers of COVID patients in the hospital. We are managing. We've created COVID-free areas. In our outpatient areas, we've put social distancing. We've used technology for queuing of patients, so we don't have waiting rooms anymore. We're using kind of the car as the waiting room and using technology to make sure that people understand when they can come in. But we have restarted elective surgeries. We have created, especially on the Boise campus, a true outpatient surgical area where we've separated that from the hospital, and we can have our COVID-free patients having elective surgery in a very controlled environment. We've developed COVID-free units for patients that need to come in for other services. It is interesting, and every health system is trying to manage, right, that duality, which it's an art and a science to do that. And we will continue to progress and adjust as we need to based on what we are experiencing of COVID patients in our health system. I think telehealth in the future, right, is going to be a much bigger part of who we are. I think we have other things like Care Connector, that digital front door, that patients will be able to interact with us through our website when they go to visit us. We will do a lot more within WebEx type online scheduling. We will make sure that we are focused on eliminating waiting rooms with throughout our health system and using technology much more, because I think that this has opened up the silver lining in all of this is that we've learned to use technology in a much more robust way, right? And so I think that that will continue to guide us not only as a health system, but innovation to what you represent. How are we using innovation to resolve issues that we have encountered during this time?
Thank you so much for sharing all this today, Odette. It's really, I think, enlightening to learn how much you've had to do as an organization to work through all this, and reassuring, I guess, for me at least, to hear how resilient your organization has been in adapting to it. So thank you again for joining me. Thank you for the time. Thanks to everyone at St. Al's for all you've done and continue to do. And we hope you enjoy the rest of Boise Startup Week. Thanks, Odette.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Boise Startup Week. We're live here in the Jump Building in the Inspire Room. My name is Matt Popolo. I'm a general partner at Stage.0 Ventures, and I have with me today Travis Hawks, CEO and founder of FlipRide. And really excited to talk with you today, Travis. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here. It's a beautiful building, beautiful day.
Yeah,
it's exciting.
Yeah, we've all been enjoying the Boise Startup Week. And just before we get started, just to say thank you to all the sponsors for Boise Startup Week. This is a really important event that a lot of people put time and effort into. And I think it adds a lot of value into the ecosystem. So saying thank you to the sponsors of Boise Startup Week to get things started. So Travis, FlipRide. Why don't we talk to the audience a little bit about what is FlipRide and what problem are you trying to solve?
Sure. So FlipRide has really been devised to solve a lot of friction that exists in peer-to-peer auto transactions. So about 30% of all auto transactions are happening, private party, peer-to-peer, away from a dealership. And when that happens, there's a lot of friction when it comes to the title transfer, when it comes to the finding a loan is a big component of it. And so I had a personal experience that I can share that kind of led to this. I was buying a car a couple years ago for my son, and we kind of found the car, kind of the perfect car for him. And it was just on Craigslist, and it was about 30 minutes from our house. So we drove out there and test drove it. And then I didn't feel like it was the best negotiating skills to just buy it on site, So we kind of left and came home, and I was texting with them, and ultimately kind of reached an agreement on the price. And then I said, okay, we'll come buy it. And I said, do you have the title? And they said, well, no, we don't have the title because we have a loan on the car.
Yep.
So I ended up meeting them at their bank, which was kind of awkward. And they didn't have any kind of contract, or purchase buy-sell agreement, basically. And so I ended up writing that up myself. And then I talked to the bank, and I said, well, I want to make sure you send me the title because I'm now buying the car. They said, yeah, just write down your address, and we'll send you the title. And so a few weeks later they did, and I had to write, a check to the bank and a check to this seller. A couple weeks later, the title comes, and it's still in the other people's names. It's just they had released their lien.
Yep.
And I was like, how in 2018 are we still, or 2019, whenever this was, how are we still have all this kind of friction, and we're not using technology to solve any of these problems that are existing in 30% of auto transactions. And so that's that, along with a history in auto lending. Myself and one of my business partners have an auto lending company, so we really understand the auto lending side, and realize it's really hard to go get a loan when you're buying these peer-to-peer cars, and the banks don't like to mess around with it. It just is really a lot of complications in it. So that's kind of what we set out to solve through technology, and that's what we've done.
It's fantastic. So you're saying then, me as a consumer, for example, if I wanted to buy your used car, and we were going to do the deal with each other, not a dealership, I could go to the App Store, download FlipRide, and then what's that transactional process like? How does it flow?
Yeah, so it's really, if you think about Rocket Mortgage, or you think about Venmo, or you think about these things where you can do everything just right there in the app. That's the same thing with FlipRide. So the buyer and seller are both going to download that app, and then the process is very simple. As far as for the buyer, they're going to input all of their information. The software will transfer that to different lending partners so that you can get offers on what kind of loan that you want from different banks. And for the seller, they're gonna input all of their information, upload a picture of the title, or if they don't have the title, put in the banking information of where the title is so that can be verified. And then the software platform is going to, again, kind of solve all those friction problems. So it's going to prepare a buy-sell agreement that we each sign digitally. It's going to take care of all the loan documents that the buyer is going to sign, again, just on their phone. And it's going to take care of that title transfer so that we don't have to meet each other at the bank, or we don't have to go to the DMV. That's the other thing that happens a lot, is the kind of awkward, like, hey, I don't really know you, we're strangers, but let's go stand in line at the DMV together for 20 minutes to get this title transferred over. That's not enjoyable, right? And so it's interesting as we've been out and talked with people about this, it seems like every person we talk to has a story of some kind of awkward or just difficult transaction around these peer-to-peer sales, whether they're, having to meet someone somewhere or go to the DMV or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think those memories kind of stick with you a little bit, right? Because it's a really
You're
awkward
scarred.
situation.
Yeah.
So they come up, like I've been thinking about a couple of transactions I've done in the past. Everything you said is exactly right. The DMV where I happened to live at the time when I was doing this was a much longer than a 20-minute line. So I'm just standing there, with a stranger trying to make conversation while trying to buy his car. Anyway,
we can do better with technology than you being 2 hours at the DMV
I think
with
so.
a stranger,
and
right?
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. So you're solving problems then for the buy side, like the buyer of that car, the seller of that car, and for the lender.
Absolutely.
It feels like those are the friction points you're addressing with this. And thinking about the expansion of FlipRide, so you guys have launched. You're in the market now, and started to take on these transactions and run them through. What are the other opportunities you see outside of just peer-to-peer or within the peer-to-peer market, but maybe with some of these other players that are involved in the ecosystem of used car sales?
Yeah. So again, that that friction exists kind of in all those different segments of the transaction. And so for sure, we've talked a lot about, the buyer and the seller and kind of the difficulties they have. And so that's very much kind of the B2C application of this. And then when you look at from the lender perspective, if you go buy a car at a dealership, they're very streamlined. Those lenders and those dealers are very streamlined. They know, how to submit everything, where to submit it. There's a separate department within that bank that's underwriting it and working with the dealers, the dealer services. That's all they do. But if you're doing a peer-to-peer transaction, you're probably either don't know how to get a loan, or you're walking into your branch or calling your branch or contacting your branch online, any of those things, and saying, hey, I need this auto loan. And what we found is that isn't optimal for those lending institutions, because if you're walking into the branch, you're dealing with someone who is a teller or someone who's doing mortgages or someone that's opening new accounts. They're not really set up to do these auto loans inside the branch. And so the feedback we've got from the lending institutions is, we kind of have to do these transactions because we want to take care of our customers, but we also kind of hate it because it creates all this minutia inside our branch. So there's very much this application of integrating, FlipRide into these lending institutions, apps, websites, et cetera, so that very easy software-driven process can happen outside of their branches while still taking care of their customers. I think a good comparison is most banks now have integrated with Zelle. And so when you go onto your banking app, you see this kind of send money with Zelle. That's the similar type idea with this is you go onto your bank's app and say, get an auto loan with FlipRide. And so there's, great application there. We also feel like there's applications with dealers because, and we've seen this more than ever with COVID, people wanting to be able to buy a car from home and stay home, and there's still that whole process that has to take place. And the dealership model is the very old school of we're going to sit in an office together for, we're going to get you in the box and we're going to sell you the warranties and we're going to talk about payment and we're going to kind of trap you in the room for 45 minutes. A lot of people, especially younger consumers, are rejecting that. And so through software, people can buy the car and complete all that paperwork just online as well.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's another awkward transaction in a way when you're sitting down with in the dealer's room and then they're trying to sell you or upsell you on the things, and they have to go talk to the finance manager and come back and so forth. So yeah, I can imagine that it's a much better experience to be able to put your information together on the app and then have that ready for submission for either the direct sale or through a dealership or a bank direct. That's great.
Absolutely.
That's great. So you founded the company here in Boise. You're from Boise.
Yes.
Lived here your whole
life. Born and raised in Boise.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen in the ecosystem developing around startups. I mean, talk to the audience a little bit about what have you seen in the evolution and what do you see coming next?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's something I'm passionate about. Being born and raised here, I think that I really, going back 10 years, really felt like, hey, this is the future of the economy in Idaho. Idaho has this great agriculture roots to our economy, but we need to transition to this new economy, and Boise has so many great things that are going to lead, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it now more than ever, of companies coming here, talent coming here, entrepreneurs coming here, and venture funds and groups coming here, right? Yep. And so we're seeing the ecosystem grow. And it's critical for Boise to have those things, and it's getting better by the day. And I think that we've seen some nice successes, some public, big exits and things that kind of give people confidence and excitement. Mm-hmm. But I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. And I think when we look back in 5-7 years, there's going to be multiple billion-dollar companies that started, right here in Boise, and that's what the track that we're on, and it's exciting. And events like this and all the stakeholders, being involved is helping to create that. Yeah.
I mean, just from Stage Auto Ventures' point of view, we've been engaged in the Boise ecosystem for about 2 years now, and even in that short time, the change is like palpable. You can feel it. From time to time. You look back a year and a year before, and you see all the growth and the adjustments. It's really remarkable. So you've started companies before this on your with yourself and partners, and kind of bootstrapped and done sort of the bootstrap model and trying to build up a business that is profitable earlier and and grow a small and profitable business. And now you're kind of taking on a venture-backed type startup, and maybe you could just talk to the audience a little bit about your experience, differences you feel between the two, like the perspective, and how have you found that experience?
Yeah, I mean, it is very different because it takes certain limitations away, but adds a different level of expectations. I would say, and so you've got to achieve the velocity within the company that shows that growth and can increase the valuation and really target and hit those milestones so that the funding can be there, right? It's kind of like you're getting on this really fast moving sidewalk and you've got to keep up with it so that you can hit those milestones and continue to get funding. I think one of the great things about it is I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs that spend so much of their time just fundraising to kind of stay in the game, and kind of searching after these $20 and $30 and $50,000 checks just to give their company another couple months of runway. And the problem with that is you're spending so much time away from the business that it becomes this stress and distraction. And I think it's also hard on the team because the team's kind of like, hey, are we going to be okay here in a couple months, or is this thing, are we in some sort of death spiral, or what's happening here? And so that's a great asset of companies like Stage.O coming in and providing, this venture-backed capital, because then it allows the entrepreneurs to just spend time growing the business and making it successful, and let the team spend time with what they should be doing, which is not fundraising. Yeah,
that's great. Good. Well, Travis, thank you so much for the time today, talking to us about FlipRide. Really excited. Congratulations on the launch. And any of you folks in the audience who are thinking about buying or selling a used car, check out the FlipRide app. And,
absolutely.
And then you can tell Travis what you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Well, coming up next, we've got innovation and transformation at Blue Cross of Idaho, still on the health track. So Chuck Weber, the CIO, and Brian Fortson, Director of Customer Experience, will be talking with us. But first, a word from our sponsors.
When I'm on the road, bound for home, back to what I know, back to Idaho, Idaho.
I'm joined today by Chuck Weber, the CIO of Blue Cross of Idaho, and Brian Fortson, the Director of Customer Experience at Blue Cross of Idaho. So thank you guys both for joining me today. Really excited for this conversation. I'm going to start with a question for Chuck. So Chuck, can you tell us a little bit about Blue Cross of Idaho's sort of status as a not-for-profit organization, and kind of what that means for an insurance company here in Idaho?
First of all, Chris, thanks for having us on to talk about this. Blue Cross of Idaho is a not-for-profit, and I've worked for for-profit companies in this industry, and the great thing about an organization like this is we're not beholden to Wall Street, right? So our focus can be really about our members and about the community that we serve, and you'll see that one of the reasons I joined Blue Cross of Idaho is because of that focus to the state and to the membership that's associated with it, and we're not beholden to some large entity looking for making sure that we have quarterly profits, right? We can make good decisions based on our benefits to make sure that are very stable in our organization, that we can continue to improve our benefits to our members and also our services.
Very cool, thank you. So with that as kind of a backdrop, can you talk a little bit about what the vision for Blue Cross of Idaho is from a technology perspective?
Yeah, so as we're moving forward, and especially in this time with the pandemic and such, it's really come to the forefront that we need to be able to do things better from a virtual perspective, from a digital perspective, and so we're looking to move our systems and our processes, and it's not just technology; it's having about the right process as well, to more real time and being more data focused and using, artificial intelligence and machine learning to give us insights into what's going on with our membership, who's likely to become unhealthy, what can we do to get in front of those things using research techniques and data techniques that have been used in other industries, and especially in focusing our efforts along with providers, giving them information to make sure that we've got a very good focus on the member and the member experience from a healthcare side of things. There's a lot of technologies out there that are focused on AI or machine language. It's great to have those things going, but if you can't act on them, having insights without being able to act on them doesn't make it work. So, along with our clinical staff and our operations staff and Brian Fortson, who you'll talk to in just a moment, we're really focused on the individual member experience, not as a global group.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing that. So, a lot of people watching this, may not be intimately familiar with the operations of a health insurance carrier, but they probably do know that our healthcare ecosystem here in the U.S. is complex and in some ways maybe can be hostile to innovation. What in your mind are the challenges facing a highly regulated industry like this one?
Yeah, it's besides the regulations, right, which are definitely there. If you take a look at the history of medical devices and things, it usually takes them between 17 to 20 years from the time that they're kind of hit the market till they're heavily used. So it's not an industry that has been moving very quickly and innovatively. Yet there are people on the outskirts of things, i.e. Apple, which is not a healthcare company, that is pushing those and breaking down some of those barriers with this stuff. Just on your wrist now, the latest one came out, now you can do your pulse ox on this. These devices have been around for quite a while, but they haven't been widely used outside of a clinical setting. And so as we're moving towards more real-time capabilities and having information in providers' hands, it's breaking down some of those traditional barriers that they're not used to practicing medicine in this manner, or we're not as an insurer, having things, we do everything in batch. That's been the tradition in our industry. So having more real-time capabilities. So it's a mindset change. And that's really what I believe the consumer is going to want in the long term. Now, at the same time, one of the big things we have to be very, very careful of is the security of this data and this information. So just a few weeks ago, these devices are great, and there's a lot of things we can do with them. But just a few weeks ago, there was a person that died due to ransomware in a hospital. This was in Germany. A German hospital got hit with ransomware. And because of that, the device that she was on wasn't able to operate, and this woman passed away. And so as we're moving towards using more data and making it more available outside and using new systems and new technologies, we have to make sure that that stuff is really secure, because yes, it's terrible if somebody gets hacked from a financial standpoint. Very painful. You can usually get your money back, but it can take years. There's lots of problems. We're dealing with potentially things that are life and death, truly are life and death. And so we have to be very careful about what we're doing. And so that way, sometimes it does seem a little bit slow moving, but we have to make sure that those things are in place.
Thanks for those insights. So focusing now on Blue Cross of Idaho's sort of recent modernization effort, can you talk, maybe a little more specifically about the mission and the objectives of Blue Cross of Idaho set forth just a few years ago?
Yeah, so one of the things we try to do from a tech standpoint is reduce our tech stack overall, right? And have more robust systems and working with the best vendors out there. So not having less systems. I know of one large payer in the industry that has almost 10,000 different computer systems that they are operating, right? That's a very complex environment. And so what we were trying to do here is reduce the number of those, try to build better and stronger and more real-time interfaces between those systems so they can talk. So we have less manual processes that we're moving forward with. And as we continue that modernization with best-in-breed technology systems, that we will be able to move better, faster, and more effectively ongoing. And so we will get from the time frame of moving things from weeks to days to minutes. And that's where we're starting to go. So we've got some exciting things that are going to be coming out in the next few months. Processes that used to take weeks will now be down to, in minutes. And so I'm pretty excited about those types of movement that we've had. And we'll continue to do that and looking at everything we do. And the more we can automate, the faster it can be, the better experience for our membership. Obviously, there's a cost implication to that. We can do things more effectively if we're doing it through a system, and so therefore cheaper. And then that information being a not-for-profit, we can put that money back into benefits instead of sending it right to somebody's pocketbook in another state.
That sounds like a lot of work. I think probably a large portion of our audience is kind of familiar with the effort it takes to complete a digital transformation or to really modernize, a large organization like Blue Cross of Idaho. Can you maybe speak to some of the challenges you've encountered, in the last couple of years, and then on the flip side, maybe touch on some of the wins you've seen?
Mm-hmm. Sure. So some of the challenges that we have, one of the things we talked about earlier is that a lot of the systems in our industry have been primarily focused on batch, right? They didn't have very good APIs. And so working with those systems, having to build hooks into them so we can have a more real time is always a challenge, because if it's not native to that system, then you have to figure out other ways. And there are ways to get around that, but that tends to be a lot of work from that perspective. Second of all is obviously data quality. Anytime you're doing interactions between multiple enterprises, the data standards between them are very different. If you look at healthcare, there are standard ways of transacting, but what goes into those fields and those transactions can be very different. And so converting that and understanding that and making sure that you're very clear on that information, those are some of the challenges that we have. The interoperability rules that are coming out very excited that we're going to be able to share data between healthcare payers and providers, and it's a big boom from my perspective. But will that data be consistent? Because there is no data standards necessarily between organizations, right? So the quality of that data in any digital transformation is very important to make sure it's actually usable and not just something that's going to sit there and you can't act on that perspective. Some of the wins we've had, we talked a little bit about interoperability. We've been part of the Da Vinci project, which for our industry was really a standardization on the national level, working really with CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, to get to a data standardization for some of this interoperability. And with that, we came up with FHIR standards, FHIR, and we're using those in our new digital app that we've put out. Even though some of the transactions aren't final, don't have to be there for another 9 months. They're supposed to be there at the end of the year, but they're not going to force it until next summer. So we've moved ahead on that, and so that's been a big win. And so we've been in the forefront of that. Our new digital app is great. Our data analytics platform, along with using that with our healthcare economics group, have been able to do some really interesting work with some AI and finding people that potentially are high risk for certain conditions, high risk for certain types of joint problems, and so moving that stuff forward by getting that data cleaned, using it to enhance our processes, and then really be able to act on it has been really important.
Sounds like some really cool stuff, and particularly innovative for a health insurance company. So you mentioned, one of the major initiatives, it sounds like, has been this new mobile app for your members. And maybe I'll ask, Chuck, and then I'll kick it over to Brian here as well. Can you talk to us, a bit about what that project has been like for you, what it has meant for the organization?
Yeah, so, this was a completely different technical skill set than we had in-house. So we had to teach some people. We had a really good partner in helping teach our folks some of this technology. It's moved us to the cloud. So we started doing our first, real cloud computing type work. It's gotten us more into DevOps, further down that road. So all of those things have been very beneficial. From a business perspective, it's really opened their eyes to what it takes to be digital, the importance of that data quality in those transactional systems. Is because that's where it gets driven from, right? The app is, there's some work that actually happens there, but for the most part, it's a presentation layer. And so all that data that sits in those back-end systems, that interactivity, and because it is across multiple systems, making sure it can be coalesced back to the end user in a usable and understandable way. You can present a lot of information out there, but if it's not user-friendly and people can't navigate it or make sense of it or work with it, it doesn't work. And I think that's what our app has really done, is getting people access to information much faster. They don't have to call. They can look on their app. They can find providers. There's a lot of really good stuff that's on there, and they can get it from anywhere. And so I'm really excited about that. And Brian Fortson is our director of customer experience, and he's fairly new to the organization. I think he came just before the COVID pandemic, but he's really brought a lot of great insight in what we should do with the app. How do we get that information out? How do we make the user experience much more friendly? And so I'm really looking forward to watching what he's going to get done in the next year.
I came the day of COVID. Our moving truck showed up on the day of shutdown. We weren't sure that they were going to unload the truck.
Wow. So you are pretty new, Brian, to this modernization effort, and it sounds like this is not your typical year to be joining a large coordinated effort like this. What has your your last 8-9 months been like?
Yeah, well, I'll say what a ride. It's been a great experience. I'm coming to Blue Cross of Idaho outside of industry from the tech sector on the East Coast. So this was fairly new to me. I came midstream. I know partnering with these teams heavily on the mobile app to get our app to market. And so one of the things that we've been doing on the mobile app. So Chuck spoke about the data complexity. It's our challenge to make the complex data landscape simple for our users. So we've been taking a human-centered design approach to this app, where we were really looking at market behavior, consumer behavior, our data capabilities, and converging those things together so we understand how do people need to use this data on the go, right? So you use a mobile app when you're not at your home, right? So, one of the challenges that we've been finding is, how do people want to consume their healthcare data while they're outside of their home? So we've put a few transactions in place, and from the feature delivery to the navigation, it's really tailored to what we understand about our users. So that's a human-centered design approach that we've taken. Another thing that we've done is we've paired our business teams, our market and customer-facing teams with our delivery teams together so that we can better understand that data in real time. So it's very common for organizations to set requirements and send a delivery team off to develop, an A/B or a beta or a prototype, and then bring it back, launch the pilot to market, and see how it goes. We've really tightened that loop where we've put features out. We've segmented our market, so we're going to market in different segments rather than just going big all at once, and we're refining as we see how the app is being used, and we're learning from that. So this project over the last 8 months has been, I would say, a great learning experience, but also a great experience to help drive the development and delivery of this app closer to our members.
Sounds like a sophisticated approach to to really meet the members, meet the patients where they are, which, like you said, is critical in healthcare these days. So let's just maybe close with a little bit of a plug for the app. If I'm a member, when can I expect to be able to download it and register?
Okay, so great. So like I talked about, we've been delivering the app in phases. So the app is already out to some members. We will realize full scale in the January timeframe. So where we are now is we've launched to a good majority of our commercial groups. Over the coming months, we're going to be, segueing into the government and duals groups. And by early January, it should be available at scale.
That is awesome. Very cool. Well, I think that will do it for us today. Thank you both for joining me. I really appreciate this discussion. And thanks to our audience for listening in. We hope you enjoyed the rest of Boise Startup Week. Thanks all.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey, welcome back. We are here at the Boise Startup Week studio. I'm Jeff Blickman, the Director of Investments and Acquisitions at Alturas, and I'm sitting here with my colleague, Luke Henkin. Luke, welcome.
It's good to be here.
All right. We want to give you a quick background on ourselves, and we'll tell you a little bit here about the talent track that we co-chaired this year for Boise Startup Week. Alturas is a holding company here located in Eagle. We have a few companies, Alturas Homes, Alturas Capital Partners, which is a real estate investment group, as well as Connexus, which is a software company. And Luke and I are overseeing an initiative to go out and acquire and also invest in companies. We do a lot of seed and angel investment here in the Boise area and in Idaho, along with a number of community initiatives, and Boise Startup Week being one of them. Luke, do you want to give a quick intro?
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. My name is Luke Henkin, and I am working at Alturas as an intern. Started about a year ago, and also an MBA student at Boise State, working on the initiatives that Jeff outlined, and excited to be a part of Boise Startup Week this year.
Cool. So I've been working with Boise Startup Week for the last couple of years, actually since I moved here to Boise from San Francisco. And most of my focus was in the food track and around sustainability, where I previously worked. And this year we co-chaired the talent track. A lot of exciting events. I'd love, Luke, for you to just tell us a little bit about what students have in store this year.
Sure. We have 3 specific events that we're doing this year. The first one is actually this afternoon at 1:45. There's a demystifying tech recruiting panel. Jeff is the moderator on that. And then we have 4 great panelists on there, so definitely tune in for that. At 3, we have a startup crawl where a variety of companies have provided us with videos kind of outlining who they are, what their culture is, what sort of work they do. And it's an opportunity for students to really see what sort of companies are out there and what sort of internships and jobs are available. And then that's actually followed by a breakout session at 3:30 with some of those companies. They're having company representatives on Zoom, Microsoft Teams, et cetera, kind of outlining the jobs that they have and opening it up for a Q&A with the students.
Great. Well, let's double click on a couple of those events. So I'll tell you a little bit about the panel discussion that we had, really trying to help kind of lift the curtain up on recruiting. I remember when I was looking for my first job out of school, you didn't know what you were supposed to say, what to do, what not to do, how to write a resume. So we get into some of the topics, really try to have a real conversation about recruiting, and brought in some wonderful folks, both on the recruiting side, but also on the hiring managing side. One of those was Lauren Morris over at Love Every. He moonlights as a community organizer here and a big supporter of the startup ecosystem. He's got a really cool newsletter that you all should check out. It's called the Good Jobs Report, and you can find that online and sign up and get that newsletter. But really excited for that panel discussion. And Luke, you've got some experience with the startup crawl. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, when I graduated in 2016, I worked briefly in politics, and that didn't lead to a full-time position, so I was kind of looking for the next thing. Got connected with Boise Startup Week and the Startup Crawl, and I was able to walk through the different companies, and I ended up walking through Casa, which has one of their headquarters here in Boise. And it was a great experience. I got to talk to a lot of the employees there. I got to see what the company was like, what they had in their break room, and what sort of positions were open. And I actually ended up getting a job with them. So it's a great way for students to actively participate and get a good feel for the company, as opposed to what is kind of a dry experience going through the online channels or phone calls and that sort of thing.
That sounds like it could get complicated this year. There aren't a whole lot of companies that have people back in the office full time. So how did y'all deal with that?
Well, we had a unique opportunity, I would say, because like you said, we're not doing any in-person walkthroughs or anything like that. But what we did have the opportunity to do was engage with a broader audience, both in terms of the companies that we were engaging with and also with the students. So in the past, they've actually bussed students in for the startup crawl, and this year we're doing it virtually. So any student from around the state of Idaho and even outside of Idaho is able to directly engage with these different companies. And we've broadened the companies that we're engaging with. In the past, it's been a lot of tech companies, same with the positions and the students that are interested. And this year we've broadened that to include companies such as the Boise Co-op. We have Connexus, which is a tech company. Vacasa is participating again, Simplot. So there's really a broad range, and I would encourage any student who's looking for an internship or a job to check it out.
Cool. Yeah, there are a couple other places if you are a student tuned in that you can check out. We've been posting job boards on the Slack channel around Boise Startup Week. Also, as part of the discussions that are going on today, we'll have a live chat happening with the panel discussion, and we're also going to have a live chat going on during the virtual startup crawl. The startup crawl, the videos are pretty short, a couple minutes each for each company, but they'll have representatives available, and then those breakout sessions will also be great. How else can we connect students with those companies?
Well, I think one of the ways I would keep in mind is the Brella chat during the different events, which you mentioned. So you can jump on there and engage with those folks. And then the breakout sessions at 3:30. And then there is one at 4 to keep in mind. Happy Family has their breakout at 4 rather than 3:30. But that's a great way for students to engage. And those links will be below the Startup Crawl video. So when that video concludes, you can just click into it. Some of them do have passwords, but you should be able to just self-select into it and then engage with the recruiter or hiring manager asking those questions.
Great. So just to make sure everyone got that, those links, some of them are going to be outside of Brella. I think most of the breakout sessions will be on the same video conferencing platform that those companies use in their work. So just to keep note of that as you check it out. There's another great event too going on this year, targeted towards the university cohort, and that's the Innovation Challenge. Hopefully y'all tuned in yesterday and saw those, but if not, you can always go back and check them out. But there's some amazing challenges. This is what's called a reverse pitch, and so the approach here is to go out and actually find real world problems that we're trying to solve, and just really excited to see what both companies and also organizations like Mayor McLean's challenge are going to produce. And we really encourage student groups to get together. I think it's a really great opportunity to collaborate. Now, speaking of student groups, you're a student at Boise State. Can you tell us a little bit about your program?
The MBA program?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's right now, it was in person, so it's the MBA career track, and there's a variety of different MBA programs. And last year it was in person, but this year with going virtual, it's all online, which is interesting to be in a learning environment online, as I'm sure many individuals are experiencing right now, both parents and students. But I was able to get an internship through that program with Alturas this past summer and kind of stuck with it. But it's been a really great experience, learned a lot, and have leveraged that into some really excellent opportunities.
Great. Yeah, I know Alturas has always supported Boise State and working with other university students throughout Idaho. I think that's one of the opportunities here the talent track is really trying to speak to, which is, companies are out there always looking to engage with talent, and we try to connect that. Luke, I know you've worked on some really cool projects. Maybe you could share a little bit about a couple of the examples that we've got here, starting with the deal flow report.
Sure. Before I do, I want to give a shout out to my 2 colleagues who are also MBA students right now. One is in my cohort, Sean Stallings. He does great work with us. And then Maggie Hyde, she just joined Alturas a couple weeks ago, and she is in this year's cohort. So they're doing great work, and it's excellent working with them, and there's tons of opportunities out there. As for the deal flow report, this is a project that I got started with last year and has been around for a couple of years through some great partnerships with the Idaho Technology Council. They've really been leading the charge with the help of Alturas. And the idea behind it is to really highlight the capital flow in the state of Idaho. As you know, Boise and the entire state are growing significantly. So we just want to make sure that people are aware that there's capital out there that's flowing. There are businesses that are starting. Businesses are getting acquired, and some are going public, like Albertsons this year, really exciting. And we just want to make sure that the community has that information so that they can kind of leverage that into whatever sort of benefit they can. Also, the deal flow report we've highlighted in the past different kind of organizations. In this past year, we highlighted some of the capital providers. So if you're looking for capital, I would definitely check out the deal flow report because it has a few of those.
Great. Yeah, the deal flow report's something that Alturas has done in partnership with ITC, the Idaho Technology Council, and a number of other organizations that support that really cross-collaborative effort. And I think that's been one of the great things about your internship at Alturas, is you've gotten to be involved in a lot of those organizations. So yeah, if you're out there, you're raising money, or you're an investor, it's a great resource. Where can folks find this resource?
Well, they can find it in a couple of places. They can find it at the Idaho Technology Council website, but they can also find a very exciting new initiative that Alturas is leading in collaboration with a variety of other community organizations called builtinidaho.org. And what's great about this particular website is that it has the deal flow report from each year, which is really helpful, but we've also introduced more interactive data. So we have the data for the past 10 years available online, so individuals can pop onto builtinidaho.org, check it out, and see what sort of the history of capital flow in the state of Idaho has been. So it's really exciting.
Cool. Yeah, it's been a great initiative. We've been working on builtinidaho.org together. Encourage everyone out there who's watching to go log on right now and sign up. You can subscribe to our newsletter, which will be starting in a couple weeks as we build up the audience. And for all the VIPs out there, we hope you enjoy your silly pints with the builtinidaho.org logo on them. We're really excited about that initiative. Again, just a great opportunity to try to coalesce a lot of the great work that's happening from Boise Startup Week to creative organizations like Against, which is a creative agency that one of our friends runs. And we've got some good resources on there. More to come, some big initiatives that are in the works that we'll kind of tease now, but tell you about soon. And Luke, just to close things up, anything else you want to add or encourage students to do in engaging with the talent track?
I would just say take full advantage of it. Reach out to the companies and the representatives from those companies. Feel free to reach out to Jeff or I. We're happy to plug you in with some of those companies or other companies, and best of luck.
All right. Well, thanks so much. Coming up next year, we're going to have a fireside chat with the previous Trailmix winners. This is Joni Kidwell-Moore, the founder of Snacktivist, and Kate Stoddard, the founder of Orchestra Provisions, a cricket seasoning company. Thanks so much. But first, a word from our sponsors.
At Lamb Weston, we see possibilities in potatoes. And that means creating fries that become favorites. From twister to sweet to puffs to crisp cut and beyond. Because when you serve fries your customers love, they love you back. Lamb Weston, seeing possibilities in potatoes.
My name's Matt Gilkerson. I'm the program manager for Trailhead. Today we have with us the past two winners of the Trailmix competition. We have Joni with Snacktivist, and we have Kate with Orchestra Provisions. Thank you both so much for being here. And I'm actually on stage right now at Trailhead where y'all pitched and won Trailmix. Joni won the first year. Kate last year, our second year. So why don't we just start with you, Joni, with a little update. How are things going?
Okay. Hi, I'm Joni, founder of Snacktivist Foods. Thanks for having me today. It's super fun. I miss Boise. Up here in the Panhandle, we're missing you people. And we've actually had a great year. Our sales have never been stronger, and just growing pains really is kind of where we're at with Snacktivist. So plodding along, moving forward, raising capital, which is keeping us busy, and just having some amazing opportunities coming our way right now. So things are good.
The first time I had met you at Trailmix, you had these amazing chocolate chip cookies that I was grabbing more than my fair share, unfortunately, and snacking on. Tell me about kind of where you're at now. What's that progression been like as far as from when we last saw you here on stage?
Sure. So we did launch a pilot of a single cookie, and what we realized moving forward is we needed to have great scalability, which equals great manufacturing partners. And we did a pilot run with a local co-packer, and wonderful co-packer, amazing people, but not the perfect equipment combo for our product. So we ended up just doing a pilot and then pulling it back, and found some other amazing co-packers actually in the Pacific Northwest. And we were scheduled to go there in April, but of course we all know what happened in April. But in addition to the negativity that happened with COVID and quarantine, it was actually a huge consumer renaissance when it comes to home cooking and home baking. So we decided strategically to pivot back to our roots, which was in baking mixes. And we've experienced a massive radical growth actually in the baking mix sector. It was an incredible consumer discovery event, especially for online channels. And so we were able to pivot to that. That's been our focus this year. I mean, that's one of the things you always hear from any entrepreneur is half of the battle is focus. And so we strategically said, hey, look, the cookies are not gone, but they're just on the back burner for this year while COVID and quarantine and everything is going on. So don't worry, Thomas Hammer lovers and people who love our cookies, they'll be back. So,
good to know. Good to know.
But for now, we have amazing baking mixes, and we're selling across the country via online channels. So
Very cool. Good stuff. Well, thank you for that update. I'm going to jump over to Kate now with Orchestra Provisions. Same question. Give us a kind of quick breakdown, update. How are you doing? I saw you last year on stage. So have some of your spices in my cabinet, if I'm being honest.
Nice.
Please, give us an update.
Yeah, so Orchestra Provisions is still a very young company. Our first calendar year really was 2019. So we've seen a lot of growth, and which is great. It is kind of, I feel like I'm in a bit of a holding pattern, because as COVID descended, I was just getting ready to seek out investors and kind of start scaling the spices, and also expand into the snack sector, which was going to kind of help fuel the mission of Orchestra Provisions. And luckily, since COVID did descend and I hadn't quite made that leap yet, I'm in a space that's very controlled and feeling really safe with a minimal risk. So while the company isn't making huge growth, I'm maintaining a lot of my retail locations and sales there, and seeing a really interesting growth in direct-to-consumer and visibility through my social media following. I think that my mission is really speaking to people right now. For a moment, there was kind of some fear that there was going to be problems with food security for people who are that are affluent, and I think that shook people's world in a way where it's like, oh no, now people who are used to being able to go into the grocery store and get whatever they want are fearful that they're not going to be able to find exactly what they want. And what does that mean for the future? And so I think that my message and my values are starting to resonate in a way where people are becoming a little bit more open to hearing about eating insects and what the most attractive way that could be to do that. And so in a way, COVID, I mean, lots of negative things as Joni says, but also there's silver lining there where people are kind of looking toward my company in a way that's a little bit, more open and positive. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of breaking into a potentially new spaces, and I know right now it's the cricket powder mixed with these variety of spices, which can liven up any dish. What were your plans as far as that next round, or what? I'm just curious. It's a really interesting product, as many of our viewers know.
So the next thing I was really excited about is the protein powder, which and as a result of last year, I won this kind of incubator space at Chobani, which unfortunately had to shut down in response to COVID. So a bit of a pause on that, which is okay, but it has sort of just kind of waylaid things a little bit. And everything happens for a reason. Perhaps the idea I had before isn't the one that I need to take to that space. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it right now. But there are three different spaces I want to enter. One is the protein powder, and reason being, when you sell people on Cricket protein, all of a sudden they don't just want the spices; they want a whole protein serving in their smoothie, their baking mix, their oatmeal, whatever it is. So a protein powder for sure, and then the snack sector, I'm looking at fruit leathers targeting children and their mothers. A lot of my demographic that is super supportive are women looking for the future. They are invested in it, especially the mothers, because having the children, and the kids jump on board instantly because they're not destroyed by social norms. They think crickets are cool. They want to try it, and then it's tasty because really it tastes like fruit. And what mom and dad don't want their kid to have 6 grams of protein in a fruit leather? So I think that one will be easy to just unwrap and get people on board, where there's less of a barrier to entry. So you're not paying, $9.99 for a seasoning mix you're not sure if you're going to like. And then you also have to find the recipe and take the gamble, to make the meal. And usually if people can get through all that, they want all of the flavors. But it's a little bit hard, why not just make something for them to unwrap at the store? And if $3 goes down the drain, it's less of a risk, and then they'll hopefully be on board. And then the next idea is kind of like a hopcorn idea, or crick pop. So I'm using my flavors that I already have to season popcorn. Which, everybody loves popcorn. It's a super safe space to be in. And I think that it will win people over to show that insects can be ingredients and they don't have to be eaten whole. And we can address a lot of our food systems issues by introducing them to other meals and other platforms and food service, et cetera. So.
Yeah, that's great and really interesting. I really look forward to trying some of that stuff in the future. And I hear you say, baking goods, and I have to ask, 2 former Trailhead winners, maybe a collab in the future. I see a lot of synergy there potentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so too. We've experimented with cricket flowers in the past, but it's been a few years and we couldn't find any clean source, like Casap friendly cricket powders a few years ago when we were playing around with them, and all the co-packers were like, oh heck no, we're not bringing that into our plants. So I think we could have a lot of fun. Plus Kate's amazing, so it'd be fun to work with her on something.
Very fun. Well, back over to you, Joni. You mentioned kind of pulling back a little, going back to your roots around baked goods. Or, I'm sorry, around the flour, the mixes.
Sure.
Talk to me a little bit about that journey for you. You mentioned things are difficult right now. In conversations we've had, we've talked about funding. If you could just touch on that a little bit in your journey.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that it's tough to know if you've not worked in CPG and in any consumer goods. There's always this big upfront cash investment that's necessary to really jump through the hurdles to be a scalable brand. And so, that space where you have homespun farmers market to, okay, we get a national contract with somebody, there are a lot of hurdles that have to be thought through and set in place before that happens. And so it's been interesting because I'm really passionate about the finished product space. I think that there's just that's so where it's at with just typical average modern America. Most of us don't have time to do a lot of baking. And even though COVID put a pause on our typical social norms, I don't think it'll last forever. It's been great that people have had time to bond with their families and their loved ones and spend more time in the kitchen. And I think we'll all remember that fondly. But as the world continues to get back to normal and people are working, and it's just one of those things, people are busy. So grab and go is always king. So, but for right now, we're really passionate about what we're doing in the baking aisle because, again, we're mission driven, and getting people to discover diversified grains and ancient grains and sustainable ingredients is key to our mission. So we've just released 2 new products onto the market. Actually, only people who have supported our crowdfunding campaign are getting them right now because it's like a pre-release. So that's really fun, but they'll be rolling out on Amazon here shortly by the end of the month. and Walmart.com as well, and our website. So, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of velocity there to keep us busy. It's a big opportunity, especially with food service coming back online a little bit. Food service is a tremendous market for baking mixes and flours, just because that's the point of contact that people discover baked goods is already done and on their plate at a restaurant or a bakery. So we're happy to see that coming back, just because it was really painful to watch our food service partners suffering through this. So.
Yeah, no, and we're, doing a panel discussion as part of the food trucks, just centered around that resiliency in the food space, and talking to the people that are specifically, restaurateurs and folks that are really struggling right now. And it really is a pretty new climate, new world out there. I did have a question that I'd like to throw at both you, starting with you, Kate. I hear you both talk a lot about, your mission, if for lack of a better phrase, kind of the why behind your respective startups. And without getting too personal, I was wondering if you could kind of share a little bit about that and really how that is espoused through your startup and your company.
Yeah. Well, it's the reason for my company. And I think, I get a little bit, I feel like the way business is moving forward, it needs to be mission driven. It can't just be like a bottom line anymore. It needs to be socially responsible. It needs to be looking out for the earth and its inhabitants. I've always believed that the health of the earth and the health of the humans are intrinsically tied. And if you don't have healthy earth, you don't have healthy humans. So my whole deal is kind of like trying to find food justice for those who don't have access to food and nutrition. And that was part of eating crickets. It's not as if I just woke up one day and I was like, well, that looks tasty. That's definitely not how that happened. It was more about addressing iron deficiency anemia with a whole food that's an untapped resource that's easy to farm and doesn't require a lot of natural resources to do so, that's farmable in an urban setting, making protein local and always in season for big urban centers. So I think, as I mentioned before, I think that's starting to resonate with people because we can't continue on the trajectory that we're on. And I think everybody knows that at this point. And while I'm not trying to tell people how to eat, I'm just simply saying, here's this other unutilized resource. Like, why don't we check this out for its potential and capacity to be able to feed billions of people, like maybe 10 billion by 2050, So I am really driven by my values, and it's never been about making money, but I have had to become more savvy to that side of obviously it's a business, and the more money that I'm capable of making, the more good I can do. And so I think my heart and my mission resonate with people. And that's why I've been so successful up until this point, because my product itself is quite risky. It's an uphill battle. Like, I'm swimming upstream. It's unique and but it is different from everything else in the space. And I think that it's caught a lot of momentum in the mainstream, even in the last year since Trailmix, where I'm not having to do quite as much education. Before it was like, what are you doing? And now it's like, oh yeah, I've heard of this. And that's hopeful for me, because I know I'm early to the party, but yeah, I'm an innovator. That's like who I am, and I want to be helpful with a business. So
yeah, that's interesting. And the whole kind of comment that I pulled out earlier around the current climate and the kind of jump starting of that maybe thought process to maybe it's just a little less far from someone who wouldn't necessarily try a cricket to where we are now. So yeah, thank you for sharing. And Joni, over to you. I know you've shared your story. Some of the audience members may remember from your pitch. And I'm curious, tell me a little bit about that mission, that why, and your story as you formed Snacktivist.
Yeah, I have to say a lot of what Kate said just really resonates with me, because I think it's really hard to even separate out your mission from your company, for me anyways at this point, and I know for Kate too, that just looking forward and looking into the future and how we're going to feed all the people of the world and feed them a balanced diet that is going to be helpful is going to be very challenging. And at my age, it's probably not going to fall on my shoulders, but it's definitely going to fall on the shoulders of my children and my grandchildren. And so I take that very seriously. And in fact, a little person just chimed in the background. So for us, we feel like the fact that we have a huge population that now suddenly has this epidemic of dietary sensitivities and allergies is a sign that our earth is sick and our farming is sick. And it is really like what Kate said, you can't have healthy people without a healthy planet. And for me on a broader level too, when I look at food systems as a whole, food is the thing that has ultimately brought humans together to create civilizations in the first place. Food security was one of the driving factors, and that's what the birth of agriculture was all about. And I think in the long run, food is what will also bring us together to reunite as a planet and to save our planet and turn food and agriculture into a tool for good, for not only rural economic development, but also for planetary climate stability and things like that. I mean, there's so much interesting research happening and very interesting demonstrations happening where they're showing how agriculture can actually sequester carbon, it can stabilize soil, it can improve the health of our waterways and our oceans, and it's all really tied together. And so if we can create what we're lines of food that drive good in the world from an economic and an environmental and a health perspective, why wouldn't we do that? Because everyone has to eat at least a couple times a day. Everywhere around the world, every human has to eat. So if we can turn eating into a tool for good, for why wouldn't you? It's a no-brainer to me. So that's a lot of what Snacktivist has planned. So regenerative agriculture is at the heart of our mission. We don't think sustainability is good enough. Sustaining is just doing making what you have last. Regenerative actually builds into the future and says, hey, look, we can take what we've got, we can turn it into something even better and something richer and something more dynamic. So having a diversified agroecological model is key to that. And we have to get away from monocrop farming. We have to diversify into other food groups. And that's the new frontier in food and the new frontier for survival for humans, if you ask me.
Very cool.
You just gave me a lot of goosebumps, Joni.
Oh, sweet.
Same,
well, we're
same
all
here.
speaking the same language here, guys. We're on the same page.
Well,
We'll do it
Joni,
together, right?
Yeah, there you go. We're on the same team.
Sorry, that was
Joni,
a little bit of my soapbox, but I get really charged about this as a nurse and a mom and a human.
Well, and I want to touch on that because I heard you speak at, I think it was the Idaho Technology Council's Capital Connect conference potentially, where you gave a talk, and it was very centered around, and it has to this day stuck with me. And in
good.
various conversations,
It wasn't exactly cheerful. I'm sorry, but
but at the end of the day, this is what we need to talk about. And what we need to be talking about. So I really do appreciate that, and it makes up who you both are, and why you're sitting here today. I did want to mention, Kate mentioned about funding. Joni, could you speak a little bit to that?
Well, the gender bridge in funding is a fundamental disconnect too. I think that a lot of female founders run into, and especially female founders in the food and consumer product goods category, because traditionally men are investors, and traditionally men don't get excited about consumer goods because it's not really their thing. I mean, their wife does all the shopping and the cooking, and they don't resonate with these sectors. And, if you're an older white male investor, that's fine. I mean, that's your reality. You didn't grow up in the kitchen. You're not the one that shops for brands in the grocery store. And there's just not an emotional connection there like there would be to machinery or technology or things that they're more familiar with as a personal consumer. And so I feel like there's a formidable gap in connecting with investors for female-led consumer goods companies. It's a tough bridge. It's a tough sell because they just don't always understand.
What needs to happen in that space? Like, obviously funding.
A lot of funding. because there's a lot of amazing companies that are underfunded right now. So, and I feel like younger men have much more of a connection to consumer goods and consumer goods fundraising because they've probably spent more time cooking than a traditional, and I'm totally generalizing here because I've met the exception and there's tons of exception out there, but it's just the crickets that go off across the room sometimes where they're just like, well, why, I don't understand why you need anything but Buddy Crocker. Like it's just a fundamental disconnect, and it's nothing personal. I mean, these guys, a lot of them are wonderful people. They just don't see the opportunity, and they don't see the change in culture. Also, because a lot of this culture shift that's happening in food systems and sustainability and regenerative movements in food systems is really happening in kind of different populations. Like college students are very aware of it. There's a lot of people who are really aware of it, but like Kate said before, a lot of it is driven by moms and women that are like, we're really worried about food. And it just doesn't always resonate.
Yeah, and I guess maybe changing if, women are smart and we adapt really quickly. So maybe it's just us, growing to the occasion as we always do, and changing our language. Okay, so maybe it's not about the kitchen experience or feeding your child. It's about let's get the technology we need to scale and make this cricket protein regenerative, and then we'll start seeing the dollars, because it's
You're absolutely right.
It's just, and I find myself doing that all the time. It's just totally tactical. It depends on who comes up to my booth or wherever I am, who I'm talking to. My verbiage completely changes. It's like, okay, well, here's $ sell, and here's the feed our children sell.
The story you tell to investors is radically different than the story you tell to consumers. And that's tricky. That's a tough, dual reality to live in. I mean, it all connects at some point, but you just have to look at from such a different industrial level, which is cool. I like thinking like that. Actually, I like that side. I like the financial side a lot, and I love economics. But it's been challenging. And raising money in 2020 is just no cakewalk anyways. Everybody's looking for the quick and easy 2-year 10x technology exit because they don't know what's going to happen. And consumer packaged goods are just a longer commitment, but often a much higher exit depending on how you play your cards.
I'm hearing a lot around the theme this year, resiliency. Before we end today, I'd wonder if maybe you could each kind of share with me what resiliency means to you in your journey. And kind of, what even brought you to where you are today. And just really, I can't thank you both enough for your openness and your willing to share your journey and really live that resiliency.
Well, thank you for having us. I'm really, really happy to be a part of Boise Startup Week, and I hope I get to be in the future. It's such an amazing thing. I guess I'll just start. I have two ideas on that. One, I designed my company to be resilient, because without resilience, I don't think I'm going to get to hang out long enough to open people's minds to try bugs, and to get bugs into their food. So I chose a low risk entry, which is dry mixing and a really shelf stable product, to where even if I just shut down Orchestra tomorrow, I wouldn't take a big hit financially, and I could pop back up, as my dad says, mothball, right? And so it's like, I won't go away. You won't get rid of me. You'll be hearing about this forever until I'm wildly successful and feed billions of people. I know that, and I'm really positive about it.
When you're resilient, you do always have to think about, okay, what is going to be like the super pared down, scrappy survival mode going to look like? And with a super changing landscape like what we had in 2020, where suddenly mass retailers across the country who were soliciting for new vendors all said, never mind, we're not even accepting new vendor applications until this all shakes out, because none of our buyers are working from the office anymore. And I was really glad that we hadn't invested in that large run of a perishable product, because that would have been potentially catastrophic, where things that are stable like pantry, spices, baking mixes, flours, etc., not only experienced a huge velocity during COVID, but they have that buffer of being a little more shelf stable. And so you have a little more grace with if you're stalled because of something weird like COVID. It's not as catastrophic as if you had something that's highly perishable. So, I think thinking like that is really good. And resiliency, just having a great team that supports you when things are hard, that's huge. I have an amazing team. They're really innovative and they're very positive and they're great at thinking of like, okay, well, if that's not working, what should we do? So that's huge too, just surrounding yourself by people who are good at looking at how to be nimble and scrappy and survive.
I think part of the resiliency that I need to work on is being really kind to myself and realizing that things look differently now. And I, became a single mom and I have this toddler and he requires most of my attention and I'm not getting to orchestra on the level to grow it in the way that I had the momentum last year. And it's okay because it still has a lot of potential. And just because in this moment, the toddler needs to eat and then it is squirrel, and all of a sudden the day is gone and all of a sudden the week is gone. It doesn't mean you're a failure. And often those pauses allow for a lot of success or perspective that maybe you were just trucking along so fast you didn't see those opportunities. And so, I think resilience is just like letting things be hectic and realizing everyone's in it together and that it will breed something bigger that maybe you didn't see before. So,
yeah, that's a great point. And, for those of us who are mom-founded companies across all sectors, I mean, dads are having children at home now too, but we're all teachers now too. And I've had 3 kids at home for 6 months full time. And it's a formidable responsibility to be now managing both. So I think forgiving yourself for not being as Johnny on the spot executive as you'd like to be because you had to time out and spend a couple hours tutoring math and teaching geography and then just toting them along on things and teaching them business is huge too. So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And what a great note to end on today. Be kind to yourself, take care of yourself now more than ever. I just want to really quickly end before we throw it back. Tell us, so we'll start with you, Joni. Tell us where we can find you. Tell us what's next and big. And then we'll jump to Kate.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're expanding our product lines, and right now our predominant channels are Amazon, Walmart.com, and our website. So those are great channels because it shows up on your door a day or two later, which is always great, especially during times of uncertainty where people aren't getting out of the house as much. But up here in the north, we have Huckleberry's Markets. We just onboarded with them. They're a chain regionally in the Pacific Northwest, which is great. Cool. Yeah, and we've onboarded with a lot of other amazing independent retailers, Atkinson's in the Sun Valley area, places like that. We are still hoping to be in the Boise area. So, hey, please, if you'd like to have our products there, put in a request. We've been working on that, so I'm hoping it'll happen soon. Yeah, we have some food service customers in the Boise area, which is great. You can get our Idaho teff waffles because all of our teff is sourced right here in Idaho. So.
Very cool.
Pretty fun.
I'm really excited to see those secret products that are coming out shortly. So I'll have to pull up those websites and keep looking for them.
Yeah,
so,
they're great. They're great products. You guys are going to be excited. Yeah, sure.
How about you, Kate?
Yeah, so we already talked about what's next. That protein powder, hopefully those fruit leathers and some popcorn. And so we'll have to keep in touch about fundraising, about all of that, working on a Kickstarter and launching those things. And then I am available locally in Boise at the Boise Co-op, 2 Albertsons Marketplace locations. Verving Collective, my therapeutic line, which is the Mayan cocoa, the green smoothie mix, golden milk, and crimson root, which is a beet-based adaptogenic, and Root Zero Waste Market, which I really love because they are the only location where you can get bulk. So you can try as little or as much as you want and figure out what your flavor is. And then direct to consumer, I do have an Amazon platform, and also, www.orchestraprovisions.com. And I have a list of retail locations on that website where you can find me regionally.
Awesome. Well, I know you all have so much going on right now, so I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to reconnect, share a little bit about where you're at, where you're going, and just cannot wait to see what's next. So thanks so much, and heading back to you at Boise Startup Week.
Thanks for sticking around, guys. I hope you enjoyed the talk with Joni and Kate, our past Trailmix winners from last year. Thanks again to Albertsons for making that event possible. We're going to take a quick break, about 45 minutes. We're going to get some lunch. I hope you guys get to take a break and get a bite to eat. And while you're on your lunch break and a little break from Startup Week, why don't you browse around social media and see if you can see any of our sponsors who have posted on social media channels. And if you do, please comment on their posts and make sure that you acknowledge them as sponsors for Startup Week. Thank you all. When we get back, we're going to have Nick Miller here from the Venture College, as well as Levi Smith.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Boise Startup Week. My name is Nick Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Venture College, and I'm here with Levi Smith, the President at Franklin Building Supply, and we're here today to talk to you about Hacking for Home Building, a program that was a first-year pilot partnership between Boise State and the Venture College and the building materials industry. So maybe to start out, Levi, tell us a little bit about what this concept is, a reverse pitch, as well as just a bit about Franklin Building Supply as well.
Sure. So maybe I'll start with just a little bit about me and Franklin Building Supply. So Franklin Building Supply is a 100% employee-owned company that's been in Idaho with one location in Nevada as well for over 44 years. And we're a lumber and building material dealer. So we supply material to most of the professional home builders across Idaho that construct the homes that men and women all across Idaho and our markets live in. So very rewarding work to be involved in. I've been with the company for coming up on 5 years and have really the privilege and honor to lead our people on a day-to-day basis in my role as president. So I moved here from Austin, Texas, moved up my family. And in Austin, I was really involved in the startup and tech scene there through a variety of kind of ventures and channels, and always enjoyed that and enjoyed seeing that startup ecosystem. Really, I was I was no major player there, but just had the opportunity by being a longtime Austinite to observe it really maturing and thriving, becoming a critical part of the economy. And so one of the things I was excited about moving to Boise was when time allowed. First few years I was pretty busy, but when I really got my feet under me to be able to get engaged with the startup scene here. So started to meet with you and some others that have been involved in the scene in a variety of ways, and really done incredible work over the years to bring the Boise startup scene and the Idaho startup scene to where it is. But one of the things that came out of those conversations was that the business community, not the folks that we're used to that get involved in startups, the Albertsons and Microns and Simplots have a great history of getting involved and being supportive of the startup ecosystem here. But mid-sized businesses like Franklin Building Supply that are locally owned have a vested interest in our economy, both in Boise and across the state of Idaho. Those mid-sized businesses really haven't been engaged in any meaningful way in the startup scene. So there may be a few examples here and there, but not in a sustained, really meaningful way in terms of just helping the startup ecosystem grow, thrive, and reach those next levels that we want it to. We want the Boise and Idaho startup scene to be talked about like you might talk about the Austin startup scene in the years ahead. So through those conversations, an opportunity came along to say, okay, what if we did a reverse pitch event where instead of entrepreneurs and students having to come up with solutions to ideas and they're not necessarily sure whether they're solving the right problems, what if we just gave them the answer to the test? And so if we brought industry partners to the table and we gave them the solutions that we wish were solved, solutions or products that we would pay for if they existed today. And so you just short circuit the process a little bit because, as you know, in your role with the Venture College program, you take these entrepreneurs through a journey of really understanding what the customer needs are and where the problems are, what people will pay for. And with the reverse pitch, you can accelerate through that a little bit quicker because you just immediately go to the problem and it's coming from a business saying, I have this problem every day, I need it solved, and I'd pay for it if it was solved. And so we started talking about that at the beginning of the year. And in less than a year, we've got a Hacking for Home Building event.
We started talking in January, and then March passed and nothing changed at all. Everything was status quo, normal. And then we circled back up and said, okay, we want to push through with this. And I just wanted to echo your comments and make sure everyone out there understands a reverse pitch starts with a problem, right? So it could be as simple as, I run over too many nails, and I'm tired of going to Les Schwab every week for some of our home builders, to as complex as affordable housing. How can you address this problem as an industry?
Right.
And so the problem is really where the students start, and then the solutions may be endless, but they focus in and they try to solve that problem. And it also has the added benefit of having a customer, right? You start
Absolutely.
with a customer.
So many startups, when they come up with an idea, they're not sure whether it's a viable solution or not. They've come up with it through whatever means. They're having to go out and do customer research. It's hard to get in front of customers to say, I want to talk to you about something that doesn't exist, and then I want to talk to you about whether you would buy it and how much you'd pay for it and whether it really solves the problem. And if you have businesses to reverse pitch, come to the table and say, we're going to answer that question for you at the outset. Yep. And you can start there. So if you imagine this journey as an entrepreneur, you're just getting them to that, next plateau at the beginning. And so then they can go from there. And sometimes the problem that we may want to have solved for Franklin Building Supply or the industry partners we brought to the table this first go around, companies like Weyerhaeuser and Truss Joist and Boise Cascade and Midwest Flooring and some of our builder customers, some of the problems that they had may not be a problem that every customer like them has, but you've immediately started with the problem, and the next iteration is going to be better because you started with a real-world problem that a real-world customer has. It's a pain point. They've said they'd pay for it. They said they need the problem solved. And so even if you move on from that initial problem statement, the second, third, fourth, fifth iteration or pivot that you make from that initial problem statement is going to be that much better because you started out at a completely different place by having the problem statement in hand.
Yep.
And so I think this is particularly important with students who don't always have enough work experience. They haven't been in an industry or in a job for long enough to necessarily know where those pain points are. And so if, as an industry, as a lumber and building materials supply industry, if we can come to students and say, hey, if you were to work in our business for 5 or 10 years, here's the type of idea you might have, and you might leave a company like ours to go start, a company to solve this problem. Instead of having to go through that, we just want to bring the problem to you today. And I think what we saw in the pitch competition is we saw, even though they only had 1 week to work on it because we did it as a hackathon, and they just had one intense week, they came up with solutions that were far better and off to a much better start than they would have if they had really started from a completely clean slate.
Sometimes startups can fall into the trap of being a solution in search of a problem, and we really. I think with your support and the industry support as a whole, really short-circuited that. And obviously, these are students, like you referenced, had a really intense week, and they're still in recovery mode, and we're going to see some of the work that they did. But maybe talk a little bit, Levi, about the motivation behind building or bringing the building materials industry together around this concept. And one thing I really found amazing and wanted to point out was just how far up and how far down the supply chain all of our participants were. We had Boise Cascade, we had Weyerhaeuser, we also had Eaglewood Homes and Cotner Homes and guys that are out in subdivisions every day watching homes being built. So tell us a little bit about why this industry in particular you thought was a good opportunity for us to do this.
So I think a few things. I mean, one, obviously it's near and dear to my heart.
Sure.
It's what I live and breathe every day. But the lumber and building material industry, and like you said, broadly speaking, the entire supply chain from manufacturers of products and companies that are the timber side of things and creating the boards that are ending up in the houses, all the way through distributors and dealers like us, and then to the end home builders. That supply chain in our industry is one that I think is never really thought much about getting engaged with the startup community. And we're not the only industry like that. So I think that for us to have a really strong, really mature startup ecosystem in Boise and Idaho, you want as many industries involved as possible. You want as many businesses involved as possible. It makes the entire endeavor much more sustainable. You get to better solutions quicker. It's easier to get solutions and products tested with a real live customer base. Yep. And so when we look at the startup scene today, we want to see universities involved, as Boise State and many others are, and we had several other universities participate in this, University of Idaho and others. But we want universities involved, and you want entrepreneurs involved, and you want angels and venture capitalists on the finance side involved, but you want the business community really involved too. And if the only businesses carrying the water are the types like Albertsons and Micron and Simplot, it's fantastic to see what they've done and how they continue to participate, but we're missing out on so many other businesses and industries. And so there are a lot of problems that need to be solved in the lumber and building material industry. And there are a lot of ideas that students and other entrepreneurs could bring to the table. There are viable businesses waiting to be birthed to solve problems in that industry, but it's one that doesn't really get a lot of attention. And I think with the rich heritage that we have in the Northwest and Idaho in particular around lumber and building materials, where some of the products that are used in every home that's built across the U.S. virtually today were birthed here and started here. Timber is it's near and dear to Idaho. It's part of what makes Idaho what it is, our mountains and our forests. We have a rich heritage here, and we should be known in Idaho and in Boise as being the epicenter for startups in construction and building materials. And I think the opportunity is wide open for us to do that and for us to develop a reputation here and to have a concentration of talent, support, resources, and engagement from all the different partners, the universities, the business communities, the finance side of things, the entrepreneurs. You need that mix, and if we can concentrate some efforts there, we can have this really nice kind of virtuous cycle where, it'd be fantastic that in a few years you and I are sitting here talking about if somebody's going to create a startup in the construction or building material space, what they're told by people that are in that industry, what they're told by venture capitalists investing in that industry, what they're told by other entrepreneurs who have gone before them in that sector is, you go do that in Idaho. You go do that in Boise. There's nowhere that has a better ecosystem and support structure for you to be successful. And I think businesses like Franklin Building Supply, the partners we mentioned, we've got to engage, we've got to step up, we've got to be part of the solution here. And it really is a situation of rising tides lift all boats. This is good for our economy, it's good for our businesses, it's good for our industry. And if not in Idaho, where?
Right.
Idaho's the perfect place for it.
Yeah, why not, right? It's, I think, as you alluded to, we have a really rich history and a pretty innovative present as well, right? Whether it's IndieDwell or Autovol or others like that are changing the way homes are coming together today. And then we have this community, like you referenced, you obviously being at the tip of the spear on that are willing to engage with startups, with students, and with the community as a whole, the ecosystem as a whole. And one thing I'll just reference as well is this hacking for X idea is one that Boise State, the Venture College, has seen success. One of the companies that has been featured throughout this week is Lumini, and they won the pitch competition a couple years back. And they started at the Venture College with the Hacking for Defense program, which was a national program that Boise State participated in, the second university behind Stanford to participate in that program. And it started with a problem statement. So we know that great companies can come out of that, and we know that there can be innovation that starts with just a few students and an idea. And I, for one, am really excited to hear what the students are going to pitch today. And then we'll be able to announce the winner a little later in the day.
Fun.
But I really appreciate you approaching us and wanting to engage, because I think ultimately it's changed these students' trajectories. It may change their lives if they continue on with their businesses, but hopefully it'll also change the industry, right? And it'll change that perception.
So I think the opportunity is absolutely there, and we're going to stay at this. And I think there is an opportunity to change the industry, make home building better, all the way up through, like you said, to affordable housing. There's lots of stuff involved there. Some are huge issues to tackle, some are really small, but all of them are meaningful. But one of the challenges that I'd issue to other business leaders, in the Boise community, in Idaho, is get involved, get engaged. This is a way that you can do this. You can participate in a reverse pitch and bring problems to the table that need to be solved. You have a voice, you have an opportunity. The startup community needs you. Our economy needs a robust startup ecosystem. It's amazing to see how far this has come, that this type of event is happening and all the great stories that have come out of Boise and Idaho, but there's much ground to be covered. And so in order for us to do that, the entrepreneurs can't do it alone. The universities can't do it alone. Boise Startup Week can't do it alone. Albertsons and Micron and Simplot can't do it alone. We need the entire business community engaged, saying, how do I contribute? How do I be part of the solution? And if you are in an industry that has never thought about what your role is in startups could be, you can... Again, the problems that need to be solved. Be generous with your time. Be generous with your ideas, and we can all benefit. And so I would just issue that as a challenge and an opportunity to other business leaders and other industries out there. The opportunity is there for Idaho and Boise to take it to the next level. But I think we do need to see a lot more mid-sized businesses and even some smaller businesses really engaged and to understand how they fit in.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And so you just heard Levi's challenge, and you're going to see a little bit later the fruits of all of that work over the past 10 days or so with our student teams. So we're going to stop here, and coming up next, you're going to hear the fireside chat with Andy Scoggin and myself, who are both general partners at Stage.O, which, as we talk about capital and venture capital in Boise, two of our best leaders in that space. But first, a word from our sponsors.
I cannot be late today.
Well, let's go then.
This one.
Sweetie.
Guys.
What's up?
What is it? You guys ready for a single? Okay, let's go.
Okay. Hurry, in. We did it.
I need to go party.
Your turn.
Well, hello, Boise Startup Week 2020. I'm Mike Self, one of the general partners here at Stage.O Ventures. We're actually broadcasting from our fairly new home here at 110 Main, right in downtown Boise. Before we get started, we'd like to thank everyone involved in the Boise Startup Week. Just a really important event for the ecosystem every year, and we certainly weren't going to let COVID get in the way this year from us doing it. So a big shout out for all the effort. I'm actually here today with our newest general partner, Andy Scoggin, who joined us this year. And we're really excited to talk about not only the ecosystem, but some of the exciting things that we're doing here in Boise. So welcome, Andy.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to be able to talk a little bit to the audience of entrepreneurs, of those who support entrepreneurs and who support the ecosystem that we have here in Boise, Idaho. It's one of the greatest places in the country, we believe, to build a business.
Yeah, it's almost 2 years ago exactly that Andy and I met. We were invited over by Jeff Sayer and the Rectify group to speak to a group of folks here in Boise, as we were very interested in the ecosystem and everything it had to offer. So exactly, actually 23 months to the day, we actually met when we spoke. And so it's been a great journey getting to know Andy, and we couldn't be any more excited to have him join the partnership. So I think maybe in starting off, you've been in Idaho long enough where you're definitely considered a local in many ways. And And I'd be interested in kind of talking a little bit about how you've seen the ecosystem evolve over the last 20, 30 years.
Those who've lived here during the same time that I have, or even who've come in the last decade or more, really have seen the vibrancy, the excitement, the energy that's been going on here, Mike. And my wife and I moved here 28 years ago with 2 little daughters who are now grown and have children of their own. And I came here to start with a little Intermountain retail company by the name of Albertsons. And little did I know the changes, the metamorphosis, the undoing and the rebuilding, et cetera, that we would go through as a company, and the incredible opportunities that would provide for many, many people here. But also to see far more than just that one experience, what was going on around us during the same time that we were here, watching people starting to recognize what this city has to offer, what this valley has to offer, what this entire state has to offer, really, north, south, east to west, in terms of, we have seen Boise State, let's take an example, grow dramatically. And Bob Custer and then Marlene Tromp now leading a great group there, thinking beyond the little university that they were, and thinking about how to really drive innovation. And then looking at companies that have found this place to be their home and watching what they've done to be able to establish roots, build great products and services and reputations, but also bring along people who knew they could aspire to something great but needed to have that infrastructure of businesses. We've seen some businesses recently that have really stepped up and grown beyond this valley, but they still call this place home. And even when we started our Albertsons LLC turnaround 14 years ago, we made one decision, and that was that though we didn't have a single store in Idaho at the time, we were not going to take our headquarters anywhere else. Our stores were in Texas and Florida and Colorado and Northern California. We didn't have a store here, but we knew that this was where the people that were going to understand how to build businesses and how to work hard and how to dream big, where were we going to find them? And we knew that there were enough of them here to grow our business. And I've seen that happen over and over and over again now. And just what happened in almost 30 years since we came here, when downtown, was just in the beginning of opening its wings and starting to develop. You already felt that this was a great place to live, but it's almost inconceivable how much has happened just in those 30 years, those 28 to years plus that we've been here. And I believe that the blue sky for this valley in this state is really all ahead of us. The foundation has now been built in terms of great people that have come here, great ideas that have been born here, and what you, Mike, and your partners who had founded Stage.0, located on the West Coast, saw here, many others are seeing, and that is opportunity to really build great companies.
Well, that's interesting. For years, I would sit on my brother's deck up in El Paseo and look out over the city of trees, and the region had all of the characteristics that should be growing an ecosystem. When you take a look at legacy technology companies that were built here, and the Microns and the presence of Hewlett-Packard, and all those are interesting. But really the interesting thing for us, and you're a big part of that, is over the last 23 months is we really think the secret sauce here is the people. And the ingredients of, every ecosystem has its own characteristics, and to see the grit and what it takes in order to build a company and marry that with the folks here in Idaho really matters. Can you talk a little bit about kind of some of the ingredients that you've seen here with not only entrepreneurs, but just in the business community?
Yeah, you talked about grit, and I really think that is something that great businesses are built on. And what I've seen as I've worked around the country with others who invest and with startups that I don't see here is that there are unfortunately trends in some of these, what you might call startup hubs, to want to just build something and flip it as quick as you can and make a quick buck. And I don't see that here. I see people, and that's why I stay here and put my money here, is because I see people who want to build businesses that are going to last for generations. And those are the kind of businesses in the long run that change marketplaces, that allow generations of people to, earn a great living, to send their kids to college, to put down roots, and then to spawn new businesses and new ideas, et cetera. And we're seeing the evolution of that, or the growth of those seeds that were planted. You look at the early microns, you look at when HP came here. These are 30, 40 years ago or more, and there are still great green shoots that are coming from those decisions and from those people that came here with the idea that they're going to build long-term businesses, that they're going to, change the world. And even, in the last week or two, we're seeing the Cradle Points and the Clearwater Analytics over the last couple of years, and others, and there's many others, who have shown that when you build something to last, and when you're willing to really dig in and prove yourself, your business is going to not only establish itself, but it's going to move to a point where all of a sudden it just grows exponentially. And that benefits so many people in our community.
Yeah, what's the, it's interesting, we talk with a lot of entrepreneurs, and one of the biggest things that we'll ask them is, what are we trying to accomplish? And, are we trying to build a small business? Are we trying to build a venture-backed business? Or what exactly are we trying to accomplish? Talk a little bit about like what the difference is in that. And I think that there's maybe a connotation that building a small business is bad, which is really not true at all.
Right.
The ecosystem needs everything. But can you talk a little bit about the difference between building a good niche business versus a venture-backed business, and kind of what that difference is? I mean, you've worked with entrepreneurs from ideation all the way up to having Cerberus as your investor for 10 to 15 years. What are the differences there?
And I will begin by agreeing strongly with what you just said, and that is that small businesses are the backbone of any great local community. And I'm talking about anything from a construction business to a service business to food businesses and all those things. And they strengthen and bring ties to them. But then there are other businesses who tend to play in a different marketplace. And those are businesses which have the ability to grow and scale beyond their local geographics, beyond the local type of marketplaces. And when one does really well, they're really almost have an infinite potential to grow. They go through the growing pains, and if they pass through those growing pains, they will become a great business. But if they keep their roots where they started and they give back to that community they come from, it drives the next business, the next business, the next business. But what we're looking for is we're looking for people who have ideas, because it has to start with first, great people, second, great ideas, and third, a tremendous ability to just work smart and with passion and bring others to your cause, to say this thing can change healthcare, this thing can change hospitality, this thing can change cybersecurity, this thing can change how people work in the marketplace of ideas or of automobiles or of anything. And can that work in Dubuque? And can that work in Boise, Idaho? Can that work in London? Can that work in Hong Kong? And people that have great ideas, they often transcend those kind of boundaries, and they understand early on that though the people that are looking at their business are thinking, oh, good, you're building this little thing. They start with, I'm not building that little thing. Steve Jobs wasn't building a toy. He was building a thing to change the world. And we love having the chance to rub shoulders with people like that and see that they combine passion with a tremendous ability to work, a lot of enthusiasm. They don't get disappointed easily. And then what we can add to that is support and counsel and wrap around the experience that you've had, decades of experience in that world of growing businesses, of finance, et cetera. I've had different set of skills that has helped me to see how to deal with growth pains in large businesses and work with technical deals that had 1,000 different moving parts at a time. And as you said, and I'll bring this back to your point about Cerberus. Cerberus Capital Management was one of Albertson's 5 investors. They were our lead investor. They're a big private equity firm that has, I don't know today, 60, 70, 80 portfolio companies all over the world. And we would go back and spend a lot of time in New York City working with them. And what you come to understand is the mindset of people who invest for the long term and then continue to double down and triple down on their investments to help these very hardworking and aspiring entrepreneurs or turnaround artists or whoever you're investing in to build that thing that they know they can build, and you as an investor couldn't necessarily build it, but you can give them everything they need to get there. You can open doors, you can supply resources, you can be on the phone with them at midnight when the deal's falling apart to say it's going to work out okay. And of course help with filling in those holes. We as a big company, taking Albertsons, we could fill all our executive team positions, but small businesses that I've invested in that have now become larger businesses, when they start off, you didn't have someone that was just a CFO or that was just head of purchasing, et cetera. Everyone was doing everything. And how can we, as the VC investors, step in and say, we also know how to get things done with you, and what do you need me to throw on my shoulders for the next quarter to help you to get there?
Yeah.
I'm hoping I expressed that well.
I love the point that you bring up about like the grit and really what it takes and really what the bigger goal is. And I love telling this story about the first company we invested in Boise, PlexTrack, Dan DeClaus, cybersecurity platform. In our first meeting, I asked the invariable question, what are we trying to accomplish here? And Dan, I think, will always have the all-time best response to this. And he said, I want to create as many wealthy people as I can in the Treasure Valley. And I'm never going to get a better answer than that to that question.
That's the kind of business I want to get behind.
Yeah. And Matt, one of our other partners, was with us, and he kind of chuckled and looked at Dan and said, well, I don't know if we're going to invest in you or not, but you're getting another meeting. and I think that's really what it takes, because when you're an entrepreneur and you decide to go all in, it's more than just showing up and punching the clock and getting a paycheck. It is truly a way of life. Not only are you all in, but your significant other is all in, your family is all in. And we view it at Stage.O as there's not a greater responsibility than an entrepreneur allowing you to write them a check. And there's a great responsibility that comes with that. You talk a little bit maybe about that and your perspective on that?
Well, the first thing, what you just reminded me when you talk about Dan DeClaus and some of the other people that we now have, and we haven't mentioned this yet, but we now have 4 portfolio companies. We're really looking at building out 10 portfolio companies for this fund. That's not a huge number compared to some venture capital firms who sprinkle a lot of money out there and then just kind of wait to see what grows. And one of the things I loved about you guys when I watched how you had built your first fund, and as you and I had conversations for months about what you want to do, was we want to concentrate our ability into a select group of companies and see them through versus this Darwinian idea of survival of the fittest. We're going to be very much a part of that. And I think that comes into this idea about who do you invest in. And one of the things that's very important to me when I look at investing in a company is how the leader interacts with people. How do they treat people? How do they care about people? And I'm talking about the employees that they've begun to hire, but they're inevitably going to grow. But I'm also talking about their vendors. I'm talking about their customers. I'm talking about their competitors. I'm talking about their own interactions, and how do they see the long run in engaging with people? Because to me, that says a lot about what that ride's going to be like. And as a venture capital firm, we're not investing for 2 years or 3 years. And private equity firms, frankly, like to turn companies in a few years if they can. This is a 7, 8, 9, 10-year relationship with a business, and you don't make those decisions lightly. And once you're in, you've got to be all in, and you've got to be there to develop and handhold and strengthen and do whatever you can beyond just providing a check or two.
Yeah, it's well, you've been a part of a lot of general partner meetings now, so you've got to hear the banter and provide a great perspective. One of our when we invest, we look for ideas that we think have the potential to become billion-dollar companies, valued at $1 billion, the Cradle Points of the world, and so on and so forth. That's what we're trying to build. Can you explain a little bit in the venture process? What does that look like? We can throw out that unicorn, that $1 billion number, but how do you get from point A to point B? Because you're investing in it now, and you've also seen that happen. So you've really been on both sides of the equation. So you want to share a little bit about what that looks like?
Yeah, well, I think it starts with fundamentals. And when I've been in, now since the last 4 months, I've really been involved directly with this partnership, this venture capital group. And there are 4 active partners in this fund, and we are very blunt when we look at business, because you have to be. So this is never rude, never disrespectful, but we're very clear on looking at the fundamentals of a business, both when we have great entrepreneurs in the room with us, in the conference room as we're talking through and hearing their pitches and hearing what they say. And I love doing that because you feel that interest and passion from people, for the most part, when they're pitching to you. But then when they leave and we're talking, we're trying to leave no stone unturned. We really want to know how they're going to get from point A to point Z, and all the letters in between, to know how they're going to get there. And so you're looking at models, and we all know that models change dramatically in a small business as it becomes a large business. But what is their ability to see that future, to articulate that future, to be able to then bring it back to the next sale and the next sale and the next sale? What is their process? What are the principles that are going to ground them as a business? And what are they going to use to be able to continue to innovate? Because if there's one thing I found in investing in businesses, is that they're living in a dramatically heightened cycle of research and development and new product development and change. And so what the horse you rode on, if it's a brand new piece of technology or whatever it might be, for the last year that got you from sales from $1 million to $50 million, probably that horse isn't going to get you to 100 or 200. It's going to be a variation on that, but you're going to have to add, and you're going to have to keep thinking around corners to what's around that corner and how do I get there. And so we're looking for people whose minds are working that way, but are also incredibly grounded in keeping this product alive and very excited about building what they have now and not just thinking about the future. So how do you find someone that is incredibly good at looking at these trees right in front of me and incredibly good at articulating the forest at the same time? And that's a very special skill set, and very few people really have it. But when you find it, you want to jump into the ring with them and stay there.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. And then the most difficult part of our analysis is ultimately, can we really help the entrepreneur, right? Because if we're just a check, that's actually not enough for us to be able to invest, right? Because we're trying to create really big companies. So, and that's difficult. We've looked at some companies, and it's like, we may not be the right group for them to be able to provide what the entrepreneur needs, just based on what our skill sets are.
And we may even look at them and say they're going to be an incredible success, but we probably aren't the ones that can help them get there. Someone else is going to be better at that, and we're going to cheer for them.
Yeah, and that's hard, and then we try and help along the way. So can you talk a little bit about the companies? I think that most people in town here really know about the success and what you and Bob Miller and the group was able to accomplish with Albertsons, which I love telling that story, by the way. And most people here know it, but outside of Idaho, I just love telling that story because it's so great. But I would say I don't think most people know how much you've mentored early stage entrepreneurs, and and what that process has been like, because you've been involved in some companies that are, gone from ideation to $100-200 million in revenue. What's that like being a mentor, being a leader, being a part of that process?
One of the things I realized early about myself, and I think people fall into some very specific groups, and I tend to see them as in business, you have entrepreneurs, people that like to start things, and then you have people who really fit into this steady state management area where they're very talented at just managing something that's already grown and solid and just keeping those wheels on the track. And then you've got people who are great at turning around a once great business that has lost its luster, but there's still great structure in that in products, if you can unlock those back again. So 3 areas. The one I knew that I was probably the least born to do was be an entrepreneur, but I love entrepreneurs. And so to your point, Mike, some years ago, we're going back a decade and a half now, I started saying, how do I find some of those people and how do I be able to be on that ride with them financially, so invest, strategically, so be on boards, and really also be involved in the tangible, I should say, ability of growing those companies while not, having to go knock on the doors all day long, but find great entrepreneurs that love to do that and get behind them and put a little wind into their sails. And so I've had a few. I know I'm fortunate that I know some really great investors here in this valley already that have, before you came and before that you're the next level iteration, which is venture capital that's really structured, but had already begun to do that. And I've got a company I've worked with, foods company, which we started with $0. Today, this year we'll be punching $100 million in sales. Gone international, built 2 factories, actually built 3 factories now, 1 outside the U.S. and 2 within the U.S. The growth is starting to grow dramatically. Instead of going $4 or $5 million or $10 million a year, now we're seeing $25 and $30 million and $40 million a year growth, and eventually I think $100 million and more. But there were a lot of late nights when that particular entrepreneur, who I had bet on him because I knew that he was the kind of person that doesn't give up and that constantly innovates, and started with 1 product. Now that business has over 65 SKUs that are going into everything from Walmart to Costco to a lot of regional players to Tesco in the United Kingdom and everywhere else. There were nights where he called and said, I think we're done. We lost our single sole supplier, and we don't have anywhere else to turn. And it was 3 hours of discussion, and then the next morning wake up and saying, okay, we got a plan. Let's go back and find a new supplier, and let's go find a new way to process this product, et cetera. And it worked, but it's a lonely place to be an entrepreneur, very lonely to be the owner, the founder, the chief of every department for a while, and you need somebody that you can talk to. And I think great VCs add that ingredient to, as you said, just writing a check, is how do I help overcome that? How am I the sounding board? How can I be the psychologist? How can I be the friend, trusted advisor, whatever else you need?
Yeah, no,
it's very rewarding to me, and I know it is to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the announcement of Cradle Point and the big success, that they had, there was a lot of sleepless nights for that company to get there. And so, people see that headline, and that's great. But it's really rewarding to actually be able to be there and be supportive during those periods of uncertainty or dislocation within a particular business. I like what you said too, just about the different roles that people may have. And this is a great story for a company in our first fund that just closed their Series B financing ovation. And we brought in a VP of sales that came from Icertis and DocuSign. And I had been talking to him for a while about potentially joining. And he said, look, Mike, he said, I take companies from 5 million to 50 million. That's what I do. And I've done that over and over and over again, and I'm really good at that. I'm not good from 0 to 5, and I'm not good at 50 and beyond. I do 5 to 50. That's what I do. And you know that it's so refreshing, right? And I think it's a great thing for all of us to try and figure out the journey. Like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? You know, where am I really good at? You know, when we get to Series A investments with our companies, we tend to sit down with the leadership and the entrepreneurs and say, okay, write down on a piece of paper everything you love to do and everything you don't love to do, because there tends to be a match. You love to do what you're good at, right? And now you have the capital to be able to, you've earned the right to be able to replace the things that you don't like to do. And we tend to be able to backfill and be able to create, you know, this really robust team around it. And that's just part of the process, especially in earlier stage ventures. So I don't know, do you want to spend a little time talking about the companies in the portfolio? I know I mentioned PlexTrack earlier. Do you want to talk about Crave maybe, for example?
I love this idea of Crave, and this idea has, you know, been multiplying. I've seen in other parts of this industry as well, but I think Crave has a great story to tell. So they are basically taking what I'd call a central kitchen and breaking that up into 4 or 5 or 6, I don't know the total number that they're going to have.
16, yeah.
16
yeah.
Restaurants, but there is no physical restaurant because today people have become very comfortable with ordering their food, and the cost of running a restaurant when a lot of what you're doing is just delivering food and maintaining the total overhead of the restaurant is very expensive. And there's a place for sit-down restaurants that's never going away. We all love to go sit down them, but we don't always want to do that. We also want to just be able to say, tonight I want Italian, tomorrow I want Mexican, the next day I want Thai food. And to be able to have this central kitchen that has sub-kitchens with the recipes and the delivery people, and somebody gets on the internet and says, I want this food, and they ring up our Crave Thai food. Or our Crave Mexican restaurant.
With James Beard nominee and award-winning
with incredible backing of the restaurateurs in this. So it's high-quality food, and it's this economy of scale by being able to deliver multiple types of foods right out of one central kitchen, throw it into a Crave cart, and get it to me at high quality, low cost, and I can order something different every other week. And so this is a concept that I think has massive appeal, massive potential, and now the team is executing on it.
Yeah.
I finished 28 years, I said, with Albertsons. I really didn't have an intention to start something next. I have 5 grandkids. I have a lot of fingers in a lot of pies. I'm involved with a lot of wonderful people in this community. And it took a lot for me to think about, do I want to jump back in? But when I saw what you guys were doing, it was one of the very few things that I could imagine wanting to do, which was to be now able to really support the next generation of great companies in this valley, to focus in a tremendously accelerated manner on Idaho businesses, which I believe in strongly. I want my grandkids and my kids to have the ability to choose to live here if that's what they want, because the jobs are here, because the opportunities are here, because the big vision is here. And I'm hoping that even more other forms of capital come to this city and to this state in the same way that you've decided to make that big jump, because you guys were based for your first fund on the West Coast. Your investments were all over the world. New fund, new focus, and it's how do we build Idaho companies? And that got me off the couch and back to work again. Excited to be here and to be working together with you guys.
Well, we couldn't be more excited to have you on the team, and couldn't be more excited to be here in Idaho and what we can accomplish over the next 10, 20, 30 years and beyond. So once again, thank you to the Boise startup community, and looking forward to continuing the momentum we have. We got a lot of work to do.
Go Startup Week.
Welcome back to Boise Startup Week, everyone. Again, I'm Nick Miller, Executive Director of the Venture College, a program in the College of Innovation and Design at Boise State. And I'm here with Levi Smith, the President of Franklin Building Supply. And we are here now to give the folks what they've been waiting for.
We have some finalists.
Exactly. So we've got 3 finalists in our Hacking for Home Building competition, which again is just a partnership between the home building and building materials industry and our students at Boise State and University of Idaho and institutions throughout Idaho. So we've got 3 of them. Levi, do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about the first one, House?
Sure. So we worked down from, 15 teams total?
That's right.
Got down to 3. House has a product that's really reimagining how to run utilities inside of walls. So product-oriented company, and we think you're going to like what they have to show you.
Yeah, so House, a University of Idaho team. Second team is Beaming, which is a reuse of plastic waste on job sites for the home building industry.
Right.
Some folks from our material sciences department, students, and yeah, definitely bringing an environmental and sustainable angle to the home building industry, and excited to hear what they have to say as well.
Yeah, great example of a problem that multiple people in the industry brought to the table, and they've got an interesting solution. So
yeah, that was definitely one that came up more than once in our discussions. And finally, the third team is Affordable Idaho. This is actually a policy recommendation, as you might remember from the competition. They talked to some folks in Boise and throughout Idaho that are really closely involved with the affordable housing industry, and they have an idea of how just a slight policy change in Idaho could help to drive more affordable housing in our community and throughout the state.
Yeah, I think these 3 finalists represent the type of range of solutions you can see when the industry players are bringing the problems to the table in a reverse pitch. So some of the problem statements were about affordable housing. Those are policy, conceptual, big idea sort of things, and some of them were about very acute problems. And so here we see the range from products to really different approach to recycling material, and then policy. So again, for any business wanting to get involved in something like this with the reverse pitch, it can be done a lot of different ways, and these 3 finalists represent that range.
Yeah, exactly. And you get different disciplines across the board, whether they're engineers or business students or public policy students. We're going to hear from all of them. And without further ado, maybe we can jump over to the pitches. Best of luck to all the finalists, and we'll see you in a bit.
Before we formally introduce ourselves, I would like you to imagine that I'm selling you a valuable item, like this iPhone, for just $1. Now you're going to throw the iPhone directly into the garbage. But wait, you're not done. You have to pay your neighbor $100 to remove this garbage can with the iPhone and take it to the landfill. How do you feel about that? We are Beaming. And what if I told you that the lumber industry is essentially doing exactly this every day? This is lumber wrap. It's used to protect lumber during transportation and storage. After the lumber is unwrapped, the material is thrown into the garbage. Lumber wrap alone is estimated to consume up to 90% of waste produced at the lumberyard, and these businesses have to pay thousands of dollars every month for it to be taken away and disposed of. Around 8 dumpsters full of lumber wrap are carted away to the landfill every month at just one single lumberyard. Considering there are at least 15 lumberyards and lumber retailers between Boise and Nampa, this small region alone disposes of more than 100 giant dumpsters of lumber wrap every month. And this is a huge waste and an environmental cost that should not be tolerated. In reality, lumber wrap is actually an untapped commodity. Made of a type of woven plastic, it's extremely durable, tear resistant, water, and UV resistant. Our business is to divert this material away from the landfills and to repurpose it into useful products. We are offering a service to collect lumber wrap directly from the lumberyards, charging just 50% of the current disposal rate. Meet Pod. Our company will deliver these pods directly to the lumberyard, and they will be placed in a convenient location for the lumber wrap disposal and collection. After collecting the pods, we will facilitate manufacturing and products from recycled lumber wrap that can be used directly at the building site. We will sell these products to consumers through channels like e-commerce and retail. Our products will include things like tarp, composite board, and house wrap, like you can see in these photos here. We've also discovered that this material is great for creating backpacks, and we can prove it. We acquired a few samples of the lumber wrap material, and just recently, we developed our very first prototype of a potential product.
So how did we get to where we are today? Well, in this very short week, we have focused on interviewing industry experts and conducting market research to establish a complete picture of the lumber wrap supply chain and the problem at hand. We've established key industry partnerships and identified stakeholders through collaboration with notable lumber mills like Weyerhaeuser, distributors like Boise Cascade, and lumberyards like Franklin Building Supply. We have also made contact and received valuable insight from leaders like the City of Boise and Home Depot. We ultimately received validation on our proposed solution from these stakeholders. So who are we?
My name is Tara, and through my experience in environmental consulting and project management,
and my experience in supply chains,
we are the people with the skill sets and the vision to change the lumber wrap industry for good.
Lumberyards that choose to partner with us will be able to dramatically reduce the current disposal costs. We offer an opportunity to divert this lumber wrap waste in a convenient manner without any added effort needed from our partners. Partnering lumberyards will also benefit from recognition on our products and website, which will further strengthen brand loyalty and customer relationships. And this is just the start. To move this idea forward, we are asking for $10,000 in seed money for further research, prototype development, and equipment acquisition, so that we can begin addressing this trashed metaphorical iPhone. We urge you to join us in this endeavor to displace this waste.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. We are House. When you have problems with your car, all you have to do is pop the hood and take a look inside to see what's wrong. But when you have problems within a home, you have to hire a service worker to cut out portions of your wall to even identify the problem, let alone repair the problem and repatch the drywall. This typically leads to lengthy and costly repairs that add up throughout the life of your home. For example, drywall repair can cost anywhere between $120 for a small repair all the way up to $2,300 for mold remediation. With easy access to these services, that's money that never has to leave your pocket for both drywall repair and extra labor hours to locate the issue within your systems. Well, get ready to pop the hood on your home. Our Home Access Utility System, or HOUSE, allows you to easily access the guts of your home. This provides accessibility, serviceability, and flexibility to both the construction industry and homeowners. Our solution is an integrated structural unit that organizes and streamlines your home utilities. It provides access to primary services through a swing out or easily detachable baseboard. No more searching for plumbing, electricity, cable, internet, and natural gas. Here's an example of how utilities in a wall assembly work now, and this is how we envision their organization with HOUSE. Builders will love this because it reduces installation time on the job site. No more drilling through wall studs and snaking around ducts. It's all organized here in the house, which easily integrates standard wood and metal frame construction codes.
Homeowners will also love this because it provides flexibility within their home, allowing the house to adapt to changing needs and changing technology. We can create a way to ensure that homes are ready to easily integrate new technology by maximizing accessibility to the systems and minimizing the time and cost of installations. HOUSE also adds value to the inspections, giving inspectors more insight and capability to ensure the quality and safety of the home. So next time you buy a house, the reality of what's behind that wall doesn't have to be such a mystery. After presenting this concept and prototype to potential future users, we received a lot of constructive feedback to help carry us forward in our development. We interviewed industry professionals and realized that services needed to be accessed throughout the entire home and not just one hub, which is why we opted for a system that follows the structural spine of the house. HOUSE addresses the need to access services all throughout your home and focuses equally on ease of integration for the construction team and empowerment of flexibility for the homeowner. In our next steps, we see getting a full-scale physical prototype constructed and to continue exploring accessibility through that baseboard. We feel that there is potential to move forward with intellectual property as we develop the prototype and integrate within a wall system, and we plan to use the prize money in order to do so. We are the integrated design team that work to make this innovation happen. With our variety of backgrounds in education and professional experience, we will be able to solve and design this solution to its completion and success. Thank you.
So we are Affordable Idaho, or AID, and our goal is to increase affordable housing availability through thoughtful and targeted policies.
So I'm Hayden Bryan. I'm currently studying in public policy and administration PhD here at Boise State. My specialty is economic and policy analysis.
Hi, I'm Riley McCurdy. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in elementary education. My specialty is doing research in low-income issues.
And I'm Kate Carter-Cram. I'm studying global studies and economics, and my specialties are economic policy analysis and benefits.
So the problem right now is that there's a shortage of affordable housing in Idaho. Now, this has been a problem over the past decade as house prices have increased dramatically. There's few incentives for developers to build affordable projects, and a financial tool called TIF currently cannot directly subsidize affordable projects. This definitional ambiguity inhibits Idaho's growth.
So as Hayden said, home affordability is a massive issue in Idaho. But did you know that if someone were working at a minimum wage job, so $7.25 an hour, they would have to work 72 hours in a week to rent a one-bedroom house? And currently there are 41,000 cost-burdened households in Idaho.
So meet TIF. TIF is the financial tool I was talking about earlier. It's tax increment financing, and it's used around Idaho to fund a variety of projects. Although it's already effective, we believe that TIF could be improved with some specific policy changes. Now we're going to have a short video to introduce you to TIF.
Hi, I'm TIF. My full name is Tax Increment Financing, which sounds a little confusing, I know, but I'm here to explain how I can help you invest in and improve your community. Tax increment financing is a tool that gives community members more influence over how their property taxes are spent. Property values typically increase over time, meaning that the total amount of property tax in an area increases as well. TIF allows communities to divert future growth of property taxes to community betterment projects of their choosing. Currently, I work throughout Idaho on reinvigoration and construction projects, but right now I'm not able to directly subsidize the construction of affordable housing. A simple policy improvement would change that, meaning that I could attract more affordable projects. Even with the change, I can still allocate a percentage of my funds towards improving areas like parks and roads, which helps further increase local property value. I help put hyper-local decision-making capabilities directly into the hands of the community. Best of all, the changes that would allow me to work effectively only require us to edit small sections of Idaho's code. Let's go back to Hayden and Kate to learn about how we can work together to build a more affordable Idaho.
Thanks, Tiff. So over the course of this competition, we've done a lot of research. First, we reached out to Clay Carley, who's a Boise-based affordable housing developer. He let us know that there's not enough current incentives for people to build affordable housing. Then we talked to Thomas Development Company, which is also a Boise-based affordable housing development company, and they let us know that TIF would be a good tool to fill that gap. Lastly, we talked to Ryan Armbruster, who's a state expert on TIF law, and he let us know the best ways to specifically change TIF. Now, all three of these groups let us know that TIF is the #1 change they'd like to see in Idaho today. The specific benefits of TIF is that it attracts investments from outside of the community, meaning a stronger Idaho economy. It improves the local community by allowing them to make hyper-local decision-making and puts that decision-making directly into the hands of the community members who have the most information to make those decisions. It also lays the groundwork for future growth, creating a problem-solving mindset within the community.
So the potential challenges that we see with implementing TIF would be underutilization, which could easily be corrected with targeted promotion, or communities may not know how to best utilize TIF, but we would guide them through the process to ensure that they create local benefits.
Thank you for helping us build a more affordable Idaho.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Nick Miller, and I'm here with Levi Smith, the president of Franklin Building Supply, and we're here with Hacking for Home Building, a competition held over the past week, and we're going to reveal the winners of Hacking for Home Building. Top prize is $10,000. That'll be at 2:15. But first, up next, we're going to hear a talk about venture capital in Idaho, a topic that I'm sure many of you are interested in, and hopefully even getting some dollars out of these folks. We'll hear from Epic Ventures, Madrona Venture Partners, Next Frontier Capital, and Origin Ventures as well. And please tune back in at 2:15 to hear the winners of Hacking for Home Building. But first, a word from our sponsors.
So we'll start the discussion off at Will. Will, it's been a wild year. How has your investment strategy changed or not since March?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate being included with these the other panelists. And I think the first thing we've had to look at since we started investing is what did COVID mean for businesses, and was there a uniform impact on COVID that would have on businesses? And if not, what were the counter-cyclical sectors we may see? And just before we started the panel, we talked about Zoom. Zoom's earnings up, I think, 146% today, and the market cap, in the $85 billion, already trading at 60 times revenue. So there are clearly investors out there looking for products that will be countercyclical, that are about the future of work, that are helping companies do more with less, drive workflow efficient, automation, reducing costs, and what have you. And so what we've had to do is really reassess our portfolio and our pipeline and trying to understand the COVID implication response.
Brent, do you mind tagging on there and sharing your insights?
Yeah, I think your question, Jack, was how's our strategy changed since COVID started? And the short answer is strategy really hasn't changed much at all. We've been focused on B2B and marketplace businesses that are oriented around millennials and Gen Z now, what we call the digital native economy, for over 5 years. And that seems to be a sector that's benefited and had almost more tailwinds than headwinds. Doesn't mean we haven't had challenges, but in general, that I think is a thesis that is well positioned for the way we're all conducting ourselves right now. What has changed is just the process and the way we have to meet entrepreneurs, conduct diligence, get involved in governance on an ongoing basis with companies. Those things have changed for us the same way they have for companies in our portfolio and the way they're operating. But just to go back to the question around strategy, not much change at all.
Len, how about for you and for Madrona?
Yeah, no, I looked at the numbers and we're actually investing at a faster pace than before COVID. So we are investing out of our 7th fund. It's a $300 million fund. We've made 15 new investments this year. 11 of those are 8 of those are after COVID, sort of roughly when COVID hit. We've had 11 follow-ons, and 8 of those are follow-ons that happened after COVID. So, I think our philosophy is, Most of our big wins are companies that have taken 10 to 15 years from the time we invested until they became big winners, was Smartsheet, DocuSign, Apptio, companies like that. And so we're not that focused on what does the current economic environment look like. We're more focused on what do we think it's going to look like over the next couple decades, because that's the horizon that we think about our companies maturing and becoming category winners.
Brent, I'm going to direct this next question at you, just because historically, even years prior to all the work from home initiatives starting in March, the future of work and particularly distributed teams has been something you've talked about a lot. So starting with you, how do you think work from home is going to continue to impact, call it, investment and entrepreneurial activities outside of core startup hubs, outside of the Bay, outside of New York, et cetera?
Well, I think there are probably two impacts. One is the impact on being able to attract investment capital from some investors that would have been not on the usual suspect lists for a given market or region or city or ecosystem. And right now, the same experiment that companies are having to live with remote work is one that firms like ours and the others on this panel are having to adapt to as well. And I think there are a lot of eyes being opened for early stage investors, growth investors, who are now starting to conduct and having some success with the virtual nature of identifying promising companies. And maybe that starts to extend and geographic boundaries and start to go down a little bit. And so do I think we'll see more willingness from investors willing to go to different ecosystems than they considered before? I do think that will be one of the outcomes. The second impact, and I think that's very good for ecosystems like Boise and markets like that, the second impact is probably on people and the ability to attract really great people. And I think that comes in two forms. One is, again, you've got more willingness, I think, to work with team members who are remote. So instead of having to recruit somebody for a role that you thought had to be done locally in that ecosystem, now you can cast a much broader net, go after some really great experienced people that might be out of market, and they can work for the company just like some of the other core team members can that have shifted to remote work. And then the second impact on people, I think, is just this mass migration that is reality, because I'm seeing it every day, from large developed ecosystems to new places to want to live and work and enjoy a different lifestyle. And I also think that for companies based in attractive lifestyle markets, and that could be Boise and Salt Lake City and Bozeman, I think that's a real advantage for companies in those markets, is the ability to attract people there.
Len, if you don't mind, I'd love to kick that question over to you for your perspective. And I say that just because I know you've spent some time in Idaho over the last several months, and curious how you're thinking about kind of the shift of the workforce as it pertains to the investment and the entrepreneurial community.
Yeah. Well, a couple things. I mean, 90% of Madrona's investments are in the Northwest, which for us is broadly sort of Portland, Vancouver, BC, and Seattle, and we'd love to do things in Boise. So we're very regionally focused, but not focused on companies that are great regional companies. We were original investors in Amazon. We're investors in companies like Smartsheet and Apptio. So we think of ourselves as wanting to back global companies, but that are headquartered close enough that we can be helpful to them. I think, and look, one of the things that's happened in Seattle is there's a lot of talent here. That two of the top 5 most valuable tech companies are here between Microsoft and Amazon, but it's gotten more expensive here. And so we do have an eye toward looking at companies that can let people work from places that are more efficient, where they've got great talent and good schools. I think that the one cautionary note that I would make is I'm a little worried about the inexperienced entrepreneur that underestimates how hard it is to build culture when it's distributed. And I know it's going to sound old school, and I'm fine with that. Having started or helped restart a couple of companies myself, there's a lot of value to being able to walk down the hall and talk to people and compare notes, especially in the early days when you're trying to dial in product market fit. You need really great collaboration between product teams and marketing teams and sales teams. I think it can be done virtually, but I think it puts a huge premium on the classic things you have to be good at as a founder: communication, follow-up, documenting meetings, making sure people have clear objectives, really being great at recruiting and onboarding people. I think all of those things you have to be even better at and think even more about in a virtual environment, because after that Zoom call, everybody disappears and you can lose. It's not so much about work ethic, but just the cohesion and commonality of purpose that you get when everybody's in one place is, I think, more challenging to do virtually. And I think it's possible, but we will really look for entrepreneurs that seem and feel like they've got those kinds of skills in spades, because I think there will be entrepreneurs that make the mistake of thinking, hey, this is great, everybody can log in virtually and we'll be in good shape. I think it's harder than you think.
I'd like to add on to what Len said. I think that's exactly right. The big thing that we have yet to see is you have companies that already existed, had already established some culture when things changed in early March. And so it's one thing to have established a company and then to send everybody away to work remotely. It's another to have to build it from day one. So startups that are going through their early stages of development right now and having to build a team, recruit people, start to communicate and be transparent, set goals and objectives, and do that in a completely remote environment to establish culture from day one, I think that's going to be extremely hard.
Someone else that I talked to had an interesting insight the other day, which I think is worth repeating, which is that one dynamic that could happen if you recruit a lot of people remotely in this environment, let's say your company's headquartered in Seattle, you have a bunch of employees in Seattle, and they all went to work from home for the next N number of months. And let's say, in addition, you also hire a bunch of people from other markets and other cities that are not where your headquarters is. One of the challenges is that when things get back to normal at some point and a lot of people come back into the office and start working from the office again, what will happen to the people that were sort of hired virtually but now don't get the benefit of being in proximity to the office? You'll have all these people that sort of are happily coming back to work. And if you're not careful, those folks that were sort of hired remotely and that don't have the opportunity to come into the quote unquote office may feel disenfranchised. So again, it's another dynamic that someone smart that I was talking to the other day pointed out that I think is also an important thing to manage well. Otherwise, those people could really feel sort of left out when and if we all get to work back in an office together someday.
Huh. It's a fascinating thing to think about on, down the line. It's interesting how often I hear people say, they express their excitement about, the opportunities that arise from a work from home culture, but, not really acknowledging that as a potential roadblock down the way. That's an interesting thought. I'm going to shift gears a little bit here and focus in specifically on Idaho, if you guys don't mind. As you think about deploying capital over the next couple of years, and Idaho's kind of in your mind, and it's a strategy for everybody on this call. What do you think Idaho's good at? What are you looking for here? Where might you be looking for those businesses? And then ultimately, is there a higher bar for businesses in Idaho for your firm specifically? And maybe since it's been an outwardly expressed investment strategy from Will and his team, Will, do you mind kicking this one off?
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I think, for us, we look at through our lens what we're interested in. We're a B2B investor looking for recurring revenue products. I think where we're focused on are just companies that are somehow able to get to $25,000 to $75,000 a month in revenue. And then again, we're interested in companies that are like the $3 to $5 million in revenue. Those are kind of the two holes we think exist in the market in the Rockies where there's not a natural constituency to invest there. And to me, Boise in particular is perfectly placed to attract more capital. I think it's always fascinating when there's markets that are underpunching, I guess, their weight versus overpunching. And I would say Boise right now is probably underpunching in terms of the number of companies that are being funded there. But I think with the success of T-Sheets and others recently, and certainly Clearwater Analytics that you know really well, there's plenty of pedigree there and success and examples of what can come out of it. So I just think it's a question of time, honestly. But I would bet the next couple of years are going to be super dynamic and exciting in Boise, and a lot of quality companies that are either alums from those prior companies I mentioned or people that are moving to Boise and looking to bring their ideas and companies with them. So I'll leave it there.
Listen, I'm very optimistic about Boise and the state and the region in general. It's why I moved from Chicago to Salt Lake City 4 years ago. Was a similar bet. And the bet at the time was that the outcome that Omniture had been through, and then things like Ancestry producing great talent for both engineers and go-to-market specialists would have an impact. And we could point to companies at the time that were still a little bit below the radar, like Qualtrics and Pluralsight and Lucid and Health Catalyst, that were in that next wave that we thought would also be very good for the ecosystem. And it just takes a couple of those to really have this spawning effect. And what Will just mentioned around T-Sheets and Clearwater and hopefully Aptitex very soon as well, if they can have a similar type of impact on the ecosystem, then I think those can be real catalysts for a wave of great companies.
Yeah, I'll just jump in with one more thought. I think the way we think about Boise from Madrona's perspective is you have some really specialized talent. I mean, obviously the legacy of HP and Micron, you've got deep embedded systems experience and deep kind of semiconductor experience. The embedded systems experience in particular, for companies like Cradlepoint, where we're not an investor, but there's an interesting set of companies that are sort of the combination of software and hardware, and we think Boise is uniquely situated because of a lot of the talent there to develop those types of companies. So that's really interesting to us. I mean, we don't have as much of that kind of experience. For instance, in Seattle, we have lots of enterprise software experience, lots of e-commerce experience from Microsoft and Amazon, and probably a dozen or 2 dozen more public companies. But that's a unique capability that we are intrigued by.
Well, as we wind down to a close here, what advice, maybe a sentence or two, would each of you give, or what suggestions would you give to Idaho entrepreneurs seeking investment from your firm or firms like it? And maybe Brent, we'll start with you here.
Yeah, I can think of 3 things in particular. And one of them is kind of time sensitive, given the global health crisis and the uncertainty of knowing when this disruption will end and what it really means long term. And that is just stick to the conviction that made you focus on entrepreneurship and solving a big problem to begin with. There is no shortage of news that can create gyrations in entrepreneurship right now. And so it's a time where deep conviction, I think, really matters. The second is a real focus on getting to market and testing product market fit and iterating as fast as possible. It's going to be a very confusing 6 to 12 month period where growth rates are going to vary more in good, similar caliber startups because of the markets that they're in. So judging quality will be really difficult. Trying to demonstrate product market fit is a thing, and like high engagement, low churn, things like that, and adoption are going to be the metrics that really stand out. And I think those are the two pieces of advice I'd focus on.
Kind of 3 specific areas of feedback that I would give entrepreneurs, in particular from Boise. One is ambition. I would just say, there are companies, there are plenty of people in Idaho who have played on a big scale, and those are the kinds of companies we want to fund. And so I would just encourage entrepreneurs to think about, we at our firm want to fund the next DocuSign, the next Smartsheet, and think big. Just because you're from a market that maybe isn't as big as the Valley or Seattle does not mean you should aspire to building a more modest sized company. And certainly it's not what's interesting to us. And I don't think there's any reason to shoot lower than that. So I think, I'd be bigger and bolder on ambition. Venture firms want to back companies that can be $200-300 million plus revenue stream businesses that can go public. They won't all get there, but that's what we aspire to. So that's one. I think 2, understanding the competitive dynamic is really important because, we assume if you've got a good idea that there are 20 companies in the Valley that are doing something very similar. Doesn't mean you can't win, but I sometimes see not enough rigor put into really understanding who else is out in the ecosystem and what will be different about your approach. And so that's a second. And then the third I would just say is think about how you'll build a complete executive team. Do you think you can attract all of those people in Boise? Do you think you'll need a hybrid approach and have some of your team not in Boise? But one of the questions that we will have is, will you be able to build a world-class team there? And if so, who are the types of people you think you would attract, even if you haven't hired them already? Or will you go with more of a hybrid approach and keep some of the company in different parts of the market or different parts of the country? But I think addressing that question early with, here's the kind of world-class team I want to go build, is really important. I mean, we backed Amazon in the early days, and back in those days, 25 years ago, Seattle wasn't thought of as a particularly interesting tech city. There was just Microsoft and Boeing. But when my partner Tom met Jeff, he didn't think, well, here's a guy that's trying to build an interesting Seattle company, and that's just the best he could do. He was thinking, I'm going to build a global company. There's a reason I'm putting it in Seattle, and I'm going to attract the best talent I need, no matter where they're from. So take that attitude, and I think it will serve you well.
I love that. Thank you. And maybe closing off with Will. Will, you've been building in an ecosystem not too dissimilar to Boise and to dramatic success. So what would be some of the points of encouragement or advice you'd give to Idaho entrepreneurs pitching firms like yours?
To me, I think there's obviously a need for entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs drive markets, but the entrepreneurs are there. I'm convinced of that. What's not there probably is the amount of seed capital that can get a company to get to a point where a Series A can be credibly raised by a national firm. Those national firms have very well-defined requirements for investing. Typically, they're somewhere around 1 to 2 million in ARR, and in a B2B or software case, and then if it's a consumer case, it's daily active users, monthly active users that you're seeing on your application, across time. And so, really recognizing as an entrepreneur that risk has been placed on you by the venture community, that you have to carry the ball way further than your predecessors ever had to. If you're in a remote market, it's even further than that. And you've got this catch-22 you have to solve, which is, well, how am I possibly going to generate $1 to $2 million in revenue or an app that has got, 1 million MAUs if there's no money to get me there? And so I would just say, again, I guess in summary, which would be like, lack of capital is not because there's not return. It's because there's not enough structured opportunities being presented to venture firms that meet their thresholds. And the question to ask as an entrepreneur is, how do I raise the capital to get me past those thresholds? Knowing that they're totally binary. If you're not above those thresholds, they will not be interested. It'll be like, it's come back when you're where XYZ or some future state. And it's a very frustrating place to get punted to. So to me, like for Idaho to really kind of start catching fire again, I think there needs to be more active seed capital that's supportive earlier in the process, allowing Series A firms that are national firms to sit back and wait for those firms to bubble up across that binary line and then pounce with interest once it's there. And so all the work on entrepreneurial development and companies getting started, if there's not, again, being a little repetitive here, but if there's not really strong early stage investor interest, I don't think companies mature to the point where they can capture that Series A and start shifting the narrative on the ground. And so that's been our experience here. I mean, there was hardly any venture money here from 95 to 2015. There was $140 million invested in Montana total over 20 years. Since 2015, there's been over $450 million invested here. What's the difference? Well, certainly COVID's new, but that's relatively new. What really changed was that there was just enough seed capital here to get companies to graduate, if you will, up to where Series A firms took things seriously. And before that, the number of firms that took SBI and SDTR loans is long, and that alternate source of funding really does become a bottleneck or a curse in some sense, because again, you just focus more on what's the next research grant, less on what customers really want to buy from you and what products will satisfy that customer need. So that's what we've seen here, and hopefully that'll be relevant for you as well.
Well, guys, sincerely, thank you so much for your time today. We've had a great discussion, a lot of incredible points for everyone to take away from this. So Brent, Len, Will, our sincerest thanks for your participation in this panel and your ongoing support of the Idaho startup ecosystem, and specifically today, Boise Startup Week. To the attendees, thank you very much for tuning in. You can find all these gentlemen on their LinkedIn profiles. Cheers.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm Nick Miller, the Executive Director at the Venture College, and I'm here with Levi Smith, the President at Franklin Building Supply. and we are here with 10 students who have dedicated an incredible amount of time and energy to solving problems in the home building industry. And our first program of Hacking for Home Building. Levi, any lessons or takeaways from the week that we spent with these students working on problems facing your industry, the building materials and home building industry?
So we're excited to be able to award 3 teams today. These are 3 out of 15 teams. And I think, speaking on behalf of all the judges that were involved, a lot from the industry and then some from the startup scene and from Boise State and other programs, we're really impressed with what we saw after a week's worth of work. So these students took a problem statement from industry businesses like Franklin Building Supply and others that participated and ran with it. And we were delighted to go through those pitches. It was fun to see what they came up with, a lot of innovation and creativity and attention to the problem and really trying to come up with a good solution. I think the 3 that we have today really stood out from that group. There are 3 very different finalists, as you saw if you watched the previous segment with the pitches, and it's going to be fun to hand out some big prizes today so they can look at taking the next step with these business ideas.
Yeah, and speaking of prizes, first, thank you to Franklin Building Supply for being one of the underwriters for this.
That's our pleasure.
Your company's commitment to helping your employees and helping students and driving innovation in your industry is awesome. And we're just really grateful to have you all as a partner in this, as well as Midwest, Eric Parrish, who was one of the first ones when we met way back when, who put his hand up and said, "We're in." And I said, "Well, let me tell you the idea."
He put it up first and put it up high. So yeah.
He threw a hand up, and he was heavily involved throughout the week, as well as folks from Boise Cascade and Weyerhaeuser and Eaglewood and Cotner and all throughout Trust Joyce. And without the industry partners, we couldn't have even got started.
And I think one of the fun things when these 3 teams and the other 12 did their pitches, you brought together a group of judges, and it involved a lot of other employees at some of those companies.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we're trying to do here is to get more and more people exposed from our industry to what's going on in the startup scene. And so it was fun to see them in those pitches, doing this for the absolute first time, not knowing what to expect. What are these students going to come up with in only 1 week? And again, based on the feedback that I've gotten over the past week, I think they're really stunned with how far these students got in 1 week. And we're thinking, my gosh, if they had weeks and months to work on this, we could really solve some real problems here. And so I think there's just so much potential in what we saw in the pitches, and so much potential in particular with these 3 that, again, as we talked about, cover a product and a recycling potential product or service approach, and then a policy piece to it shows the range. Yep. We've got a lot of problems to solve, and we need the startup community, we need entrepreneurs to dig in, and we need the businesses to partner with them to make these solutions a reality.
Yeah, and I know the students are waiting anxiously for the winners. One other.
I thought we had a couple more segments before we got to it. We're doing it now?
Right. Another 30 minutes or so. One other just fun aspect of the week that the students spent working and bringing folks from your industry in together with, like you mentioned, some folks from the startup community, angel investors, and that kind of thing was, I think I'm not speaking out of turn when we first got together and we said, hey, how would you like to communicate to students? Would you like to use Slack or these different technologies that a lot of startups or students will tend to use? And the building materials folks said, yeah, we're not the most tech forward industry in the world. Yeah, how about just phone call? And I think that cross pollination of bringing the tech community into that corporate environment of the small and medium sized businesses that we talked about earlier. Hopefully starts to build new inroads into our entrepreneurial ecosystem and creates more access points for people either going from the startup community into these corporate rooms or vice versa, right? That there's just more of an exchange of ideas in the marketplace here. And again, just appreciate you and all of your industry partners supporting this effort. But at the end of the day, it was to support students and their ideas. And maybe with that, we can jump into
let's get into
the
it.
Final winners for Hacking for Home Building.
The three prizes that we're offering.
Right, the three prizes. So we have third place will be a $2,500 prize to that team. Second place will be $5,000 prize, and first place rather is $10,000 for the winning team. And obviously this is intended to take their ideas as far as they can go.
Right.
And we're really excited for the potential that all these teams have shown.
All right, I think we've teased long enough.
I think so.
Let's get on with it.
We will get to it. So we will start. I'll announce second place team, and then I will shift the computer to Levi, and he'll reveal the first place team. So the second place team from Boise State University is Beaming.
Great job, Beaming.
Sure.
Yeah, let's talk to Beaming.
Beaming. Elena and Tara.
Hi. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
That's exciting. Thank you.
You bet. Tell us a little bit about your experience. How did it go? What did you learn? Would you recommend it to other people?
Elena, do you want to start or should I?
Yeah, I mean, I could go on for hours about this. This was an amazing experience. I mean, prior to this, I had no experience with the construction industry. And I would say I've learned a lot, and I've also met a lot of people to make a more sustainable impact.
And I'll just add on to that a little bit and say it was a lot of work, more than I was anticipating, but that just makes where we are now the more rewarding. And as Elena touched on, just getting to know what the needs are of people in the construction industry was fascinating and really interesting for me. So that was a great experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you both. And I think one thing that I really like about your team, if I'm remembering correctly, is Tara, you're a material science student,
Yep.
and Elena, you're a supply chain management student. So we have this intersection of business and engineering, which is what happens in the real world, right? You've got a marketer who needs to talk to an engineer, who needs to talk to the sales guy.
Right.
Or
Good
gal.
collaboration.
And so having that kind of exchange of ideas and interdisciplinary approach has been a big deal for us. And one thing I think I've failed to mention so far is that this was a partnership on campus with the College of Engineering. We had a ton of engineering students, and having them have that interdisciplinary approach with business students and other disciplines was a big part of this. So while I'm rambling on about the importance of interdisciplinary approaches, the other two teams are waiting anxiously. So I'm going to shift our Zoom camera here to Levi, and he's going to tell you the final winner of the $10,000.
All right. There we go. All right, well, great job again to everybody involved, not only three finalists, but for all the teams that pitched. But we're delighted to announce that the winner of the $10,000 prize for the first, but what will be the first of many Hacking for Home Building events is House. Yeah, tell us, your reaction, same sort of questions that Nick asked of the Beaming team. What was your experience? Did you see this coming? Did you go into this expecting that, hey, we think we've got a shot to be the winners? Were you surprised? What's your reaction, your thoughts right now?
Well, who wants to take it? I'd say, yeah, I mean, having a week-long project, I think, is kind of perfect because you're able to kind of push aside all your other responsibilities for that week. If you bring it into 2 or 3 weeks, then you have to start to juggle your regular stuff. Yeah, we were just enthused throughout the entire time, and reaching out to people on the phone, I think, is the best way to do research. I think asking costs very little, and you can get a lot of information in that time.
And I think it was really fun how we had pretty diverse backgrounds between the 5 of us. Four of us are architecture students at the moment, but we all have various backgrounds from art to geology, sustainability, and then of course Evan's our mechanical engineer. And so we have a wide variety of approaching a problem, which meant we came up with a lot of extra problems for ourselves to solve along the way.
Good.
Yeah, I think that was one of the coolest parts of it, and also the most challenging is like we had like 18 half-baked ideas going. Like we didn't actually like really decide like what it was until like there was this moment like Sunday night before everything when we just like, I think it was Evan who like said it out loud and we were just like, okay, yeah. So, but it was really cool to like have all of that time to just like collaborate and sort of like meditate on it for a while.
House, what's next for you all? What with this kind of seed capital, what are your next steps? What are your plans? Please don't.
Well, we talked as a group.
What is it?
We talked as a group to try and figure out where we want to take this. We're all students and we all have a long career of academia ahead of us. So starting up a manufacturing industry business at the moment, it's not a great deal for us, but we do want to figure out how to hand this off to the right people to make it happen. And that could mean a lot of things, and Nick, we're going to bug you about that. So
Good.
Oh, that's great. I think what you all did in a week is so impressive. And you know what?
I'm going to turn it back to you so they can see you.
When I say you, I mean all of you here, and all of you that are watching elsewhere. You know, the 40 plus students that participated, the team Affordable Idaho, you all as well. I think
great job.
The work that you all did was just so impressive. What you're able to accomplish in a week, and that I think is part of the story of Boise Startup Week is that this isn't the end. You're just getting started, right? And so whether that's working with partners or pursuing it on your own, this we hope is planting a seed in you for entrepreneurship and for new ideas and innovation in your own companies or elsewhere for years to come. So we can't thank you all enough for the time, energy, and work that you put in. And if anyone out there watching this is hiring and is looking for some talent, you've got, I think, 10 people here that are super motivated, super talented, that will work their tails off for you. And yeah, we're just so thrilled to have this under our belts, and we are already planning on how to make it better next year. And yeah, we hope to see all of you next year as well as more. Levi, any final thoughts here?
Oh, just again, it was a pleasure to work with all the students and Nick, with you and everyone from the university and our industry partners. So it's the nature of startups. You have to start. And so we started with this first Hacking for Home building. We're looking forward to round 2, and we'll make it bigger and better than ever. And that's really on the shoulders of those who have dug in and participated with this first go at it. So we're proud of what's been accomplished, and proud of all 3 of these teams, and you all deserve our congratulations and accolades. Good job. And we're looking forward to talking about this again next year with Hacking for Home building round 2. So
yeah,
more to come.
Yeah, and thank you also to Boise Startup Week, to Trailhead, to Vinyl, to everyone that puts this event on. Thank you for inviting us to be a part of it, because I think it is a great way for the university to get engaged with the community as a whole, the startup community. And so I know for us, this was a really special part of the past 10 days or so. Having this to look forward to is awesome. So thank you to TM, thanks to Nick Krabs, thanks to the whole Boise Startup Week team. And I think I'm now going to throw it to our next event, if I'm good on time here, Mark. Yeah. Okay, so right now the virtual showcase is happening in Umbrella. You can chat with the Trailmix and $20,000 pitch competition winners. And you can also check out next Courageous Leadership in Difficult Times by Sarah Wachter-Betcher. Try saying that 3 times. We look forward to Sarah's session. And thank you all for having us today, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks.
Venture College, a program in the College of Innovation and Design, is a place where any student from across this university can take the ideas that they're learning in the classroom, little ideas, big ideas, and bring them forward into the world.
Lumini builds portable wall-penetrating radar devices to help first responders and soldiers identify people and threats through the walls. I found Venture College originally as a graduate student at Boise State. I was looking for programs where I could get involved in business, but had no background in business. I think a lot of times that students get really caught up in their major. I did this as an undergrad as well. You just think you're so busy, you don't have time to do things outside of your degree. But I think it's really important because you learn a lot in school, but you don't necessarily get the opportunity to actually build something that's your own. And that's something I think the Venture College is really helpful with, is actually giving you that space to build your own thing.
The Venture College is a student-centered, faculty-enabled network of resources for every student at Boise State. Come and see us to get started on your idea today.
Hi everybody, I'm Nicole Harris-Roberts with Vinyl, and I'm joined here by Sarah Wachter-Betcher. She is going to talk to us today about courageous leadership in difficult times. Sarah, welcome to Boise Startup Week.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you all for listening in today. I'm really excited to be here, and I want to start out by talking a little bit about what I do and sort of why I'm talking to you about leadership in difficult times. So I run a company called Active Voice, where we do leadership programs and coaching for people in tech and design. And I started this practice just this year after spending a lot of years as a consultant in UX and product strategy and content strategy. And I wrote books about how tech and design could harm or hurt people. And so in 2017, after my book Technically Wrong came out, I spent a lot of time giving talks at events, going to visit companies, speaking at universities, really going all over the world talking to people about the ways that sexism or racism could get built into tech products. And I talked about ethics and responsibility and diversity and inclusion and responsibility and all these things that I cared so much about and care so much about. And I loved it. But after a while, I kept noticing the same thing happening over and over again. The same thing kept coming up, and it ended up shifting the entire arc of my career. And that was this statement: I want to change my organization, but I don't have a seat at the table. I want to be more inclusive in how we work. I want to be more equitable. I want to build a more diverse company, but I don't have a seat at the table. I heard it so many times, I started looking into this. Where is all this coming from? What does this mean? And I actually found that in the 2019 design census from Google and AIGA, which is this huge survey of designers of all sorts, they ask about some of the top issues that are facing design today. And what they found in 2019 is that actually the number 2 response designers had was that they didn't have a seat at the table. That was the second biggest problem they were facing in their roles. And it's been similar in past years too. And so I started looking at that and I was wondering, well, what happens when people don't have a seat at the table? And I realized this is about not feeling powerful. And that when people don't feel powerful in their work, what was happening is that they would shut down and make themselves small, close themselves off from change. I started noticing that this was sort of a form of self-protection, where standing up is scary, speaking up is scary, saying, hey, I think this is a bad decision because I think that this could hurt someone. That can be really, really scary. And so in the face of that fear, it's often a lot easier to run away or to point the finger elsewhere. Even if you really want to make change, even if you believe that equity is really important in a design or a tech org, if you feel like you don't have any power, it's very easy to just step away from it. And so what that led me to is to start re-envisioning the work that I do and really shifting from working on products and projects to working closely with people. Because what I realized is that we need people with a lot more courage in this field. We need people with the courage to stand up and to take action where it counts, and to stop leaving their values or their humanity at the door, to stop cosplaying as productive little machines who are only interested in climbing ladders or pushing out products or hitting more tasks in their, JIRA system, and to really be willing to speak up for justice or speak up for good wherever they are. And so that is what I wanted to focus on today. That was sort of the talk I wanted to give. How do we be more courageous leaders at work and with our teams, regardless of what role we're in right now? But then a lot of things happened. A lot of things happened over this year. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We are in the middle of a racial justice reckoning. We are in the middle of economic upheaval. We have people working from home in very close quarters. You may have a toddler running into the room right as I give this talk. There have been massive wildfires all over the West. We've got people trying to go back to school, people who are struggling with no childcare, and a huge, challenging election season. It's a lot. There's so much happening right now. Sometimes it feels like just impossible to think about anything else. Maybe you read this article, maybe you saw this passed around a little bit ago, but it really resonated with me. It came out this summer. It's called "Your Surge Capacity is Depleted. It's Why You Feel Awful." The author of the piece is Tara Hale. She's a science journalist, and she writes that surge capacity is a collection of adaptive systems, mental and physical, that humans draw on for short-term survival in acutely stressful situations, like natural disasters. The thing is that when it's depleted, your surge capacity has to be renewed. And the problem is that our emergency phase has become chronic. There isn't a clear end to things. Like, it's unclear when everything would be normal again, or even what that means. And so when the emergency becomes chronic, we stay stuck in that place of having used up this surge capacity. And so there we are, right? Feeling these feelings, depleted, overwhelmed, anxious, struggling, just getting by. I bet that almost everybody listening to this is feeling at least one of these, if not all of these at the same time. It's a rough year. And so as we're going through this, as we're experiencing this kind of collective trauma, I think it's really easy to take a moment and be like, well, wait, hold up. You want me to speak up and demand more ethical tech and design systems that are more responsible and fight bias in my work and talk about racism now? And so when that happens, what I think ends up happening is we set up this impossible choice. Either we're depleted and we need rest, we need to take a break, we need flex time, we need looser deadlines, we need fewer responsibilities, shut it all down. Or we need to be leaders who step up and who make change, who push for justice in our organizations, who remove bias from our products, who ensure accessibility is centered at the very beginning. And so that's how the conversations often are framed. Do we do less or do we do more? Either or. And this either or thinking is everywhere, and its effects are so pernicious. We can see it when we talk about this year, right? If you, like me, has been having still a pretty okay year given everything, if you're still employed, for example, if you're still sort of financially solvent and safe, it can be really hard to deal with these feelings where on the one hand, 2020 is unbearable. It is challenging. And on the other hand, you feel like you have it pretty good because you do. And in those situations, this either or, this leads to a place where you can feel really guilty if you start complaining about the difficulties that you've had. You feel like you're not allowed to whine about it because other people have it worse. And so when that happens, what happens is you focus on being grateful. Okay, let's talk about what's good. And that's not a bad thing, right? Thinking about the ways you're grateful is wonderful. But when that's all we're allowed to focus on, what that does is it pushes down all those real feelings we have about what's challenging, what's difficult. Forces us to deny them, to sort of shut them off. And the problem is that it doesn't go away. They lurk under the surface. And that can lead us to burnout. And you can see these things at work as well. You can see these either or scenarios. For example, every time you hear people talk about, We don't need to worry about soft skills or, oh, all of this like chit chat, extra meetings, they're unproductive. Let's get back to work. That's oftentimes looking at things through a binary lens. That work is Kanbans, code, shipping. Everything else is a distraction. You can see it when we talk about diversity. When you hear people say like, well, I would love to have a more diverse team, but I don't want to lower the bar. That's setting up a binary. It's setting up a binary where either we diversify or we hire the best. And what we miss when we do that, well, we miss everything that diversity might bring that we've never even experienced before. We miss out on new perspectives, ideas. We miss out on strengths that are born of experiences that are different than ours, because we only know the strengths that come from the experiences that are similar to ours. So what we do is we actually miss out on realizing we don't even know what the best is, because we've been hiring according to an outdated understanding of what good even looks like. Ultimately, what I've come to realize is that the binary is very comfortable, and it's comfortable because we grew up with it. Is something good or bad? Are they a hero or a villain? Is someone male or female? We have been trained to see so much of the world through this binary lens and to reduce things down to an either or, to shove things into opposing sides. And so what I want everybody to see today is that we deserve more than two options. We deserve to be able to see a multiplicity of potential paths and different ways of approaching things. But every time we get stuck back in a binary, we lose sight of options. We're forced to pick a side, and it shuts off our creative exploration. It can even lead to indecision, because both options are often bad. And so then we'll try not to choose. And not choosing is also a choice. Not choosing ends up being choosing the default, choosing the status quo, because that's the easiest thing to choose. In fact, because of that, either or thinking has even been called a tool of white supremacy. And I have found this a fascinating thing to learn about. And I really love this example from Cad Smith, who runs a leadership organization called Compass Point. They say that either or thinking prevents us from imagining new ways of being and doing. It creates dynamics of gridlock and stalemate. It forces us into this one of two sides. It forces us into dynamics of us versus them. When I think about that, when I think about gridlock, stalemate, us versus them, what I see is a way of thinking that is designed to keep us stuck, designed to keep us fighting with one another in competition when we don't need to be, designed to prevent us from seeing the world or seeing each other as we actually are, which is messy and complicated and also wonderfully, beautifully human. In fact, you can even think about this when we talk about race itself. You think about the messages you may have received around race. Oftentimes, when we talk about it, what we hear is that you are racist or you're not racist. And in this framing, unless you are an overt, explicit racist, like if you're a person who says, yes, I am a white supremacist, unless you are that person, you're going to want to be in the not racist group, right? If these are your two options, you're going to say, I want to be in the not racist side. And you might even start pulling up evidence that you have of that. Well, I have a Black friend, or, well, I went to a Black Lives Matter protest. I don't have a racist bone in my body. And what this does, this framing, racist, not racist, it allows you to neatly stay in that safe category. You don't have to explore the ways that you, in fact, do uphold white supremacy. And when you can't look at your role in racism with some sense of nuance, with openness, then you can't dismantle it. You can't do anything about it. In fact, when there are only two categories, the good one and the bad one, you will defensively try to stay in the good one. You will do anything that you have to do to convince yourself and everyone else that that's where you belong. And that is why white supremacy loves a binary, because it doesn't encourage us to look more closely, to think more critically. It encourages us to be defensive and to get stuck in one spot. And so what I want to talk about today is how do we be more courageous in our leadership, in our organizations, with our teams, with one another? How do we be courageous enough to break that binary, to say, I refuse to limit myself and I refuse to limit you to an either or. And I demand better options for the world than just those two. Because what I really think is that when we start seeing that many things can be true at the same time, then we can start actually seeing how we can build solutions that will work for the multiple things that are true at once. Because we can start seeing that not only are we depleted, not only do we need rest from this awful year, but we also need to be responsible for making change. And when we can start to look at it that way, we can even start to see, oh, it's not just that I'm going to be doing both. It's actually that the way that I'm going to make change, that's going to be shaped by the fact that this is a year of burnout and exhaustion and difficulty. We can start going beyond just saying, okay, I'm going to do both, and think, how do I make change in a way that honors and respects and actually understands those difficulties that I'm going through personally and that everybody around me is going through? We can put those things at the core of our leadership practice. And it's a fundamentally human way to look at leadership. And it is how we get to courage here. So to do that, I want to talk about three things. I'm going to talk about three binaries that I think are really worth breaking right now. These are binaries that keep us rooted in place and stuck in fear and sitting back down when we should be standing up. The first one of those is keep pushing versus stop moving. And to talk about this, I want to talk about making decisions, because we are facing a lot of decisions right now. We are facing so many decisions about our day-to-day lives, like what's ethical, what's right, is it selfish for me to get a haircut? I would love to know, right? Like, what are we actually doing on a day-to-day basis? We are making these critical decisions without a lot of confidence that we're making the right decisions. And so when we have to do that, when we have to go through and make an endless number of choices about school and work and everywhere we go, decision fatigue is real. Because when we're faced with this fatigue, we make bad decisions. Like, we make statistically worse decisions. There is a study from a few years ago where they looked at 1,100 cases from Israeli judges. And they started looking at when were people statistically more likely to be granted parole. And they found that there was one big reason that made a huge difference in whether you got parole or not in front of these judges. And it wasn't anything to do with your identity as a potential parolee. And it also wasn't anything to do with the crimes that you may have committed. What it had to do with was when your case was heard. If your case was heard in the morning, you are much more likely to be granted parole. But if your case was heard by these judges in the afternoon, after a long day of hearing cases, you are much less likely to be offered parole. And the reason is these judges were tired. And when we're tired, there's two things that happen. One thing we do is act impulsively, which is like we don't think about the consequences. The other thing we do, which is what the judges were doing, is we stick to the status quo, because the easiest answer that you can have to whether somebody should have parole or not is no. Because if you say no, nothing changes for them. And so sticking to the status quo ends up being a default answer, right? And when we do that, are we serving justice, or are we just staying in place? And so when we're stuck with this kind of thing, we can get into another binary here. So what do? Do I make bad decisions, or do I just stop making decisions altogether? Well, one of the hard parts about this is that, not choosing is also a choice. When we choose not to make decisions, okay, I'm just not going to figure that out right now, that can actually make things worse, right? It might feel safer to avoid it, but it makes things worse in our projects, in our companies. Because when we don't make a decision, oftentimes we lower trust. Other people don't trust us as much. Often we don't even trust ourselves as much because we're like, oh gosh, I'm not good at making decisions. When we put off making a decision, we often actually lose out on options too. So there's fewer choices available because we waited so long. So some of the things that could have worked a month ago no longer work. We also end up with a lot of confusion, competing ideas, because what happens is individual people will make ad hoc choices because they have to move on without the overarching decision being made. Those choices end up competing with each other. We delay results, we delay progress. And then when we finally do make that decision, suddenly we're rushing, we're trying to catch up. It's really difficult. And so what do we do about that? Well, what I think is that we need to have the courage to make choices where it counts, and the courage to stop ourselves from spinning around where it doesn't count, where it isn't that important. So I like to think about decisions in some categories. And I think about those categories on a quadrant, where on one axis, you've got your impact level, so high impact and low impact decisions. And then on the other, you've got your certainty level, high certainty, low certainty. And so I'm going to start in the bottom here, looking at this bottom quadrant of low certainty and low impact. These are distractions. These are decisions that don't need to be made right now, and they are going to waste your time and energy. They're going to waste what little tiny bit of energy you have left at this point, right? This is the kind of thing where you just want to set a date or some sort of future criteria to say, this is when we're going to revisit this, and just set it aside. Let it go. Get it off the list, because this will keep on draining you, and you cannot afford to be drained anymore right now. And then on the other side, also at the bottom, you've got safe decisions. You have a high degree of certainty and it's not that important. This is a great time to either go with your gut and move on, right? Like stop kind of questioning, go with your gut and let it go, or delegate it. Is this something somebody else can decide? Once we have those out of the way, now we're getting to a smaller set of decisions that are a little bit more important to look at. Now, on the side of high impact and high certainty, you can think about crucial decisions. So these are the ones where it's like they really, really matter, and you can make them. When you stop and look at them, you can actually make them. You have the information. For these, it's so important to prioritize them and then make sure you're looking at those decisions when you are fresh. So this is like at the beginning of the day, not 4 p.m. Friday, right? These are the decisions that you really want to get out of the way when you have the energy to focus on it. And that's a little different from the other side of the spectrum here on high impact, which is risky decisions. These are important, but you don't really have high confidence. Sometimes we have to make those decisions. And so this is the most important time to slow it down and to explore different paths collaboratively. This is the most important time for getting other people involved, because this is where what you are potentially missing or not seeing could really screw you up later. So this is where you want to think like, okay, this is a high risk decision. What is really great about starting to categorize decisions is that it can really limit how many different things you have to decide. So you're not trying to decide everything. You can let some stuff go, and it can put the appropriate weight on the things that really need to be decided. Because ultimately, you don't have to decide everything. And in fact, not deciding some stuff right now can be a really great way to take some weight off. But at the same time, decisions create clarity for everyone involved. And so deciding some things during a time when people are struggling with so many unknowns, that can actually really help people, because it can connect them back to some greater purpose, give them clarity on where they should focus, help them feel like they're a little bit more in control. Everybody could use that right now. That is a gift that you can give people. And so the second binary I want to talk a little bit about is this feeling of powerful versus powerless. So this is another quote from the article about surge capacity. They talked to a family therapist, and she said that the more accustomed you are to solving problems, to getting things done, the more accustomed you are to having a routine, the harder it is on you, because none of that is possible right now. And so you get feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. I read that and I was just like, well, I feel attacked. How dare you? How dare you? Because I will tell you, I spent March and April kind of freaking out. Like, I have just completely blown up my business and done this new thing. And maybe I've made a terrible mistake and I should have stuck to safe projects, and this is hopeless. And what am I even doing here? I mean, like, it was a lot, right? But you see, as soon as you go down that path, as soon as you start spiraling down that direction, you have just put yourself right into a new binary. That binary is that you are either powerful or powerless. So when we live in that binary, we will almost always put ourselves on the side of powerlessness. Because when you think of yourself as powerless, it feels bad. Like, it doesn't feel great, but it feels easy. Because it's the status quo. You're not called upon to do anything from a place of powerlessness. You can just sit there. You can say, I don't have a seat at the table. You can opt out. And so instead of asking, do I have power? What I want everyone to be asking is, where do I have power? It's a subtle one-word change, but it makes a massive difference in the answer, because a yes-no question, do I have power? They'll frequently answer no. No is easy, right? Where do I have power? That takes some work. That takes you on a journey. You have to think it through. For example, I don't know how many of you have heard about the shift that's been going on in a lot of software companies, including at GitHub, where like everybody's code is held, right, in these repositories, to change language, to really look at replacing racist or problematic language in their interfaces or in their systems and their style guides. And so GitHub has decided to replace every instance of master with alternative terms because of the master-slave dynamic, right? Okay, so that has been this big conversation point across tech going on for the past couple of months. And my friend, Andy Welfley, he got involved with this. He is a content strategy manager at Adobe, and he was really invested in looking at what was happening in their products. And when he and I first started talking about this, a few things came up that really made this such a great example. The first part is some stuff that's true about Adobe, right? Where they're a centralized team in a 25,000 person company. And so from that place, it is really easy to end up stuck, to say like, well, we don't have the power to make change. How can I make change in this 25,000 person company? I'm just a random manager on one team. What you have to be able to do, though, is to get out of that place of stuck and toward a place of possible. And so what he asked when he started looking at what's possible, where do I have power? What he found was that his team was primed to look holistically across products. So yeah, they can't necessarily change everything, but they've got this perspective. They can look across all the products. They have this language background on the content strategy team. So that means that they can have a more nuanced point of view about racist language and problematic language. So they could go a lot deeper than just looking at the terms master and slave. And also that he had this clout in the content and UX community. He'd recently written a book. He speaks at conferences. He was like, I can do something with this. And so what he did was a bunch of different things that are actually much, much, much bigger than him right now. So what he did is a bunch of things within their products. So doing a big audit, changing the design system documentation. He realized I can't change all the products, but I can change what's in the design system documents that everybody who makes all the products has to use. He was able to start conversations that made the C-suite really interested. He was able to then share with peers at other organizations. And what ended up happening was this massive conversation in a content and UX Slack around anti-racist language, where people started contributing all of these other examples, sharing terms, talking back and forth about how people were handling things, different approaches, what terminology was being settled upon. It became this massive conversation that is going on right now and includes a lot of other work coming out. So for example, this is from Intuit. These are some new content design standards that they've just recently published around racist language. And it's based on work led by a woman named Sarah Moore, but she actually started doing this work by going to that Slack group where Andy had started the conversation, getting resources, getting feedback, and then being able to create this big organizational initiative. And from there, what's happened? Well, now this guide is being shared back in that same group, and everybody else is able to learn from it, and new people are pulling it. And so what we find is that every single tiny shift like this, it creates space for more change, right? It's not just Andy doing this one thing. It's momentum and it's power that's growing because he decided that something would be possible. And so every single time we do this, we create space. We shift people's norms and expectations. We help people start seeing that, yeah, change actually matters. And yeah, this is a conversation we should have at work. And it also creates space for more change makers, for more people to stand up and speak up to, because they see somebody like Andy having some courage and they think, well, I could do that. They feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident, and they start seeing their own possibilities. Ultimately, what I find is that when we are feeling stuck, we get burnt out, because when we're stuck, we keep churning. Stuck isn't just not moving, right? Stuck is painful. Stuck is like trying to get loose and you can't. That takes a lot of energy. So stuckness breeds burnout. But when we feel like change is possible, when we feel like there is something possible to do, then we can actually get unstuck. Then we get creative. Then suddenly we have ideas. And that brings me to my final binary I want to talk about today, which is the everything versus nothing binary. And this is so common. I'm going to talk about it a little bit around when we talk about doing anti-racism work in our organizations. Because I listened to this talk from a woman named Rachel Rogers, who runs a business coaching practice called Hello 7. It kind of went viral in June when she saw these other white women coaches posting black squares on Instagram, and she lost it a little, and she sent out this searing video that is going to stick with me for probably forever. She said, being anti-racist is not convenient. If it doesn't cost you anything, it's not enough. If you're in a position of racial dominance, you cannot create more justice in your organization or in the world without it costing something, without risk. The problem is that humans have a really strong aversion to loss. We have this really deeply human fear around it. For example, in behavioral economics, there's this concept of loss aversion, which is basically that people are much more motivated to not lose $5 than they are to gain $5. So the idea that they might win $5 means a lot less than that they might lose it. And so when we are thinking about things from this sort of fear-based mindset, right? Like that is a way that we end up feeling stuck again, because we don't want to lose something. We're afraid of loss. And particularly, this is something that I think comes up in tech. In tech, particularly, we are often scared of what we might lose, and particularly what we might lose by speaking out or speaking up. There's this article from Ian Bogost in The Atlantic from earlier this year, from the spring, where he talks specifically about the tech industry, and he talks specifically about how it is in Silicon Valley, which influences so much about everything that happens in sort of startup space, right? He talks about, all workers worry about their future, but the ambitious people drawn to tech are almost pathologically reticent about foreclosing future opportunities they don't even know about yet. What he means by that is that people have become so used to thinking about their next move that they're often terrified of becoming unhirable or unfundable because they said the wrong thing. And so this is really common. If you've gotten comfortable at a cushy job, or if you don't want to make waves with VCs, you don't want to lose out on a future of, free lunches and haircuts at your company, whatever it is. It's like when you are so focused on that next move and on whether you're going to be hireable or fundable, what that does is that takes us to a place where we end up being so afraid of losing something, we risk nothing. We'll risk nothing at all. And it's such a common response. We don't want to risk anything. And then we end up back at that binary. We start thinking that that's the choice. Am I risking everything or nothing? When we look at it that way, we are going to trend toward risking nothing because everything is too much, right? If we start thinking that the options are, I'm going to risk whether I am hireable, I'm going to risk like my, financial security, I'm going to risk my entire future. We start going to that place. Of course, we're going to default to not risking anything because everything else would feel like absolutely unsafe. And so when we do that, when we are stuck in this binary, we don't make change. We don't stand up. We don't be the people that I think we deep down want to be. And so the thing is that worst case scenarios are very rarely actually the most likely scenario. We often just act like it is. We act like it is because, we've thought about them the most. It's actually a cognitive distortion. So what happens is that the more you fixate on the worst case, like, oh my God, if I speak up about racial justice publicly, then everybody is going to think that I'm a little too political and that's too risky and I'm never going to be able to get another job. Like if we start going down that path, I'm never going to be able to get another job. You think about that over and over and then it feels likely. And then you think about it some more and it feels even likelier. So the longer we spend churning around in this worst case scenario land, the more we start to believe in it. And so what I like to do is to start thinking about how do we see and evaluate different likely outcomes? Because we got to break that cycle somehow. I like to think about a spectrum of outcomes from the worst to the best case. And now you've probably already been, again, churning around in that worst case scenario land. So what we can start doing is we can start thinking about, what would it actually be if it was a best case scenario? Like maybe you have the best opportunities of your life because you were willing to take a risk and say something bold and memorable. That's one thing. But also there's all these likely outcomes in the middle, right? There's all these things in the middle that are probably like so-so, kind of good, decent outcomes. And when you think about those more realistic outcomes, then what you can do is you can go, oh, okay, well, if that happens, here's how I would mitigate that risk. Or, well, if that happens, that's okay, I'm willing to live with it. Or, oh, here are some ways that I might prevent that from happening. You can start to problem solve. You can start to get creative. Because ultimately, when we catastrophize, we create helplessness. But when we map our outcomes out, that helps us build courage because things start feeling more achievable. Things start feeling more accessible. You start getting more realistic, and then you can choose how to meet those challenges. ultimately, what I want to leave you with is this idea that when we start breaking binaries, what we end up with is a sense of abundance. We end up with multiple options. We end up with many, many paths. And I think we all want that. We all want to have many paths forward and not just one, not just stuck into one individual way that we can go. And I think that when we start talking about breaking that binary, when we start talking about getting out of that binary, we can think of it as getting rid of our armor, letting it go, dropping it. Because when we keep that armor up, we protect a status quo that I hope most of us don't believe in. We protect the status quo because we don't have to change anything. Again, saying no is the easiest thing. Doing nothing is the easiest thing. And we don't grow and we don't change in that place. And when we can't change, we stay operating in fear. We can't be vulnerable. We can't connect with other people because we're not vulnerable. All we can do is be defensive. All we can do is be protective of what we have. That leaves us lonely. That keeps us exhausted. And we cannot afford that right now. And so I want to leave you with this quote from Aisha S. Ahmad from the start of the pandemic. She wrote, "Let this distract you. Let it change how you think and how you see the world. Because the world is our work. And so may this tragedy tear down all our faulty assumptions and give us the courage of bold new ideas." I hope this moment tears down that binary thinking that keeps us stuck in place and afraid and immobilized. And I hope that it allows you to start replacing it with the courage to ask the question, what's possible from wherever you're sitting right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for this compilation and comprehensive view of so many sources, old and new. Our theme this year for the event is Be Resilient. And I can't think of a more fitting keynote for the tech track that addresses that theme. Thank you so much for your time and your inspirational words today.
Thank you so much for having me, Nicole. Thanks, everyone.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging out with us today. We got some really amazing talks still coming up for you. We're going to take a quick break, but I wanted to make sure that I get a little moment with you to highlight the block party tonight with Foul Weather and Magic Sword, as well as the virtual showcase that's going on right now. So if you are interested in talking to any of the winners that you've seen over the last 3 days, including Trailmix and a $20,000 pitch competition, go into Brella, check out the virtual showcase, and interact, engage, and connect. We'll be right back. We'll see you at 3:45. Welcome back, Startup Week, to another live session coming to you live from our headquarters in Jump in downtown Boise. I want to take some time and highlight a track that we added last year to Boise Startup Week, the social impact track. And who better to do that with me than our co-chair, Christina Berry-Simmons. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
Thanks for being here. So, as I said, it's a fairly new track, so this is the second year of the social impact track. And you are co-chair with?
Kenton Lee, who sadly can't join us today.
And Kenton runs a business called Because International.
Yep.
The shoe that grows.
Yep.
And so that in itself is a social impact business. Christina, you're with Umpqua Bank, right?
Umpqua, yes.
Umpqua Bank. Another sponsor of Boise Startup Week. Great example of a sponsor who, on the one hand, supports us financially, enabling us to write checks to our community, but also goes above and beyond and shares the resources with us. So why don't you tell me a little bit about how the social impact track got started with Kenton and you last year?
That's an excellent question. So last year, I'm new to Boise. So I've only been here, this is year 3.
And you moved from?
From Portland, Oregon via Colorado.
Okay.
So kind of coming back to the more mountainous area of the country. And, you know, it was a great way for me to plug into the local community and get involved in something that I really care about and feel super passionate about. And Kenton and I did not know each other, and it's turned out to be a great partnership, which, thank goodness, I mean, you don't know how somebody works until you work with them. And we didn't know each other at all. And we work really well together. So we dove straight in last year and we're like, okay, we have no set expectations. You guys just said, hey, here's the social impact track. Have fun. And
run with it.
Yeah, and we did. And we had a great time. And
you didn't know each other? I had no idea. You couldn't tell.
Nope.
Because usually when teams, there's forming, storming, norming.
Yeah.
Most teams storm a lot.
Yeah.
But it seems like it was okay.
Yeah, we complement each other really well. Our work styles work really well together. And so, yeah, we did last year. We had such a great time that when the topic came up, we're like, yeah, let's come back and do this again next year. Of course, this year's format ended up being really different than we imagined. And we really haven't actually worked together this year the way we had last year. So I'm really glad we had last year to have the in-person time, because this year we've had a few phone calls and really that's been it. We've kind of done our own thing this year.
So you sort of leveraged last year's partnership as the foundation, building the relationship, getting to know one another, building trust. And then if it wasn't for that, this year may have been rockier than it otherwise was.
I just don't even know how this year would have worked, frankly. I mean, how do you work with someone you don't know and you've never worked with if you've not had an opportunity to connect in person, you know?
This is all relevant to the social impact track. Now, I have to ask you this. I get this comment from people throughout the year when I talk about the social impact track. We hyped it a lot last year because, quite frankly, for a new track to have had that kind of traction and response from the community, we were at Startup Week, we were just surprised. It was positively surprised, which really goes to say that you and Kenton did an amazing job last year. You guys did a fantastic job this year. But startups and social impact, to some, those two don't really belong in the same sentence. I'm not one of them, by the way, but some people go, really, social impact sounds like socialism, sounds like doing good for the community. How's that related to startups who we all think are going to make $1 billion and exit and make people filthy rich? So how does the social impact track fit within the ethos of a startup community?
You know, I think that's an interesting question, in part because I feel like the conversation is really changing. And to me, you can make $1 billion and still make an impact in the community. So I don't think the two have to be mutually exclusive. And that's what's made it really exciting for both Kenton and myself, is looking at businesses in Boise that are doing good, you know, through their business model, through their impact in the community, and they're still making money.
And so one doesn't necessarily come at the expense of the other, is what
Correct.
you're saying.
Yep.
one may even lead to the other if you do things right.
Exactly. I mean, there's low-hanging fruit that you can pick from to do good in the community, and you can still make money. I mean, I think the perfect example, and the example that gets quoted all the time as a national company that everybody is going to know, is Patagonia, right? Because Patagonia has clearly stated they care about environmentalism, yet they still make plenty of money. And that's not, they're activists. They care deeply. And then you look at some of the companies that Kenton and I mean, even look at Kenton's own company, right? And the shoe that grows. I don't want to speak a lot to it because I'm not the expert, but he's designed a shoe to expand in size in Africa so that it's not, oh, I have one shoe and I've outgrown it because I'm growing up. I can expand the shoe size as my foot expands as a kid. So you can make money and you can do good in the community. And we have plenty of examples right here in Boise and in Idaho. So why not highlight what those companies are?
It sure seems a good fit for the kind of ethos that we have here in our community, to be socially minded at least. You mentioned Patagonia. I jokingly, I'll say, I refer to them as Patagucci just because when I see the price tag, that's typically when I look at something else. But there's something behind that, right? There's a reason it costs more and people are willing to pay more for it, knowing that it has the kind of impact that it does. Now, Patagonia, I believe, is a B Corp, but I'm not sure.
It is. Yep. It was one of the first certified B Corps.
So do you think as a company you ultimately have to work towards a B Corp status to do social good, to have a good social impact, or is that independent?
So that's a really heated topic, and it depends on who you talk to. I personally think there is merit, and certified B Corp is an important certification. And I don't think it should be an exclusion, meaning if you're a company that's doing good, you could certainly look to, okay, what's the framework? How do I want to, integrate this into my company? But I don't think in order to be considered a company that's doing good, that you have to be a certified B Corp. I would rather see companies making change along those lines, even if they don't become a certified B Corp.
So let me ask you this. You, at Umpqua Bank, you process commercial loan applications, no?
I'm in commercial credit review.
Commercial credit review.
So I actually look at the commercial loans across the bank's portfolio. So the bank is in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, and California. And so we bank, multi-billion-dollar companies down to startups. They fit in different business lines within the bank.
Sure.
But then we're kind of the back end to look and say, okay, what's the risk to the bank? It's essentially a risk management role.
Risk management, it's actually perfect for the question I was going for. I thought you were going to pull the rug under me there for a second by saying that's not at all what I do. But let's talk about that for a moment. So I've noticed in Boise specifically, when you talk about impact investing, there seems to be a certain niche that's filled with certain people. Family offices come to mind. I yet have to see the ultra full-fledged VC that says I'm going into social impact investing. There seem to be tailored groups that's their forte. That's what they want to go for. But when I listen to them, it seems that on average, companies that are focused on social impact do financially as good, or they outperform those who aren't. So my question to you is, if you can put your bank hat on for just a minute, to a bank, if a business goes to any bank, in terms of the risk profile, and they pitch to the bank that we want to make a social impact, yes, we may not, it may impact our cash flows. We're still going to be profitable, maybe not as profitable, but you can measure that profit and the impact in the community. Is that the time when the bank goes and that's where the exit door is? Or how do banks look at that risk profile?
No, I mean, I'm not on the lending side, so I want to be careful what I say. Sure. But I would say as long as the numbers are there, as long as their financials show, hey, we're still doing, we're still meeting these certain benchmarks, it's fine.
So as long as they're able to repay the loan, because I mean, at the end, the risk profile sort of determines that or not.
Yep.
As long as they're able to repay the loan, whether they or B Corp or social impact minded wouldn't make a difference to a bank.
Right.
Very cool.
Can I just have a side note? Going back to your thing about the family firms, there are some bigger organizations doing one, and I've actually invested a former 401k with a company called Elevest in New York. And it was founded by a woman who left Wall Street. And they have two portfolios. They have a traditional kind of investment portfolio, and then they do have one that is more socially minded. There are some others. They are starting to get bigger, and I know this just because it's an area of interest for me, because I got my MBA in sustainability and then was like, okay, now what?
How do I sustain this, right?
Yes, that you still need to repay student loans and things like that, put food on the table. But there are companies, there are getting to be bigger companies. And there are some bigger traditional firms that are starting to look at how do we do this? Because the consumers are demanding it.
So they're listening to their customers are looking for more socially impact-minded investments, and so these traditional VCs are spinning up business units to serve that need.
Right, and I think that ties into the social impact track here, right? Like, again, coming back to doing good and making business, and consumers are saying, hey, I want to know, TM, about your company. Tell me what you're doing.
So let's talk about some of those companies. I know they were featured, throughout this week. There's still a couple of social impact track events. I know, so Boise's Eyewear Rebellion with Loomis Optical, that's on Friday.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
What is Loomis Optical up to?
This is a really cool company that was pointed out to me by a friend of mine here, and she was like, you've got to check out Loomis Optical. And this was just as we were getting ideas together for Boise Startup Week, and when I learned about it, I was like, this is perfect timing. So it's complicated, so please actually watch our video because I don't want to misstate what Loomis Optical does.
I've been doing that all week, so go for it.
But they have created an affordable eye care business model where you can go in and get glasses and spend less than $150 for a nice pair of frames and the lenses. And for someone like me who's incredibly nearsighted, if I were to take out my contacts right now, I wouldn't be able to read the sign over there that says Boise Startup Week.
That's what Loomis does. They make I should say the eye care accessible to broader
it's about accessibility. And then they're getting involved in the community in a variety of ways. I think they actually might be doing some work with someone else that we have on our track this year, the Inclusive Idaho. I believe they're doing some work with them.
The eyewear sector, vertical, whatever you want to call it, seems to be pretty strong here in Boise. I don't know if you know Proof Eyewear. They make wooden sunglasses. I actually went to school with Tanner, one of the owners.
Okay.
And I know that they have a program called Do Good, and they take a portion of their profits, and then once a year they go to a third world country or a developing country, and they do projects there. They build homes. They pay for kids to get eye surgeries.
Very cool.
So maybe two groups
I was
ought to
just
put
thinking
together.
that I should ask them and say, do you know the folks at Proof? Because if not, sounds like you guys should talk.
That's what Startup Week is there for. This is the platform. It's a neutral playing ground. We get to connect these people. There's another initiative on here. I don't know if they're actually a company yet or not. The City of Good. They've got my attention. I know Russ Stoddard is involved. Kathy is involved over there. That talk is also on Friday. Tell us a little bit about what they do and how they fit into this talk.
I only know a tiny bit about this.
Was that the Kenton one?
That was a Kenton one. And I know about this simply because I'm doing the Farmers Market weekly pickups.
Okay.
And City of Good is selling sandwiches. And I believe, from what I remember, so they're selling sandwiches and other things from local restaurants. And it's about feeding those who are hungry here, especially because so many people, especially people in the service industry and other industries, have lost their jobs because of the pandemic. And people are going without food. And so they've got, this way of raising funds through the farmers market through selling meals, lunches. And I believe they've got some other things they're doing as well.
They're doing some fundraising as far as I know. And, on the one hand, like you said, they do help employees in the restaurant industry here in Boise, the thing that stood out to me and really caught my attention was this weekend fuel kit that they're putting together. So they're putting together this kit because there are many more children that are in high school that go hungry over the weekend.
Right.
And so they give them this weekend fuel kit and they get to take it home with them.
Right.
And so there's actually a challenge, a youth innovation challenge that the City of Good posted. They're looking for ways of making it less like a handout to students.
Right.
But how can the students who receive this weekend fuel kit actually connect to the people who grow the food and then prepare the food? So that's a challenge statement for the Youth Innovation Challenge. I was super excited about it. Really, through that challenge, I found out more about the City of Good. We'll talk about one more. Caught my attention, the Roots Zero Waste Market.
Yeah.
What are they up to?
So this is a really cool one. Root Zero Waste Market's out on Chinden, and Leah Rainey, who's the founder, created a zero waste grocery store. So we had our talk yesterday. You can still find it online, I'm sure. I haven't looked to confirm that, but I would imagine it's still up for viewing. And, I think she said something like 43 billion pounds goes to waste in the grocery store industry.
Wow.
And she was like, and it contributes to, I believe, 8% of our greenhouse gas emissions. This is just US statistics, so it's not looking globally or internationally, just US. And she was like, this is a huge problem. What can I do about it? And so she created this grocery store where you buy in bulk, where they have produce that they sell, and then as maybe something doesn't sell as well, or it's, going to start to spoil, they take it into their deli and make food that they sell in their deli. At one point during the pandemic, they actually were doing like full family meals. I think they're back to just, sides and entrees and things like that, having more of an open case. They have bulk household goods, so soaps and conditioners and things like that. I shop there weekly, and I think it's a really great business model because, again, it's taking this concept of affordability, right? And food deserts. I mean, there's not. I mean, yeah, there are Albertsons and things like that scattered around, but there's really not a lot on that stretch of Chinden, and so they've put in this market, and you see people coming from different walks of life in there to buy food. And it's really exciting. And then it's also, taking out of the landfill.
I, for one, I'm smirking over here because I'm appreciating the passion that you have for these businesses. You rep them so well. and during a normal year at Startup Week, we would be able to, have a showcase, a trade show style, in-person event where you wouldn't have to explain this to people, and I wouldn't be here asking all these nitpicky questions about business models. But what we did this year to kind of bridge that gap, because quite frankly, we can't go down to Jump and meet with the Roots Zero Waste Market at Startup Week this year.
Right.
But what we have going on is a virtual showcase, and that's Umbrella. You can interact, chat, talk, and connect with entrepreneurs, businesses, some of which we just talked about. Not all of them are included. The Trailmix winners are there. The pitch competition winners are there. Go to Umbrella, get into the showcase. It's a virtual experience. And we highly encourage you to go and talk to the founders and owners of these businesses. They're in the virtual showcase waiting for you to come and talk to them. That said, do you know Magic Sword by chance?
I know of Magic Sword from Thor Ragnarok.
So that is a big claim to fame, right? It's a funny story. I told my kids about Magic Sword. I just dropped the name. I said, hey, Magic Sword's playing the block party at Boise Startup Week this year. Isn't that cool? They just looked at me funny, had no idea what I was talking about. And then I did the dad thing. I said, well, they played the soundtrack for Thor Ragnarok.
And then they knew?
Oh, of course, because during the pandemic, we did the marathon on the Marvel Universe thing. And,
Valid.
And we heard their music. We just didn't know it was them. So on that note, I just want to really, again, encourage everyone. Tonight at 5:30, Foul Weather opens up. Magic Swords follows them. Our block party, again, is a virtual event, but both bands played an exclusive show just for Startup Week. Local bands, please show up and show them your support. We have one more talk coming up next. That is part of our arts, media, and design track, which is the newest track as of this year. And it's Pioneering Virtual and Augmented Reality. And that's with Kimberly Unger and Caleb Cram. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsors.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Welcome today. I'm so excited to talk to you and Caleb. So, Oculus is the virtual reality industry leader today. Hot off the press news that Oculus was renamed Facebook Reality Labs. Can you share with our Boise Startup Week audience what that means to the customer?
So it's a little bit of a misnomer, I'll be honest. Oculus is the product. It's the hardware we've developed that you get to use to experience virtual reality. And that name is not going to change, right? The hardware will still be referred to as the Oculus. The name change goes towards our larger AR, VR development department at Facebook. So Facebook Reality Labs now encompasses things like Instagram and the Oculus team and what we're doing with Spark AR and all of those pieces that go into extending your reality in all different degrees. So Oculus will remain as a name and a brand, but Facebook Reality Labs is now our home within Facebook.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, you are a science fiction writer. You have a novel coming out, Nucleation, very soon. Tell us a little bit about Nucleation.
So, Nucleation is a story about a woman who botches first contact, which, is first contact is one of those stories that science fiction and in particular space opera loves to embrace, this idea of two completely different groups coming together for the very first time. But the one thing that often gets passed over, and The Arrival, I think, did this very well, sort of as a side note, is that two different mindsets that evolve on two different planets in two different spaces may be unrecognizable to each other. And so, in the context of the story, this miss is an understandable thing. And part of it comes about because in the future of nucleation, the robots go first, right? We use Waldos, we use remote presence. It's a world built off the way that we're exploring Mars right now, right? The idea that, you don't strap a person, on top of a Roman candle and fire them into space to go find something for the very first time. You're going to do this a little more measured. You're going to treat the lives as a little more valuable. And, VR was a key piece towards making that remote presence work in sort of a real-time, tense thriller style method.
All right. Well, I cannot wait for it to come out and learn more about it. So, I'm going to tee up a couple of questions and really, Caleb and Kimberly, you guys weigh in on this. So the first thought here is the technology of art. So in art and technology, they're often expressions of the same inner workings, just coming to life through different creative processes. They are complementary products in a lot of ways, and both are elevated by the presence of the other. So like working in games, finding ways to connect creative teams, engineering teams is always the first step towards getting a product on the road to development. So Kimberly, I'll ask you to go first and to just kind of touch on those thoughts.
So, building anything has steps, right? I mean, if you're building an IKEA couch, if you're creating a masterwork oil painting, if you're building a business, right? There's a process you go through in every case. You do your research, you figure out the best tools for the job, you figure out your end goal, and then you sort of walk backwards through a path to get there. And I think that the lessons that you learn about how to structure creative projects and the types of leaps you have to make when you're doing creative projects carries over to sort of the business and technological aspect of building corporations or of building products that are designed to go in the world. It's a very similar sort of intellectual process that you have to go through. And I've found that a lot of times people with a creative bent tend to do very well when it comes to what they're building, when it comes to the business side of things. That mix seems to give us the best possible outcome.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I really like how technology can work with art. Like for me, I'd say it kind of helps enable art for me personally. So like there's things that I want to do and I envision some experience in my mind, but I don't know how to make it. And that's where technology comes into play. It makes it much more possible and more interactive and real. And especially with virtual reality, it allows you to really immerse the player into a whole different environment. And it gives a lot more opportunity for the I guess you could almost call it a lot more opportunity for the artist to create and immerse the user. It's kind of cool. And even from like a technical perspective, I've run into a couple instances where technology has allowed me to do things that I just couldn't have done without it. For example, Photoshop has some simple tools that I use that allow me to create low poly images pretty easily. And it's just like allows me to basically average the colors underneath a selection and create this cool, interesting, abstract image out of a simple picture. And things like that. And, it's kind of cool how technology can allow you to more creatively express yourself.
So the business model canvas is a great book that can be used. And I love that they call it a canvas, business model canvas. As I think about our creative class out there, creating games, AR, VR, creating novels, and that's really a great tool to use. So I encourage people to look at that as a tool to create from. And on a single page, you start to understand your customers and your markets and really, who's going to buy your product idea or art or game and who's going to be part of your success. And Kimberly, you talked before about the different types of mindsets that come together to be on a team. You talk about, the engineering side, the business side. Can you share with me just a little bit more about that, the mix of inclusion and diversity at being really at top of mind when you're building a team and that team strength?
Sure, absolutely. There tends to be, and I take some of this experience from game design, I take some of it from being a freelancer, but there tends to be like 4 key quadrants of putting together a team for building a product. You have your business development person who ideally is looking forward and who is looking towards the end goal and how to get there. You have the creative person who's in charge of communication. Right? How to bring this product to life in the eyes of the users, of the viewers, of whoever needs to be directly interacting with this. You've got the engineering team who are responsible for making all the pieces go together, right, and making everything operate and act in the way that it ought to be. And then you've got the sound designers who are responsible for sort of enhancing that experience and backing up the communication of the artist as the product goes forward. Now, one of the things that I've run into, and I see this a lot with indie game development, is that you want some fudge around the edges of those roles. Ideally, your artist may have some technical skills, right? They understand how to build shaders, they understand how to connect with the engineering team to get the best result out of the engineering that they need. And the engineering team ideally should have a bit of a creative bent and understand some of the artistic tools and the final goals that the artist is trying to go to, so the engineering can help drive that forward in its best possible fashion. So, at the end of the day, while there are official roles and there are official separations between sort of what your primary goal is when you're building a product, having some ability to go back and forth and having some understanding of the project and the structure outside your particular piece goes a long way. And when we get into team building elements, oftentimes the more diverse your team is, the better, right? You may have an artist who is your creative mind, but that doesn't mean they're the only one doing the creating and the concepting, right? Everybody's got great ideas. And in my experience, everybody is happy to tell the artist all about those great ideas, right? And if those ideas are coming from many different sets of experiences, you get a much better product because it gives you some of that secret sauce that people haven't seen before. You want everybody to be a bit different because that's what helps give you something unique.
So let's move to the business of creativity. Thoughts on how the framework of creating a novel, a game, or a piece of art can parallel the framework of creating a business, even down to similar pitfalls?
So, there's a couple of things that I've noted doing this business for a while. One of the big hangups, and I see this most hardcore in art, but it also carries across to business, is this idea that whatever you're building has to be unique. And, unique is not what you want, really, right? I mean, there's a place for something that nobody's ever seen before, that nobody's ever thought of before. But unless you can tie that back to something people are familiar with, it's going to take a lot of extra work for you to land it. The way that business tends to work best and the way that creativity tends to work best is scaffolding off of things that have come before. You're building a better mousetrap rather than inventing the mousetrap. And so in both, you want to shy away from the history of what you're creating. You don't want to shy away from the things that have come before, but you don't want to slavishly copy either. You need to be willing to break those rules that are already laid down, and you need to be able to break those concepts. But if you don't have them, you can't break them, right? You can't think outside the box unless you start with a box.
That's a big part of what we do, is how you'll build something and be, oh, this is perfect, this is great. And then you do some testing and realize there's a whole bunch of things wrong with it. So then you fix it and go back, try it again. And, then you go, after a couple iterations, you think you got it nailed, and then you show it to some other people that haven't seen it yet, and they show you stuff you didn't realize. And it's all a matter of getting all these different perspectives involved and getting as many different people's points of view involved as you realistically can. And then using that to, really help out and make a difference.
Kimberly, I liked when you were talking about nucleation and Helen, about how, she failed at first contact. And Caleb touched on that as well. And when we think about failure, it's not a failure if you learn from it. I think that we need to reverse our thoughts upon that and really embrace failure, champion the failures. And Kimberly, you had some thoughts about art and failure.
Absolutely. I mean, art is all about failure, and so is science, right? These processes are the same. You try something and it doesn't work, or it doesn't quite work, and then you need to take another step forward. In art, what we have is what they call sort of that serendipitous error, right? Something goes wrong. You have to repaint over a canvas. You set your edit undo in Photoshop, so you only have 10 steps back, but the problem starts 12 steps back, right? There's all of these different sort of mini failures or mini problems that can pop up that, if you learn from them and you roll with them, can give you something truly unique. And in technology and in business, you see this similar process, right? We tend to call it a pivot, right? In entrepreneurial terms, where you get your product built and you go to market, and then COVID hits, and all of a sudden your market has changed, and you have to take what you have and figure out how to fit it into something new, right? And you may take the company this direction, you may take the company that direction, but you've been forced into a state of invention or of reinvention, which often gives us some of the coolest results.
I've definitely run into that as well on some of the team projects I've been on. We'll run into some issues and think that it's got to stop, and then we end up reinventing a better solution that was better than what we were originally trying to do a lot of times. And yeah, that ends up being pretty interesting, actually. Yeah, it's especially with the NASA Suits team, that happened to us a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Caleb, great segue into the ARCIS conversation. Your team at Boise State University had received a NASA grant on solving a big challenge and working on the spacesuit of the future. So share with us what you've done on the team and what's next for ARCIS.
Yeah, so I've been a part of the team for about a year, going on a year and a half now. So I've been around too long, but I've been around for a little while, and it's really interesting. So basically, the goal of the project is to build the prototype software that NASA is going to need for their ARCIS spacesuit that they're building right now. I believe that stands for Augmented Reality Space Informatics System. But basically, it's a big fancy word for they're going to have augmented reality built in their headset. Just making simple things like navigation to sampling, just a lot of different things like that a lot easier. But yeah, and the biggest thing is we're just building out based on the basic, like how would they solve these problems? Like for example, say they need to do a sample on the moon or something. Okay, how would they do that? And what would be the process? And how can we make that easier? But yeah, it's pretty cool. Like there's a couple different functionalities, like one called telestration, where we've got a virtual reality headset, an augmented reality headset, and a computer, and they can all send notes back and forth to each other visually. So the VR person can draw, like a smiley face or something, or an arrow, and that'll pop up in the augmented reality point of view wherever they drew it. And then you can draw, directions and lines, places to go with the desktop computer app, stuff like that. Yeah, it's all about just basically, taking, almost gamifying real life, honestly.
Yes, and your team's all collaborating online now.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny. It actually ended up kind of helping us in a weird way because we had a lot of testing we had to do. And when everything got moved online, part of that testing was making sure our software worked at a distance. So we were actually in 3 different areas all over the Treasure Valley working together at the same time, making sure everything worked. And it ended up being a really good way to test what we're building, actually. It's kind of nice.
Great. So question for you guys. How would you describe a day in the life of a VR gamer in the future? And what are some of the major differences from what the experience is like today? So put on your future lens. What will it be like? What is the future going to look like?
There's the current vision of the future is that we're going to have full haptic feedback suits, right? And omnidirectional treadmills, right? Sort of that Oasis type setup for anybody who's going to be gaming in the future. But one of the things that I keep running into is this, the power of the illusion of VR, right? And that there's a lot that VR can convince your brain that you're doing, even without needing all of those specific little feedback elements. So while I think that, there's going to be a place for that kind of full setup, and we're already developing it, right? If you go on Amazon right now, you can see, haptic feedback vests and feedback gloves and treadmills, and all these pieces are starting to come together. But I think that you're looking at, in the far-flung future, I think we're looking at not needing all of that. I think we're going to settle on a fully immersive experience that's not as literally immersive as Hollywood has us looking for, which I actually think is a little bit cooler, right? The idea that you're able to get that level of depth and to feel like you're actually in a space without needing to go full astronaut, without needing to put on the helmet and the gloves and the jacket and the boots and the full, and hang yourself on wires and everything else. So I think it's, for a VR gamer, it's going to be very, it's going to continue to be very straightforward. You put your headset on, and ideally these are going to be smaller and lighter and faster and more power efficient, right? So really what you're going to do is put on your glasses, and then you're going to make a choice, right? Am I going to wear these as sunglasses? Am I going to push the button and have them go full dark virtual reality glasses? Am I going to go somewhere in between, right? And maybe go more towards an augmented reality scenario. I think the more of those options we can give people in a single unit, the more likely it is that everybody's going to have one.
So I really like the point you brought up about how it might not actually end up as fully immersive as some people think, just because we don't need it, and that's one of the things I've kind of been looking at a little bit is, people go, oh, we're going to get treadmills and we're going to get full haptic feedback and all this crazy stuff. It's going to be like you're there. I'm like, yeah, but it's already kind of like I'm there, to be honest. And it's not even, it doesn't even have half the senses yet. It just has visual and sometimes audio. Mm-hmm. And that's where, realistically, if we could just kind of define and refine how those things are done and how they're developed, it could be that we don't ever actually need, these omnidirectional treadmills, which are very difficult to try and figure out. And, it kind of makes things a lot easier. And then I like how you mentioned how they're going to be mixed, because that's one thing that I think is definitely probably going to happen eventually, is the mixing of both the augmented and virtual into one headset, because that just allows you to do a lot more. And I feel like the potential for augmented reality could be really, really interesting. I mean, things where as simple as say you want to play a game or something, and you could overlay things with the environment you're in, or even just maps like directions. I mean, Google Maps already has a variation of it where you can do augmented reality maps and it shows a line directing you where to go in front of you. And, it's things like that that make just general ease of use changes.
What does the future taste like?
This is one of my favorite metaphors is, virtual reality is, it's like an artificial strawberry, right? When you're in it, it looks and feels and tastes perfectly real, right? It's what you think of as real, but the real world is like the real strawberry. And when you transition back out, when you compare them side by side, they're actually two very different things, right? They speak to each other and they inform each other, but one is not ultimately going to replace the other. It's the strawberry gummy versus the strawberry, as opposed to strawberry A and strawberry B. And I think the more we lean into that and lean into this idea that virtual reality is more like a hyper reality than a literal, version of reality, I think we're going to be able to go farther faster, sort of following that idea.
So with that, Caleb, how do people find out more about you?
Oh, yes. So I've got my website is one easy place. Also, pretty much anywhere on social media. Just go by my first and last name, Caleb Cran. You'll probably find me on there. But yeah, and if you're curious in seeing any professional work I do, my website's probably the easiest place because it's got links to my GitHub, my YouTube, pretty much everything. So yeah, social media and all that. So yeah, that's probably the easiest place.
Excellent. And Kimberly, how do people find out more about you and about nucleation and all the cool things you're working on with Oculus?
So for my personal stuff, as I like to say, for my avocation, my website's the best place to go. And that's ungerinc.com, UNGERINK, as in ink and paint. And everything goes there eventually. There's links to my mobile games. There's links to my VR stuff. And of course, at the big top is, the links for nucleation, which comes out in November of this year. So we're almost there, which is very exciting.
It is exciting. That is so exciting. Well, thank you both for your time today. I appreciate you both for sharing what the future may look like and taste like and feel like. And goodbye for now.
Bye. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the studio here at Boise Startup Week. I'm Don Berger. Feeling very lonely without my co-host Tiem, but I am delighted to have a Boise legend, if I may, Ryan, from Black Box VR. And what a timely live session that we're doing right now, because we just saw a session on AR, VR, and all those goodies. But before we kind of dive in a little bit, as we were talking before this session started, I was surprised to learn you started bodybuilding.com in 1999.
That's right out of high school.
Can you take us back to that year, and what was the internet like, without comparison to today? Like, what was it like?
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny about it is that most people didn't think the internet was actually going to stick around. Like most people I would talk to, like, what's this weird cyberspace thing? Do I have to get an AOL CD? You know, they were totally confused by it, and they just thought it was this dorky, nerdy thing, which is how almost all new technology starts, right? It's first of all for the nerds, and then eventually it becomes for everybody. So it was, you know, I was in high school, and you started hearing about the internet, and I remember I made a web page on my home computer, and I went to the school library.
Like
and I could
GeoCities
pull
or
it up.
something?
It was, well, no, it's just I just custom coded. They
Okay,
didn't
yeah.
have GeoCities back
Right.
then. You know, that's the future. You know. But it was basically, then I could go to the library and type this little thing, and it would be there, which sounds so simple right now, but it was like magic.
Right.
And I realized that being able to talk to people all around the world through this thing, and then first thing I went to after that was, man, I bet you could sell products.
Were you on BBSs at all?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all the time. Yeah.
So, right, I have to ask, is this obsession, if you will, with fitness come from this kind of nerd that you were in high school?
A little bit, yeah. I always loved fitness, you know, so I was into sports, but I really was into individual type sports. And
Yeah.
so working out was like this perfect thing where you can, you know, have something special about you, right? Like I'm going to go and, you know, compete in bodybuilding competitions. I wanted to be like a personal trainer, and just reading all the magazines, looking up to all the bodybuilders. And so that's really what started first, you know, a love of that, plus then technology around video games. And then once the internet came out, I was all in.
Are you a fan of Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Of course, yeah.
Isn't he an amazing guy?
He is. I've met him quite a few times. We did a bunch
Really?
of content with bodybuilding.com, actually, with him. So some Arnold trainers and stuff.
That's
so I got
awesome.
the inside secrets if you want to know.
So, you know, you just touched on this idea that the internet was a new platform, and, you know, Chris Dixon, for example, talks about this idea that every decade there's a new platform, right? First it was the desktop, then it was the web browser, then it was the phone. And now we're kind of in this limbo phase where there's really no new platform that has emerged. You know, people say AR, VR, self-driving cars, IoT.
Right.
Why are you betting on AR, VR as the platform that will take place of the phone, if you will?
So AR and VR is part of this new medium called spatial computing, where instead of things being on a screen, we're going to put the internet everywhere, right? And not even the internet of things like where it's only on this. We're going to be able to project the internet on everything around us, right? We're not going to need screens anymore. I could have all the screens I want going on right here in front of me. So it's kind of this amazing thing that's is going to change the world in a fundamental way. The way we interact with technology, with data, or socially, we're going to live inside these virtual metaverses, right? Like, you know, not having to travel, just being there with people. And it's way different than being like on FaceTime, or like a Zoom meeting, right? Like you're there with them. When I'm in VR with people, I feel like I'm with them just as much as I am with you right now, because I can see your mannerisms, I can see your avatar, and they're getting more realistic. I can hear your voice, and you're embodied into this thing, and I am too. So I feel like I'm within a certain space around you. So it's an amazing social environment. It's amazing for work, for meetings, for you know, telemedicine, you know, also like gaming obviously is a huge one. And AR, I've said it on the other video the other day, but I tell my son, he's 16 years old, wants to be an entrepreneur. If I was him, and if I was you, I would start in AR right now, because it is about to blow up.
If I had a 16-year-old son, I'd tell them to go work for someone else before they start something. But
Right,
you started
true.
right after high school. That's
well, he
very
works at a
different.
hot dog shop, so
okay,
that's
good. Good.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Yeah.
I want to just touch on obviously iOS, the new iPhone 12, iOS 14 comes with some AR, I guess the LiDAR.
LiDAR, yep.
What's the significance of that for the for the AR VR future?
In order to project things out onto the real world, then you're going to need to be able to detect where objects are, because it'd be really strange if you had some object and then it went in front of something that was in front of it. So it's got to be able to fully detect where that object is, the shape of the object, and then be able to stay within those parameters, and then you can actually see it's going behind something. So it's kind of a weird thing when you have AR on and something is moving around and it goes behind, and it actually goes behind that tree or whatever it is. If you want to project things down to a surface where we can both be playing this game or both see the same thing or we're both working on some 3D model, it's got to be able to stay right there as I move around. So it's got to be like permanent to the spot. So LiDAR is great because it goes and reaches out and it's constantly looking at the world with these, creating these point clouds, so it knows everything is around it, how it's moving, and how it needs to interact.
Got it. So let's kind of go back to this bodybuilding company you started in '99. It is certainly a Idaho success story. You must be very proud.
Oh yeah, we had an amazing team.
And let's talk about how big it was, because I don't think people understand how big bodybuilding was. When you sold it, what was revenue? What was gross revenue?
We were just about $500 million in annual revenue in 2015.
$500 million.
Yeah, we had
coming out of Idaho.
Employees, all right here in Idaho. Exactly.
Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing. So
that's a lot of protein powder.
That's a lot. So let's talk about. I like that. So let's talk about. You sell this business and you sell it a few times, right? You kind of bring a private equity firm, they kind of help you level up. You bring another private equity firm, they level up further. You know, if most people look at you and they say, you know, you did it, why are you doing it all over again in a space that, quite frankly, you don't come from? Not fitness, but more so they are VR.
Well, you know, the interesting thing about bodybuilding.com is when people would hear about it, they think, oh, it's a bunch of bodybuilders drinking protein shakes and shipping out products out of a warehouse. But we were a major tech company. We had hundreds of software engineers and developers. We had huge warehouse management systems that we created ourselves. All the features for the website, mobile features, all this different stuff. A lot of content features, of course. And so we've always been a tech company, and we've always been forward-looking. Like when it was like, oh, people can talk to each other versus like the Web 1.0, we already had one of the most popular forums in the world. When it was time for content marketing, it was like people say, why not just sell products? Like, no, we're going to bring people through content. It's all obvious stuff in retrospect.
Totally.
Video content, you know, tracking apps and things like that. So I've always been interested in how to use new technology to solve a problem. And the problem in fitness is that almost nobody gets in shape. Almost nobody sticks to their workout program. And it's actually kind of funny. It's actually, I have this little Whoop band, which I actually love. They just got valued at $1.2 billion, like a fitness tracker. When you look at the data on fitness trackers, people don't get in better shape. I just read an article this morning, a study that said people that are wearing a tracker, like tracking their steps, tracking their health, versus not lost less weight than the people that weren't, because they look down and they go, oh, I did 10,000 steps today, I can have an extra piece of pizza, you know?
Yeah.
So the problem with fitness is that people aren't sticking to it and they're trying to find the solution. And so we've always said, how can we use technology to solve that problem? And for any entrepreneur, that's the number one thing to be looking at is start with the problem, not the technology. Say, how can these different technologies then solve that problem? And we found that virtual reality was going to be the perfect way to get people to actually stick to their workout programs.
I saw one of your, I happened to meet one of your biggest users yesterday, a guy named Austin who runs a local gym here called The Gym.
Yep.
And he said he had 100, and he showed me the app. First of all, it is so cool. And he has 105 workouts. And he showed me his PR, his personal record for a lat pull down. He pulled almost 200 pounds on a lat pull down. And he's a trainer. And he said he would have never been able to pull so much weight if it wasn't for the gaming aspect of Black Box VR. Is that right, and why?
That's right, because consistency is the only secret to fitness success. There's no secret pill or workout program. Like if I just had a certain workout program, I'd look like Arnold after 2 weeks. You have to do it every day or multiple times per week for years, and then you can never stop. But it's kind of this crazy thing. If you do stop, you lose all your results, you know? So it's very demoralizing.
I used to be huge, by the way. I was very strong.
That chair still looks like it's about to break, you know? Yeah, and you're breaking out of it. Yeah. But so what we kind of realized is that the only way to gain strength, gain muscle, lose fat is to be consistent over time, which is the hardest thing to ask somebody, because injuries, because we get sick, because we go on vacation, we get out of the habit, we get stressed. So what we said is, if we can create a video game where people can actually work out inside a video game, an addictive video games, right? Like last night, my wife had a class that she went to downtown, and I played 4 hours of Rocket League, you know, and I didn't mean to. I just I can play some Rocket League right now, and I couldn't stop. And that's how it is with video games.
I would be up so late. I remember when I was a kid in high school, my mom would wake up and come check on me to make sure I was in bed, and I'd quickly turn off my monitor and jump into the bed because I was so addicted to video games.
And that's amazing if you think about it. They've created lights, pixels, sounds that have somehow changed your behavior to where you are sacrificing other parts of your life. Right?
Totally,
Like
neglecting other parts of my life.
Sometimes I would finish a video game. Like I just finished BioShock a few years ago, and I'm like, if I would have been practicing guitar, I don't play guitar, but if I would have been, I would be able to play guitar right now, you know? So what we said is, how can we take
You'd be in our
same
block
things?
party later tonight.
That's right, I'd
You'd
be over there
playing at a
slapping
block
the
party.
bass. Yeah. But yeah, that's the biggest thing about video games is that it gets us addicted. So how can we use that, right? How can we use that power for fitness to get people addicted to it. And you work out inside virtual reality with real resistance training. When he's talking about lat pull down, he's holding on to these devices, these cables, and pulling heavy weight, doing all sorts of different movements, cable squats. It's kind of like CrossFit, but you're not thinking about the actual workout. You're not counting reps. You're like, I got to destroy that guy. I'm going to lose this round. I got to get the points. I got to get that achievement.
Right.
I want to pass this quest. And then accidentally, you're like Austin that had 105 workouts and he's breaking his records.
Do you think the future of gaming is this kind of component, or is this the future of fitness?
This is definitely the future of fitness, right? Fitness
So you're more disrupting fitness than you're disrupting gaming.
Right. But you know what's great is they're kind of converging. So there's esports, right? Growing dramatically, millions and millions of dollars on the line. Average millennial watches 2 to 3 hours a day of Twitch, which when I heard that stat, I couldn't believe it, right? 2 to 3 hours every day on average, they're watching Twitch, watching other people play video games, right? Esports are growing dramatically, but there's no fitness aspect really, right? I mean, there's skill and speed and cognitive function and movement and all that kind of stuff, but it's not obviously athletic competition. On the other side of it is the value of resistance training and CrossFit kind of stuff, right? So we want to put those two things together. The natural evolution, now the virtual reality is here, is to be able to do esports, these amazing, fantastic sports that you can never do in real life, and get in shape doing it.
I want to talk about two other things before we end today. First is AR, VR, new category, you need engineers. So from my understanding, you're very involved in helping people learn AR, VR, and also kind of running this association of AR, VR engineers?
Correct. When I started, I knew there was a lot I didn't know. Like, it would have been really easy, and I almost kind of, I do fall for it a little bit, but like, I grew this big company, bodybuilding.com. I must be pretty smart. I don't need any help, right? I'm just going to go into this new thing, and I'm sure I'll be amazing at it, right? But I've read so many stories of the fact that most people are not. It's kind of like Michael Jordan in basketball, and then he goes and plays baseball, and he's not that good, compared. So the point was, I didn't know anything about video game development, even video game design. I didn't know anything about virtual reality. I mean, most people didn't back then when the Oculus was just releasing for the first time. And so I said, if I'm going to do this, I've got to meet the smart people. I got to read all the books. You also find every book. We went to a bunch of conferences just to talk to people. And then we created Idaho Virtual Reality Council. And the whole point of that was this nonprofit that I said, hey, if we create this thing, we'll be forced to have meetings, we'll be forced to present, and then we'll be bringing people to us. And so anybody in the local area that was interested in VR was going to come to these
Create
things.
that pipeline.
And then we can talk to them, and we've hired a bunch of people from that, of course. And so that was really the key factor for that. Helped to create an ecosystem here. Because with bodybuilding.com, I always wished we had more software engineers available.
Yeah.
But it was always a struggle.
Right.
And so we wanted to get ahead of that with this company.
I want to touch on bodybuilding.com again, because I'm sure a lot of our attendees have a side hustle or are thinking about a side hustle that's a direct-to-consumer or e-commerce kind of thing. First of all, is it something you recommend for somebody to just do on the side if they want to make some revenue on a monthly basis?
Definitely. There's a lot of people in content marketing right now selling ebooks, right? Building up a following in these different social networks, becoming an influencer. And then you can then sell product to that, some merchandise, some kind of ebook or something like that. So I'm seeing a lot of people have a lot of success with that. And then using Fulfilled by Amazon to create products, right? It's kind of difficult to sell somebody else's product because it's such a bloodbath, there's hundreds of people selling that same product. It's just a price war. Nobody's going to make any money. And so you have to create some kind of unique product. And a lot of people are doing that. Something that's a certain type of product that's made for a certain type of customer that's not being really taken care of right now with a brand. And the brand usually has a face, right? A person that is in front of it and that people trust, right? That influencer. If you do that, you can sell a lot of products these days.
So the playbook is find something that you know maybe a little better, create a community around it, find some influencers to help drive that community engagement, and then sell to that audience.
Right. Or become the influencer. Become the world's greatest expert on travel bags for, mothers of young children or something, right? And then you're writing content, you're going out there on all the social networks, and then you have a product that's perfectly set up for them.
Awesome. So if somebody wants to try out Black Box VR, one more thing I want to talk about. I don't know if this is a big category of people attending, but the word serial entrepreneur gets thrown around a lot. And for those who don't know what that means, it means somebody who started more than one thing. I think the threshold is probably a little higher. It's somebody who's successfully started more than one thing. for the serial entrepreneurs out there, for the people who maybe have done something like myself and want to do something else, what do you think should guide their decision about starting something new?
You know, sometimes I do think I'm crazy, you know, because it's like once you've been successful, you kind of can control the rest of your life, right? They call it like post-economic, where you're not thinking about how am I going to make money anymore, right? And so most people say I'm going to go sit on a beach and just do nothing all day.
Sounds so boring to me.
And I tried it for a few months when I retired. Thought I could last a year just like traveling around, and I got so bored, borderline depressed. And so what I would say is, if you're the type of person who wants to create, if you're a creative person, if you're a product maker, if you're somebody that loves a certain industry and you just need to be in there and be involved in it, and you get excited by having meetings about it, excited about product development, excited about going to those conferences and talking to people, like that means that you need to be continuing to do that for yourself to be happy. And you're also going to be the type of person that's going to be able to create another great product if you're able to do that. But it takes, there's days where I wake up and go, man, this is crazy. You know? But I wouldn't trade it all.
But you get freedom, right? And you had freedom, and now you have the freedom to choose to do it again, which is what you chose to do. So let's say I'm listening right now and I want to go try out Black Box VR. It is more safe than any other gym, from what I understand, because of the fact it's solitary in a way, except it's social. And once you put on the headset, how do I go try it? And because you're offering is there a free thing I can try?
There is, yeah. So we have a free 7-day trial. Actually, it's 14-day trial now.
Oh,
so even
okay.
better. Actually, just for the viewers at home, 14-day trial.
15
that's
days.
Right, here we go, yeah. But basically, if you go on to blackbox-vr.com and you can sign up there, you can get the 14-day trial, get your first free workout. You come into the downtown gym here in Boise, right above Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the Zion.
But don't go to Ruth's Chris before. Go after.
Yeah, go after. You're able to carb up.
Yeah.
You know, but basically, you can go in there and get a full demo workout. The first time we'll help you out with everything. And it's like a video game, right? So we're basically going to kind of help you get into the booth. You're going to put the headset on, and then you're going to play a game where it's going to like tell you what to do. It's like kind of a tutorial on the story, and there's bad guys and stuff. So it's not complicated. If you're not a gamer, you're going to learn it easily. If you're not fit, you're going to be able to do it, because it goes down to very low up to really high. Like, it's going to be something you're going to love.
Do I need to have a VR headset or anything?
Nope, we provide all the equipment.
Provide all that.
Yeah, you just
Awesome.
wear workout clothes and be ready.
Awesome.
To save the world.
Well, Ryan, thanks for joining us today. I know your first session had great reviews, and I hope people were able to follow up on some issues they had. And coming up next is our founder war stories. This one is with Matt Daly, or perhaps it's pronounced Daly. Daly, thank you, production. He's the co-founder of Simply Eloped. They are a company that helps people get eloped, and are doing one of the rising stars here in Boise. So stay tuned. Coming up after that is our block party with Foul Weather and Magic Sword. That's at 5:30. And before we do any of that, a word from our sponsor.
It's the vacation memories you make being with your family, in a place where the waves rock you to sleep and the sunset can't be beat, where you can ski out the back door and your dog has room to roam. We are Vacasa, North America's largest full-service vacation rental management company. We care for amazing vacation homes so our owners can rent with ease and our guests can enjoy one-of-a-kind vacations with the people they love. We started with one home and a vision to deliver a seamless experience for vacation homeowners and guests. Today, our industry-leading technology enables our professional local teams to deliver exceptional service at over 25,000 vacation properties in some of the best vacation destinations across North America. Earn more, worry less, and rent with ease with Vacasa.
Delighted tonight to be joined by Matt Daly, co-founder of Simply Eloped, as we talk about kind of his journey from starting that company till now and his experience of going through COVID. So welcome, Matt, and thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Great to be here.
Maybe the thing that we can do to just kind of start off is kind of give us that journey of take us back in time to when you and your co-founder were considering starting Simply Eloped, and what iterations you went through to validate that would be a good company to do.
Yeah, totally. So 5 years ago, I was in New York and I was just randomly wandering through Central Park, and I crossed paths with a wedding officiant. And this officiant just told me about how hard it is to be a wedding officiant in New York, how difficult it can be to get gigs. And I came back from that experience just really inspired for whatever reason. I felt compelled to figure out a way to help this fella and other people in that same position come up with a way to get gigs. And so I paired up with my friend Cody, and we spent a year trying to figure out how can we be in Boise and trying to get wedding officiants in New York gigs. And the whole thing, it ultimately just didn't really work out. But while we were doing that, I realized a couple things. I realized that, one, there's a lot of demand for elopement services. And two, there isn't a company that's set up on a nationwide level that provides for that. And so my girlfriend, Janessa, she has a background in event planning, and she was just really interested in the idea. And I was like, well, what if we take what I learned from that endeavor that didn't work out and we apply it to something new? And let's try and be the company that it seems like people want. It seems like people want a company that can provide for everything they're looking for when planning a small wedding, but that company doesn't exist. So let's start it.
And what year was this? This was?
So it was 2016 when we launched Simply Eloped.
And was there some trend that you were seeing that made you think that like elopement services was somehow like a good train to hitch to?
Yeah, so a lot of that initial inspiration came from Google Keyword Planner data. So I spent a lot of time in there with the previous endeavor trying to get an understanding of like what wedding related terms people were searching for. And so in there I saw that elopement terms were generally on the rise. And so that's what ultimately had me kind of thinking about it. But then simultaneously, I also had a lot of friends getting married at the time, and I heard a lot of them lamenting about just how stressful planning a traditional wedding is, and how a lot of them were like, oh, I just wish I could elope. It sounds so much better. And so those sort of two things combined, seeing the data from Google suggesting more and more people are interested in it, combined with just sort of anecdotally, a lot of friends just kind of also being interested in it, made me realize, well, maybe there's something here.
So let me get this straight. This is how Matt Daly runs a company, right? So you go to New York and you like, your heart bleeds for someone trying to officiate weddings. And then you go and you look at Google keyword searches. And from there, it's time to start a company.
Pretty much,
Let me just, I wish all of us were that wise, because like, I certainly have never started a company that way. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Because data out of keywords is gonna give you some impression of what your demand for your services might be. So it makes a ton of sense. So, okay, so we're in 2016. You've validated in some form that people at least are searching Google for elopements. So kind of tell me what the next year after that looks like.
Yeah, so from there, we went back to the Google data and we realized, okay, there are a lot of people looking for the elopements both in New York and New Orleans. So Janessa and I were like, what if we start a brand that launches in these two places? And so we recruited officiants and photographers in both of these places and found venues, and then launched with a totally awful Squarespace site that at the time we were really proud of. We were like, wow, we perfected this thing in Squarespace, and it's such a beautiful Squarespace site. Now when we go back on it, we're like, what an awful website. That was
you
the
have this
worst
like archive
website.
somewhere? Can you actually go back and see your past mistakes?
I can. I'm not going to share it with you, Nick, because I know that you have a very high standard for websites. So this is going to be my little secret, but it's out there, and I'm not proud of it.
I'm gonna keep bugging you about this. Like one day I will get the Squarespace link to your website.
Probably not.
I deserve it.
You can try.
For some reason, I deserve it.
Yeah, we had our logo made on Fiverr, and so it very much looked like a Fiverr sort of logo. It was terrible.
But that's part of the story too, though, because you guys bootstrapped the whole thing up to this point, right?
Yeah, so we, at that point, didn't really have any money to get this thing going with. And so, but what we did have was access to free Google AdWords coupons. And so that's ultimately what we used to kind of get the flywheel going. So if you sign up for a Google AdWords account, you can get a $75 AdWords credit. And so what we did was we got a $75 AdWords credit. We're like, okay, we're gonna get $75 worth of AdWords. We're gonna try and get a customer with this $75. And then if we get a customer, we're going to use the money from that customer and then buy more AdWords. And then hopefully that spend brings us another customer, and then we're going to use the money from that customer to buy more AdWords. And that's honestly how we got it rolling.
So On $75, then, how many customers did you actually get? What was your actual cost per acquisition in your first go?
Well, I know that with that initial $75 spend, we got one customer,
All
and
right,
then we got another customer. I don't remember what the CAC was at that point, but it was enough to get the ball rolling.
Okay, so you've now validated that someone will pay you money, which, I jokingly like to say that revenue is the new seed round, so you're so far speaking my language.
Yeah.
But at some point you have to scale here. So you've launched site, Squarespace, be it may, holding my judgment.
Are you not in the Squarespace, Nick?
No.
Okay, yeah.
No,
Figured.
And you've acquired your first customer. So talk to me a little bit about like what the pain of scaling was. I mean, and you can kind of get to where you got to, call it, December 2019, but like what did that journey really look like?
Well, it was a mix of lots of excitement and lots of stress. I would say probably 51% excitement, 49% stress. So on some levels, it was really fun. Ultimately, there hasn't been a company that's done this before in terms of set up in a lot of places across the country and remotely planned weddings. And so we felt like we were charting into new territory, and that was really exciting, and it felt really good to have customers really resonate with it. So we started doing NPS surveys relatively early, and our NPS score was consistently like above 85, which is just a really high NPS score. And so people had always really been resonating with what we're doing, and it felt ultimately just really good to be giving people just the happiest day of their lives. And so a lot of the surveys we got back from people were like, wow, I can't believe that I was so stressed out about planning my wedding, and then I found you guys and spent like an hour working with you guys, and then showed up at the ceremony spot and had just a beautiful experience. And so it ultimately felt like we were giving people the happiest days of their life, which was a really fun and exciting thing to do. At the same time, neither Janessa or I had run or scaled companies before. So there's a lot to learn there, and it can be really stressful, and there were long hours. And so, I mean, the first couple of years were intense and on many levels, and but it's been so far a really fun journey.
And really kind of for you guys, I mean, a big thing was you were trying to make these experiences very replicatable. And so, a question I've always had is when you're remote managing these experiences, you're never on site, really. I mean, not when a wedding's going on. You certainly have too many weddings to try and have a Simply Elope rep there. How did you guys go about like ensuring that these experiences would come out the way that you wanted them to as the partner in these people's elopements?
Yeah, so all the vendors we work with are people that have gone through a pretty extensive vetting process. So we make sure that if we have an officiant or photographer that we're working with, like first off, they're just really good, but also they just really care about the customer experience. Like there are a lot of people in this industry where they don't necessarily have a high bar and ultimately just want to sort of make money and take advantage of the fact that people are willing to spend a lot on their wedding day and don't put the same level of emphasis on the customer experience that we do. So we have this pretty long vetting experience just to make sure that anybody we work with on that level is just like really awesome. And so it ultimately starts with that. But then from there, we just have a lot of processes that we've figured out over 4 years now for what's going to make a wedding really great and what's going to potentially cause some friction or potentially cause some stress. And so we've built out all these planning systems that ultimately bring customers down the path of making sure that all the decisions are made are decisions that are going to create a really high quality experience. And we do have teams that are locally staffed and answer phone calls and respond to emails should a customer ever have like a concern or if something's stressing them out. But ultimately, we've just found that like really good processes and really good vendors on the ground can be the magic sauce to really wonderful experiences.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, having a vendor that cares about your values as much as you do, because ultimately, in some regards, you're going to have all these micro interactions with people getting married where, they are you as far as your end customer is concerned.
Yeah.
So anyways, so where did you get to? How many weddings are we talking about? How many weddings do you do in 2019?
I don't know how many we did in 2019. We've booked around 6,500 of them, so we've done a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of weddings.
It's a lot of weddings. Yeah,
that's like a lifetime of wedding planning. If anyone's curious, I'm pretty sure that's how many if you start when you're 20 and you retire at 65, maybe you do that many weddings for your wedding planning.
Maybe, yeah. So I think that we're probably the highest volume wedding planning company in the history of wedding planning companies. So we got a lot of experience, and with that experience, we've just, going back to your previous question, figured out like what are the things that'll make the ceremony experience really magical, and then we just make it a point to do those things for every customer.
2019, we booked 6,500 weddings.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here the big question is, spring 2020 happens, world changes. None of us, unless you've been living under a rock and you're not also 6 feet away, you know that the world changes. And certainly in March of 2020, wedding bookings significantly changed. So talk to me about, kind of maybe where your business was at and what snap of the finger changed for you right then.
Yeah, well, it was, as it was for a lot of people, a pretty weird time. So we had been coming off our biggest 2 months ever in terms of bookings. So January and February, we were up dramatically compared to the same period last year. And so we were feeling really great. Janessa was in Mexico at a conference, and I was in North Carolina spending some time with my grandma. And while I was there, I was working on putting the pieces in place to raise what was going to be for us a pretty big round of capital. And that week I was going to extend offers to 3 pretty big hires, and so we were really excited. And then out of nowhere, it seemed like everyone that I worked with was all of a sudden freaking out. Like, our customers are all freaking out, our vendors are all freaking out, employees are really stressed. And it just seemed like a switch flip from lots of growth, lots of excitement, to suddenly it's a very different business, and we're no longer managing growth, and instead we're trying to help people through a really stressful and intense time. And on the same token, financially, there was also a really big hit. So we went from a lot of growth to a pretty dramatic slowdown. So it's like, if you compare what our bookings were like in February against April, they were down somewhere between 70 to 80%. And it was a really stressful couple months. It was, yeah.
You guys were also in kind of an interesting spot too, because you had closed around in 2018, 19? Like a seed round.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2019, you closed a seed round. You're pushing that all into growth. And for most startup cycles, right, you're trying to set your realistic expectations on that seed round so you can grow into them and then be set up well to go make your pitch for an A round, right? And I assume you guys were kind of in that cycle getting into your next round, and that's always a tough moment if a situation changes like this, because you're not into that raising capital portion yet. And certainly the landscape has changed, so it's not like you can go and try and be like, okay, so I know we lost, 75% of our revenue, but our valuation is still this, right? That's a very hard argument to make, certainly. So, my curiosity is, I know that you guys, had a lot of struggles that you had to really get through. And what was the first moment where you knew you had to pivot your business? What was the first moment you guys had to start making different choices and you really recognized that? And what was the first one that hit you?
Yeah. Well, so the course of that experience of kind of COVID hitting the world and then impacting our business was, at first, we didn't realize that shelter in place was a thing. Like, this is my first pandemic. It's probably your first pandemic as well.
My first pandemic, I'll admit.
Yeah. So I was very new to the tactics that one would employ sort of globally to try and mitigate it. So shelter in place, as we were initially planning once COVID became a thing, wasn't a scenario that we were aware of. And so as we were doing that financial planning, the first week that it hit, we were thinking largely in terms of our bookings are probably going to go down, and we're probably going to be relatively slower on that end. But we're also we have a lot of ceremonies that are planned over the next couple months. And so
you have a run rate,
yeah. So we were anticipating some revenue from those. And we didn't realize in that early planning that not only would the sales go down, but we would also be not able to produce those ceremonies. So there would be sort of a hit to these two sources of revenue that we're ultimately relied on. So then about a week into that, when shelter-in-place orders started being released kind of throughout the country, we realized, wow, this is going to be a much more dramatic hit to the business than we had anticipated. And that was a really difficult time. We we ended up having to lay some people off, which was really hard. We had to kind of defer the salaries of everyone else who was remaining for a while, which I'm not the full salaries, but a percentage of the salaries. And that was really, not a fun thing to do.
And I know a lot of startups, I mean, really always, in some regards, when I hear startups pitching, and you guys were certainly further along at this point, but it always seems like they're like a month from going out of business when I hear these pitches, right? So I'm sure you guys had to do that analysis yourself. You had to sit down and say, okay, pandemic, 75% loss in revenue, here's what our run rate is. Like, how long do we have left? How long did you have left?
In a zero revenue situation, not very long.
Yeah.
Like in terms of weeks.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, like so prior to raising capital, we were profitable, and so we bootstrapped in that way.
Yeah.
And then after we raised capital, we still had a really meaningful, like most of the money that we were spending every month was the result of money that we were bringing in from our customers, not from the investors. And so moving into early 2019, when a lot of that money from customers is suddenly disappearing, just kind of out of the blue, it really hit our run rate.
Well, this is like the quintessential reason why building capital efficient companies based off revenue is relevant, because you actually have the ability to survive some of these things without a whole bunch of debt coming due, without a whole bunch of stuff. Now, not every situation and every company meets that metric at all, but like there is a great argument here, and you're kind of case in point why being so revenue driven and so nimble at the beginning really kind of saves you when something unexpected happens.
Yeah.
All right, so we've let go some employees, we've cut some salaries. We're now in, I'm going to guess about mid-April. Yeah. So where was the moment, or where were the series of choices where you realized, like, all right, we're going to come out of this and I need to do X, Y, and Z? What was X, Y, and Z that you put on paper, you had in your board meeting, whatever process you went through to really try and bring you out the other side?
Yeah, so I mean, to be honest, like we were always confident that the company would make it through. Like there was never like a conversation where we were like, "Whoa, is this going to be the end of us?" Because I think we ultimately have those roots in being kind of a profit-centric organization, and so we were never like reliant on investors to get through it. And ultimately, we had sort of done the work early on in the company to understand like what's going to drive profit, and ultimately, in those moments, we were like, well, let's sort of start re-optimizing the company for that. And so for us, that looked like a couple things. Like one, just like cutting all unnecessary expenses.
Step number one, totally.
Yeah, so as you're scaling a company, it can be easy to have money that's going to places that's just not always efficient. Like sometimes you sign up for different SaaS tools that you might use a couple times a year, but aren't really giving that much of a return. And it was in those times where we're like, okay, anything that is not going to get us through the next couple months, we are cutting. And so we dramatically cut back on all of our expenses. We totally cut all advertising, which at the time, was a meaningful amount of our budget. So we scaled that back really dramatically. And so first off, we really cut a lot of expenses. And then at the same time, we were really proactive in terms of finding other sources of revenue. So in February, this probably would have sounded like weird and dystopian, but like virtual weddings are now a thing. And they're a lot cooler than they would have sounded back then. I think a lot of people have been to them now. And
yes, February 2020, no one would have ever even attended a virtual wedding.
Yeah, I remember in March, I was talking to an employee about this idea, and she was like, that is the worst idea. Who would want to do a wedding on the internet? That sounds so terrible. But when you're quarantined, that's the best option for a lot of people.
I want to tell you, I have attended a virtual wedding at this point. So sign of the times.
Sign of the times.
I have been to a virtual wedding. You were a pioneer.
Thank you. Yeah. So relatively on into the pandemic, we were like, well, it seems like people are going to be stuck inside their homes for a long period of time. A lot of people are still going to want to have a wedding experience if it was planned during this, and it does seem like an online wedding is the best option for a lot of people. So we were really aggressive in terms of positioning us to be able to provide that for a lot of people. And so that actually provided a lot of revenue for us. And it also opened up a lot of media opportunities that I think helped spread the word about Simply Eloped in general, as well as what we were doing with the virtual weddings. And
how many virtual weddings do you guys do?
I don't know off the top of my head, but a lot of them.
A lot of them?
Yeah.
What did a typical virtual wedding package look like?
So right now, customers so we sort of have 2 tiers. So on the base level, customers hire us to essentially run tech support for it and help them understand and put all the pieces in place for it. So for somebody who's planning a virtual wedding, they may have never been to a virtual wedding before. They don't really understand what goes into it. And so they get a member of our team who helps put all the necessary pieces in place that make sure it goes really well. And they run Zoom during the experience. Like if you're getting married, you don't want to be dinking around with Zoom and troubleshooting it.
And you probably also don't trust your nephew to do it either.
Exactly, yeah. So at a base level, that's sort of the base package. But then there are certain states that have passed executive orders, and those executive orders will make the virtual weddings legally binding in those states, pending a handful of other requirements. And so for an additional add-on, couples can purchase an officiant from us that can officiate that virtual experience. So some people, they just want the virtual weddings to be totally ceremonial and non-legally binding, and maybe they'll have a friend officiate it. And so for people like that, they'll purchase that base package I mentioned earlier. But for people in the states where there was an executive order making them legally binding, they can purchase an officiant from Simply Eloped and have that person oversee their ceremony.
I think it's really difficult right now to always know that you're making the right choices. Sometimes you make wrong choices, but at the end of the day, the most important part is having your company survive, especially if you're in a position like you guys were, where 75% of your revenue was gone by March 10th. I'm making that date up here, but in March.
Yeah. It's all a blur, so totally fine.
I don't even know what day of the week it is
Sometime in the past.
But, people who are creative and people who are innovators will come out the other side. And in some ways, these types of situations can help out a company because, again, you went and cut a bunch of unnecessary things that you didn't think you needed especially now, and you're going to reassess those things, and you might not sign up for it. So your company continually is getting more capital efficient. Now, I have to assume there's a bright side at the end of the tunnel, and you can tell me that you're slowly beginning to book elopements again.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me about that. So for March, 75% of revenue down, you've been doing virtual weddings. How's the future forecast of Simply Eloped looking?
Right now, it's looking really great. So June and July were our most profitable months ever. So, as things started reopening, there were a lot of people that had to cancel their traditional weddings or their elopements, and we're now looking for services. And as we have the technology to allow people to plan those really easily and book them really easily, a lot of people turn to us to help create those experiences. And so bookings are, continually rising. And right now we're in the space of rapidly hiring a bunch of people for the sales team because we're sort of overwhelmed with interest from people who are interested. So it's very much a different story this month than it was in March. I think the opposite on many levels, but ultimately, like in March and April, we just had this feeling that if we could get through this like really, really intense time, there's something on the other side, and I think it's a future that a lot of people will really appreciate us being around and helping them produce their ceremonies. And so it's exciting to be in that spot right now. We're recording this in August, and so the next couple months, who knows what'll happen globally. So we're definitely making a point to be relatively conservative with spending, and we want to just have enough cash on hand to weather whatever's going to get thrown at us, moving into the fall. But as of right now, things are good.
Well, I mean, the lessons learned here, right? Stay capital efficient, cut the fat, pivot to generate revenue, right? And double down on where you have that revenue at, right? And come out the other side, and then do what you were doing well. So Matt, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with me tonight and talk about Simply Eloped. I know these conversations sometimes they're difficult when you're talking about things that didn't go quite right, but I appreciate you being very open and honest with us and the whole Startup Week community about how Simply Eloped's been going. And cheers, my friend.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Startup Week, welcome back. We are here at the main stage down at Jump in downtown Boise. Startup Week 2020, about to kick off the block party. And who better to join me for that than Megan Stoll from Treefort.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
Absolutely.
Really short notice. I think I reached out to you about a couple days ago, and
you know, make it work.
you did, and you did. I'm so excited to have you here. Look, Tree Fort is obviously such an integral part of our community. It's been around for years. I myself and my family, we thoroughly enjoy Tree Fort.
Oh, good.
Specifically Kid Fort for one part of my family. But before I get into Tree Fort itself, I wanted to give the audience just a chance to get to know you a little bit. I know you from North Carolina originally.
Yes.
You're obviously here now, but you also worked in the corporate world, and now you're with Tree Fort. So why don't you tell us a little bit about you in North Carolina, the corporate job, and how that transition came to Boise and this Tree Fort Music Festival?
Absolutely. Well, I was working in the corporate world as a marketing director, and I first moved to Boise with an ex, like how many people end up in Boise with a partner.
Exes
and
are good for some things,
exactly,
and that's one of them,
Yeah. And so I gained Boise at the end of our relationship, which was a really beautiful thing. And I was working in the corporate world and got laid off in 2011 and just kind of found myself at a lot of shows and floating the river, became a professional river floater in
That's a thing,
downtown
by the
Boise.
way.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was going to shows and kind of ended up meeting Eric Gilbert, who was booking a lot of the shows at Nerlux, and he had been in talks with Lori and Drew about doing a festival, and I was like, well, he's like, don't you do marketing? I was like, well, I float the river professionally, but I'm sure I can dust some of this marketing off. And so I decided to do that, and next thing you know, we're running with Tree Fort 1 in September of 2011, and then we actually had the festival in March of 2012. So it was pretty incredible.
So was there like this transition to, and maybe I'm making too big of a deal of it, but you tell me, like from this corporate world to more of an arts, it seems like it's a passion thing that got you to go to shows, and then you met Eric.
Yeah, you know, music has been like an integral part of my life all the time. Even like photos of me as kids, like I always have headset on. I remember having little like Manic Monday, the Bangles little like cassette tapes, and Madonna, like just.
I can see you rock out to like a prayer.
Yeah, exactly. I've always had music in my life, and it just kind of happened naturally. And I was like, oh, right, music marketing is a real thing. I didn't really consider it. I mean, you know, when you come from the corporate world, you're like dealing with like A/B testing of, you know, print mail, and it's really a lot of more fun. And like at this point, I was able to like be my own director and not deal with like a corporate entity, and able to do some fun, creative, like guerrilla marketing tactics that I wasn't able to do in my previous position.
So it actually kind of freed you up to try things out and,
oh my
and
gosh.
take more risks?
Yeah, it was a lot more fun. And like, it's so fun working with emerging artists because they're open to a lot of things as well. And so it's been fun just to like try different things that work, and also like using a smaller budget. Like the first year we had no marketing budget. And so we were just trying, like, and it was early on, it was 2012. So like it was before like the pay to play on Facebook and Instagram. And so we were able to do some fun like publicity things, and just like play around with marketing dollars that were very minimal at the time. But now, you know, 9 years later, we've got like more of a marketing budget, and it's still so fun to like try different things with different outlets, like utilizing some, you know, finding those niches that work with emerging artists as well, like a lot of community radio stations and like weekly papers.
Because you really have a two-sided marketplace in that sense. What I mean by that is you appeal to, or Tree Fort Music Fest appeals to artists,
yeah,
but then also the attendees.
Right.
And you're talking about the channels that actually reach the artists.
Yeah, exactly. And like utilizing the artists too for word of mouth. That was like really important to us. And we've got hundreds of artists coming from various regions, and like finding those places that we can bring attendees to Boise to experience Tree Fort.
So you're the co-founder at Tree Fort Music Fest, and you're also the creative and marketing director. How many other co-founders are there?
There's Drew and Lori and Eric. Yeah.
Okay, so there's the total of 4 of you. And so were all 4 of you involved since day one, pretty much since the beginning?
Definitely. Yeah.
And now you are in year...
Well, we were supposed to have year 9 in 2020 in March, but you know, COVID got us down, much like many businesses,
including
and events. Yeah, exactly. And so we initially pushed the festival to September of 2020. And then basically in the summer, we just kind of realized it was really too soon. And we ended up postponing again till September 2021.
So that's when the next Tree Fort is,
Yeah.
September 2021.
Yeah, we'll have our 9th edition, September 22nd through 26th.
All right. And are you readjusting the annual cycle then? Is the next Tree
No,
Fort?
I mean, there's so much that happens in Boise in September, even in the festival world, within the area, our marketing budget really doesn't allow for that
you don't
to
want to
happen.
compete. You don't need to compete with those
No,
things.
exactly, and it's been really fun. Like initially, we booked like the festival in March because we were like piggybacking off of South by Southwest folks, but now that's like a lot of people are like choosing to come to Tree Fort instead of South by, and so we're just kind of like we're not utilizing that routing as much anymore.
But that was the anchor initially. You were sort of, I don't want to call it
Exactly.
mooching, but you were leveraging the fact that artists are already traveling to this South by
Right.
Southwest and on. Okay.
And then like going back up on tour like through Utah and going up to Portland, and so like making Boise like a viable stop on their tour.
That's pretty clever. Is that a thing for other music festivals? And like, do you know of other cities that kind of anchor their thing to something else?
No, that's a good point. I don't really know.
I've never heard of that.
But it was like, kind of like just like thinking of it in a creative way without like having to extend a large budget. I mean, we had no budget in the beginning. So we're like, how do we do this? And that was the way to do it. And, and now that we've grown so much, and we'd love to like do a September edition every year, but it doesn't really make much sense. There's like so much competition.
So I'm going to wishful thinking here. Does that actually mean, so there's going to be one in September?
Mm-hmm.
And there will be one in March,
In
like
March. So we'll
6
get-
months later.
yeah,
Double
we'll get-
whammy within 6 months?
Yeah, we'll get back on schedule in March 2022.
All right. So for those of us who've been fiending, who've been missing out and missing Tree Fort, we'll get 2 within 6 months.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
gonna be crazy. So in fact, that's like becomes kind of an issue with our planning. We're like trying to work on a calendar right now, and we're planning for 2022, like the 10th edition, before the 9th edition even happens, which is pretty rare. We usually like our calendar.
I can't even wrap my head around
Yeah,
that.
usually like our like fiscal year starts in July, and that's when we like work on the back end design. We kind of get the branding ready and like roll it out in August. Tickets go on sale in September. But this time we have to do all of that before the festival. So right after Tree Fort 9 in September of 2021, we'll basically flop everything over to Tree Fort 10.
I'm getting major anxiety just
Yeah.
listening. For our audience may not know this, but Boise Startup Week and Tree Fort are cousins.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, this is before my time at Startup Week, but when Startup Week was conceived, the committee of Startup Week came to the Tree Fort people and said, so how do you run events? How does this work? and we got some ideas and we got some formats. Drew was heavily involved, I know
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
And we've ran with it ever since, but we can say we sort of, at least conceptually, grew out of Tree Fort in terms of our format. But you talk about planning, I get anxiety just because I was just thinking about, okay, last week before Startup Week started, if I had to plan the next Startup Week before the actual next started,
Even happen, yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't do so well with that. So I sense there is a ton of resiliency within not just your team of co-founders, but the rest of the Tree Fort
Oh
team.
my gosh, if anybody can pull this off, it is the Tree Fort team.
So the Tree Fort team, there's a larger, so there's the core team, but there's also a larger community that surrounds you. And the reason I know is you guys used to meet at Trailhead and do your monthly meetings there. But tell me a little bit about how that's made up. Are those people on all year? Do they come around when it's time to go tree forting?
Most of it is like contract style, and so most people, especially with the forts, like they're a little more involved, like the fort leads, because we have 9 different forts, and like with skate fort, art fort, hack fort, yoga fort, comedy fort,
Book fort?
no,
Film
story
fort?
fort, film fort, food fort,
Food fort?
yeah, and art fort and kid fort. So 10, I guess, yeah. There's so many, and so
Fort?
the fort,
I
yeah,
said it.
yeah, exactly. So I feel like they start like early on in the process with us, and then our teams kind of grow from there. So we'll have the fort leads involved. We also have like a special ops team, which is more like the people running our green team and the decor and stage production, stuff like that. So
Sounds very complex.
it is complex. Yeah, I mean it takes over the whole city, which is awesome. Yeah,
That is awesome. It's pretty unique to be in Boise that time of year. at Trailhead, part of my job is to attract talent, attract businesses, and attract startups to come here. And for obvious reasons, right around Treefort, it's just so much easier to convince people to move to Boise because they get to come here and experience Treefort, and then they see a side of Boise that to be honest, it's not like that every day here.
Right.
But we kind of show ourselves from the best side, and that's thanks to you and your team. With this shift, obviously, to you push it out, revenues get impacted, people may want their money back. Then you have another Treefort, within 6 months from that. As I understand it, tickets are on sale right now for the next Treefort?
Yeah, tickets are on sale right now for Treefort 9. And there's some really cool, we've partnered with this company called Light. And we've done some really cool options, like offering payment plans, as well as like some ticket insurance, like kind of like how airlines work.
Oh, okay.
So you can like pay a little extra and get make sure like your ticket is refundable.
So you're paying for peace of mind, but yet you're able to support Treefort and get your ticket.
Exactly. I mean, Treefort, when we postponed initially, it was really unique timing for us. It was 2 weeks prior to the festival. So if you think about that from like a business standpoint, every contractor's been paid, every employee has been paid, marketing budget gone. Like we've used it all. I think
all
I
the
only
expenses
had
are
like
incurred
everything is
pretty
like
much.
everything, all the the Slack that we use, everything is been used, been paid for. And then we don't have an actual festival to help supplement those costs. And so we gave up part of our ownership to the community and started a WeFunder campaign.
Okay.
And so that's really brought in we have over 500 investors in the festival.
500 people got on WeFunder and supported Treefort by buying equity, actually.
It's like an impact investment.
Cool.
And so
Can I do that?
Yes, you may.
How
As
do I
little
go-
as $100.
Really?
You can go to wefunder.com/Treefort.
And I can own a part of Treefort.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, that just blew my mind. So $100, I'm in. Okay.
Right.
Are you guys closing this round soon?
So yeah, we've got the first round that's closing middle of next month, and then we will be opening it back up immediately, and for the second round, and that'll close early February.
So that little bit of FOMO is somewhat unwarranted because there will be a second round.
Right, exactly. So even if you did, invest now, you can also invest again in the new year. If your finances allow.
Before we kind of turn our attention to the talent that we're about to see, it's somewhat, you mentioned, you incurred expenses as a business. You didn't realize the revenues when you thought you were going to realize them for obvious reasons. And so I hear an incredible story of resiliency because you decided to give up part of the ownership. And I know, in talking to Lori, the way she framed Treefort, I think she used the word community 1,000 times in our interview, right? It's all about community. It was by the community, for the community, due to the community.
Absolutely.
And in turn, now you guys are also looking to the community to come and make sure that this gem that we really have here stays here in Boise.
Yeah, and not just the Boise community, it goes into the artist community at large, and other anybody from even out of the country. We've had investors come in, so it's pretty incredible the amount of people that are so I don't want to use the word invested, but invested in having live music return. They've actually invested into Treefort, which has been awesome.
Let's talk about investors and stakeholders. Obviously, the artists themselves are a huge part of this, and I can't even imagine what they're going through, to tell you the truth. I don't earn money the way they earn money. They've been obviously impacted pretty heavily. I know we have a bassist of Foul Weather here on set with us doing production. Danny, shout out to Danny.
Hi, Danny.
If you were to sort of put yourself in the shoes of an artist, thinking about Treefort, I believe you went to a show last night.
Yes.
So shows are still happening.
Outdoor, socially distanced, very safe, contactless shows. We've been doing a lot of them this summer and into the fall. And it's been really awesome. We've made some really cool partnerships with venues that we don't normally work with.
Cool.
And so it's been a really fun partnership.
So how does, I know you're a partner at Duck Club. Duck Club Presents, I believe it's formally called. And so Startup Week partners with Duck Club and we curate the talent to you guys. Is Duck Club related to Treefort?
So Duck Club is we're all kind of part of the same like umbrella, and the same people that work on Treefort work with Duck Club.
Okay.
And with Duck Club, I kind of look at it as like Treefort 365. So you've got like utilizing similar venues around the same artists, and we like just do things throughout the year that we just cram into 5 days of Treefort.
Let's talk about the artists, specifically the two that are up for our block party. I used one of them to be a cool dad the other day, and I told my kids, Magic Sword is playing at the block party. I had no idea what I was talking about. But then I dropped the ta-ta-ch. I said, and they were on the soundtrack for Thor Ragnarok. And all of a sudden, I was the coolest dad. Let's talk about Foul Weather, Magic Sword. They're local bands?
Local bands. Foul Weather is fantastic. I like to call them like psychedelic jazz wizards.
Psychedelic jazz wizards.
Yeah, because they play like jazz music, but it has this like tinge of psychedelic in there, and like just gets really heady and awesome. And they are all like fantastic musicians. And then with Magic Sword, same thing. Like I always describe them as like an electronic, like meets metal, meets like this epic, like world. Like they've got like cloaks and masks. They've been ready for the pandemic since before. Yeah.
When I saw them with the masks, so I'll admit, I was a dumb guy going, "Hey guys, can I interview them?" And they're like, "No, did you not know who they are? They wear masks. They don't reveal who they are." I go, "So Daft Punk?" They're like, No. It's Magic Sword." So my generation, when Daft Punk showed up with masks on, we all thought they were the coolest because no one was doing it, right? And then I gotta say that their masks, Magic Sword's masks, are pretty cool.
They're very cool.
Lit up. When they played the show, I just thought it was so cool because when they showed up, they had these amazing masks. They had a cloak on and then shorts and Vans.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, these guys are awesome. They're going to rock this.
Yeah, they've played Treefort a few times, multiple times. And same with Foul Weather. 1 year at Treefort, I'm trying to remember what year it was, but we staged kind of like a cool like pop-up stage at main stage right before Yacht went on, like to close out main stage.
Okay.
They rolled up on this like giant art car, and it had all these gems all over it, and they pulled in the alley and just played like an epic set right there before the headliners went on. It was really awesome.
So like headline bombed it. They showed
totally.
Up, did a bomber. That's awesome.
It was really fun.
Well, listen, I can't wait to start the show for our audience. I saw snippets of it here and there. Both the sound and the production quality is just fantastic. With that in mind, I want to make sure that we take just a moment to appreciate our sponsors. Without the sponsors, we wouldn't have been able to curate these local artists. I'm really proud of the fact that we're able to support artists right here in our community who then play great music, who in turn then our audience can enjoy. And so that said, Idaho Central Credit Union is our sponsor for the block party, as well as Boise State University. And for the show, you will see a brief opening set of Foul Weather that's actually preceded by an interview with Steve Fulton. He's the co-owner at Audiolab Recording Studio, which is where both shows were recorded. And they were an awesome partner and provided us the space and the ability to pull this off in time.
They're fantastic people over there at Audiolab.
Yeah, they were great to work with. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsors.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Oof, that's gonna cost ya. Don't look so worried. Applying for a visa on a Saturday? I know who'll answer our questions. Please be Abby, please be Abby. Abby! Video chat to the rescue. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Hi, we're Foul Weather. Stay tuned for more content from Boise Startup Week 2020.
I'm Steve Fulton. I'm a longtime Boise resident. I am the owner of Audio Lab Recording Studios. We started our studio in 1992, and this was kind of my way of creating my own day job as a musician, because I've been a musician all my life as well. You know, I think the reason why I get a lot of people, recording here and then coming back here is that we try to make our environment really, really comfortable, like our control room that we're in right now. We set it up to where it's big enough that it feels kind of like a living room. And so that's one of the things that I've heard a lot through the years. When we built this location, our last location had a living room feel, so we knew that we needed to bring that into this new space. And the other thing that I've found is being a musician, I can speak the same language and I can talk music and music theory with people as we're going through our recording process. You get a lot of people that want to have that experience with their engineer. And, you become an engineer and producer by default in Boise, Idaho. They don't really separate those two tasks. Man, the thing that keeps me going and makes me excited is that end product, the joy of getting the delayed gratification of working and working and working on a piece of music. It doesn't even matter what style it is to me at all. I really have grown to love all genres and all styles of music. But the thing that really keeps me excited and keeps my energy always high is just, getting that record done and seeing it come out and be an actual hard piece of media. The question about a band and whether or not it is a business. And really, a classic entrepreneurial, endeavor is a band, because you're creating, and you're having to then come up with a product. You're having to figure out, the best way to present that product, and then you have to market that product. This is my favorite thing to do is to work with them from the very beginning all the way through until we get a mix done. So, if you're looking to record or you'd like a consult, you can find us at audiolab.org, and you can find samples of our work there, and we look forward to working with you.
Welcome back, Startup Week. I hope you get to rock out to Foul Weather and Magic Sword. What an epic show. Thanks again to our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to get them to play an exclusive show for us, Boise Startup Week, and for you guys back at home, wherever you are watching. Special thanks again to Steve Fulton, the owner of Audiolab, for providing us the space and really welcoming us in and letting those two bands record there. We're going to wind things down for tonight, but we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll see you then.